He gets people to feel pity for him. He knows how to make people feel sorry. He first of all sent all the pictures, nudes of me to my friends, and I had to act like the cool girl that I was and be like, I am super unfazed by this because I just don't care. He'll be like, well, I had this really sad stuff. It really affected me. Man, he's really good at manipulating. Hey, can you do me a favor? Actually, no. Can you do a world a favor? Take a knife and slit your own wrists. Because you're a worthless sack of shit. You're almost 30. Are you gonna keep barking at everyone around you for the rest of your fucking life for the next 40 years? You're gonna wake up, tell someone online to go kill themselves, go to sleep, and just do that over and over again until you fucking die?
Everything he has done to you, he has no remorse for. If he had any remorse whatsoever, he would not be spreading these lies, saying that you are his friend and his fiance. I bet you he's going to say that you're not even Katie. No, that's going to be his story.
He told me that his first name was Lionel and his last name was Almighty. And I was like, wait, what? Almighty?
Wait, he really said that? I think that he lives in lies because that is the only way that he can cope with the fact that he is a worthless, vile creature that will never become anything.
On the table, there was like a coffee cup. In one fucking motion, he got up, grabbed that cup. He like raged through that cup at me. And the coffee went splattering everywhere. Like it went splattering all over me.
So he says, and the woman he referenced, Katie, is on excellent terms with me. That retard cannot say shit. What do you think about the fact that he is going around and not only saying that you are friends, but good friends, and he even took it a step further and said that you are actually his fiance? I'm here with Katie. So tell people a little about yourself, like first.
So I am Katie. Yes, somewhat self-proclaimed patient zero of Lionel. I'm not entirely sure if I'm the first person he's harassed in his life, but I do know there's a lot of people after me. I know that at least some of the people were women, and my heart goes out to them. When I read some of the things, I guess like, a little bit of a tangent, but when I read some of the things that he's done to other women, it just like broke my fucking heart because imagining anyone else going through any of this stuff, especially with how difficult and heavy it is and how I think some things may have just like permanently, or at least it feels like it's permanently because it's been so many years of struggling with certain things, like the way it affects you. It's hard, and it's really hard to explain to people exactly what it does to you as a person. I'll do my best, today to do that. But yeah, so I'm Katie. I have quite the history with Lionel. I'm going to be going through that history with a fine-tooth comb to just kind of be like, hey, this is the person that I know. This is what I have experienced. I guess kind of onto the first point is why am I doing this or talking about this?
Yeah, so real quick before you talk about this first point, let me ask a question. Lionel has constantly been saying, I'm just going to show you this screenshot. So he says, and the woman he referenced, Katie, is on excellent terms with me, which is why I have no problem saying that in public. That retard cannot say shit. So, what do you think about this? What do you think about the fact that he is going around and not only saying that you are friends, but good friends, and he even took it a step further and said that you are actually his fiance?
The fiance part really upsets me. I think because I know that he knows, and I know that he's at least aware, he has these, like, from my experience, these highs and lows, or highs and like this high emotional state where he goes unhinged and like all caps types like one word enter, one word enter, one word enter. People seeing like the messages.
Caps lock
He has
mode
those
unlocked.
moments.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like he has those modes, and then he has like a mode where he's like calm down, he's able to process things, he's able to reflect. Honestly, like he's really convincing. He's a really convincing person. And that's I guess I'll get into that. That's part of the reason why a lot of the shit happened with him and me, but I guess like that's to say I don't know if it's genuine or not when he is reflecting on the things that he's done, but he has said, I am aware of the things that I've done to you. And he has apologized
Mhm.
before. I'll get into that as well. Without like getting into the future stuff. But essentially he has an awareness of everything that he's done. And for him to claim that I am his fiance after, knowing
Yeah.
everything he's
Mhm.
put me through
Mhm.
is fucking upsetting. I really, 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 really don't like that. And I
Mhm.
know that he said fiance, either one, because he has this like daydream mode. I think it's like whenever he gets into like a depressive state, I think it's like a coping mechanism, maybe.
Yeah.
Walmart's a therapist over here, Walmart psychologist. I think it's like a form of coping mechanism, but I think he gets into a daydream where like he picks like a romantic interest and he like imagines things beyond what they actually are. And I think that's kind of what happened with the other girls. Like he finds someone that he's infatuated with, he'll write these like really detailed messages of like I used to think they were romantic when I first met him because I had zero self-esteem, but now that that I read them, they're so perverse, like it
Yeah. Well, I'm
makes
sure
me
at the
want to
time
rip
when you
my own
originally
skin
read
off
them,
sometimes.
yeah, I'm sure at the time when you originally read them, you were like obviously younger, less experienced. You didn't actually know what, I don't know, for lack of a better way to say, a psychopath would like type to you or
Yeah,
anything like
yeah,
that. I could tell
yeah.
you that he has absolutely no remorse for literally anything that he has done. So everything he has done to you, he has no remorse for. If he had any remorse whatsoever, he would not be spreading these lies, saying that you are his friend and his fiance. He will
Yeah.
apologize. That is a manipulation tactic. He will apologize to manipulate that person into using them later in life. He did that
Yeah.
with, he's done that with you. He's done that with you. He's done that with Ember. He's done that with Naomi. And when it doesn't work,
It
he,
gets into
yes,
kill yourself, you stupid slut, like
yes, yes.
fucked up shit. Yeah.
And this is a pattern that has only got worse over time, because before, years and years ago, he would have never. Well, I don't imagine that he would have the audacity to threaten a lawyer and her daughter with rape and murder. But now, I think over the course of time, because he's much older now, he's
Yeah.
28, going to be 29 soon. I think that he lives in lies because that is the only way that he can cope with the fact that he is a worthless, vile creature that will never become anything. He is going to be this way for the rest of his worthless, miserable life, and he will never make anything of his life. As a matter of fact, he is broke and then negative broke because he owes me $23,000, and that is going to accumulate over every year and will generate interest. And I'm going to pursue that 100%. And
Yeah,
yeah,
he's dug himself into a very deep hole, I would say. I don't know, like um I don't want to get too ahead of myself,
mhm.
but I used to feel a lot of pity for him. And when I reflect back on that, I kind of realize like that
Like the pity was wasted.
like the pity is like that's like a part of his whole thing is like
Hmm.
he gets people to feel pity for him because he knows how to like make people feel sorry because like he'll be like, well, I had this really sad stuff and like it really affected me and like especially like if you're a normal empathetic person, which most people are, you're like, oh my god, like you're just like looking at like a half dead like starving dog and you just have this like want to be like, oh my god, like I want to help you, like what can I do to help you? And for some aspects, not all, he's gonna be like, well, that's bullshit. Like it's not the entire picture, but for a part of the picture, I did feel a lot of pity. I did see him struggling because like the reality is when I met him and I, we had a lot of like parallel experiences with like navigating social life, you know, feelings of worthlessness and all this stuff. And it's like, I think I have a pretty good grasp of like some of the things that he's feeling because I felt them before. But like, I think that's kind of like part of the strategy. You know, I think that he kind of uses is like, he'll say these things and like, the way he writes too, the way he writes, it's so like, man, he's really good at manipulating.
Yes.
I'll get into that as well, but like he can just like draw you in because you start reading the shit he writes and like it fucking affects you as a human being when you read the things, whether they're positive, negative, like if he's going after you being like telling you how much of a horrible person you are, he can do it in a way that like you're just like, holy shit, like what the fuck? Like you read it and you're like, what the hell? Well, like if he's writing like you know, like I'm so sorry. I never meant to do that. I was so relentlessly bullied and I just sit at my computer and I don't know what to do. I just sit there and my life is blank. And it's like the way he fucking writes everything, you're just like you have to be so careful because he will get you on that. And
Yeah.
that's when I was inexperienced, when I was young. I, you know, like that's how a lot of it got to me. But yeah,
Yeah, he tends to
I guess
pick people, at least from what I can tell, he tends to pick people that will believe him and will empathize with him. And that the way that he can manipulate people in that way, he tends to pick the best, like basically the easiest target. And typically the
yeah,
easiest target is
women and
women.
children.
Yes, yes.
Women and
Yes,
children.
women and children. Yes, those are the people that he will do that to. So any type of
Yeah.
apology or anything like that is 100% not genuine at all. It is purely a manipulation tactic. He is fully aware of who he is as a person. He is fully aware that he is a liar. He is fully aware of what he's doing, and he has stated multiple times that he feels no remorse for anything that he has done. So there is no empathy for him. You do not feel sorry for him. Like he is the person he is because of him, and he deserves every bad thing that comes his way. So, okay. So right
Um,
here I have like, the timeline of events that like I showed you or whatever. So let's just start with the first
yeah.
one. Like why exactly are you doing this? Like why are you talking about this?
Um, I've thought about this a little bit. Um, I think like there's a few reasons. One of them is this story with him, this experiences for a very long time like I had to deal with all of this by myself. And then you know, eventually like I did get a lot of you know, good
Mm-hmm.
supportive friends and I was able to talk about it. I was able to open up about it because you know, also like when you're a victim of intense emotional abuse, which is what this was, you feel shame, you feel humiliated. You're like, and especially when you're coming off like fresh off of like gaslighting stuff, like you question yourself. You're like, you know, like after someone tells you like, I only did this because you made me. I didn't want to do any of that, but what else was I left to do? And like when you're so like years of someone doing that to you, like it's hard to know like what is reality. Like and then you're like you get into these mind states where you're like, oh my god, I am the piece of no, I'm the piece of shit. Like it was all my fault, and you're not able to you're not able to discern like rationally, like
Mhm.
what was right, what was wrong, and you're just in a really fucked up place. And like, once I really started to like process everything and sort it out, I was able to like talk about it with people, and um, that was helpful. But I mean, also legally speaking, for a very long time, our fucking legal system is dog shit at dealing
Yes.
with stalking and harassment, and I have a few stories about that later on when I get to it. But man, how long has the fucking internet been around, and
Yeah, I know.
how
Uh
much time have we had to figure this shit out? And it's like, oh, sorry, kid. I don't know. Did he threaten you? Like, fucking,
just
what do
block
you
him.
fucking do? Go get some fucking donut. Yeah, just have you tried
Yeah,
blocking
just
him?
block him.
It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
dude, this guy has told me he wants to slit my throat. What do you? How many?
yeah. Mhm.
Look, we can't really prove that it's him. We can't really prove it. It's like, oh, okay, I guess if I die, we'll know then, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. If you were to die, then okay, I guess it was him after all. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, no,
yeah.
I've been finding out that the legal system is extremely fucking bad, and it is in a huge favor for like vile pieces of shit like him,
They
because
get to get away with
yeah,
this, yeah.
because a lot of stuff, if it's not actually in person, they don't actually care. So people like him think that they can just get away with anything.
Yeah,
And while they can't, it just takes way fucking longer for anything to be done. So like
yeah,
my current legal stuff is, I sued him, I won, and I sued him for defamation, and I won. He owes me over $23,000. I am pursuing that. I am in contact with a debt collections lawyer, which is completely different from a civil lawyer. This debt collections lawyer has given me extremely good news, and I am going to go after him to the full extent. And he will have to. I am going to take him to court multiple times a year to check up on him to see if he does have a job. So he likes to lie and says that he has a job. He doesn't have a fucking job. He's worthless. Uh, he doesn't have a fucking job.
yeah. He
My
does. He does lie a lot.
yes.
Like, I will get into that as well. There's so much stuff I do. I'm gonna be all over the place. I already
Well, it
know.
was like
I will try.
the very first thing here that we talked about. And the woman he referenced,
Yeah.
Katie, is on excellent terms with me, which is obviously completely fucking delusional.
Yeah.
So that retard cannot say shit. He was probably referring to me in this, but I think he should have referred to himself or something. I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah,
Um.
he currently has to attend a sentencing hearing on July 18th for me, and then a criminal pretrial hearing for the death threats that he sent my lawyer via voicemail. That is on July 30th.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep everybody updated on that. But anyway,
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, I guess why am I talking about this? Honestly, um, because I think I have the right to talk
Hmm.
about what happened to me
No, fuck him.
with
People should
everything that
know.
he's done. Like, I have the right to be able to share this.
Hmm.
I know he's going to be listening to this because I know
Absolutely.
him as a person. I know he's going to listen to this.
Hmm.
I'm already anticipating a response. I think right now, if I could, I guess, talk to him, through this, it'd be like, you know, he's probably like feeling ultimate sense of betrayal, then maybe rage, like how fucking dare you? This is so personal. It's like you did all of this to me. I know this is uncomfortable. I know a lot of this is going to be putting you in a really bad light. I know that, but it's like you have fucked my life beyond a way that you will ever be able to comprehend. And even though I think I'm doing kind of okay right now and I'm figuring things out, my younger years were just completely taken away from me. I can never get those years back. And that fucking sucked.
Yeah.
And I've had to come to terms with that. That's like a traumatic thing to experience. That sometimes bad things just happen and there is no resolution to it. it just happens, and society is like, and life and everything around you is like, you gotta move on. That's the only thing you can do.
Mm-hmm.
You just gotta fucking move on. And it's like, if anyone listening to this has ever been through some traumatic shit where it's just like bad things happen for no fucking reason, you know, whether it's shitty parents, abusive relationship, or anything along those lines, just anything like that, it'll fuck you up mentally to just like you just become like obsessed with like, well, there has to be some sort of resolution, that there has to be a reason, there has to be this, and like you just become like a fucking mental patient. You just keep playing shit over and 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 over in your fucking brain, trying to find some sort of answer, trying to find some sort of comfort, trying to find some sort of safety. And there is no fucking answer. There is no fucking safety. You just have to accept that shit happened,
Mm-hmm.
and the only thing I can do is move forward and just be like, yep, that's it. That's the end. So why am I doing this, talking about this? Is because I think I have the right to do this and talk about this. And if you genuinely are changed or grown or have empathy, or like in some of the messages that you sent where you're sorry how mean and cruel you were to me, that you understand that you were so mean and cruel, listen to the entirety of what I'm going to say and then think, what is more cruel? Me being disassembled as a person at my core and me trying to rebuild that over the last God knows how many fucking years of my life? Or you being called out for the things that you've done that did that to me? Like, who has it worse right now? You know what I mean? Like, who had it worse? Who had a tougher time in this thing? I don't know.
If I
I
were
also,
to, or
yeah,
sorry, go
sorry.
ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say if I had to guess, the only thing, so he is an incel, he is a narcissist, he is a psychopath. The only thing he cares about is himself. He does not give a shit about you or anything he's done to you. And my guess to this is he is going to call you a liar. He's going to say that he's probably going to say that you're not even Katie. Like, I
I
bet
was
you he's
thinking
going to say
that.
that
I
you're not
was
even Katie.
thinking that. Yeah,
Yeah, no,
I was thinking
no,
because
that's
he
going to be
does
his
lie,
story. And
and he's gonna be like, "Oh, he had some random bitch on
yeah,
talk about this. Those are all fake messages.
yep,
Oh, that's well, not me.
he
Can't
cannot
prove it."
he cannot accept the truth, because if he accepts the truth, he will drown in his own misery and fucking despair, and he will not come out of it.
Yeah,
He cannot accept the truth for how much of a fucking shit creature he is. So,
yeah,
uh, what I expect his response to be is to not take any type of responsibility. He is going to deflect. He is going to lie. He is going to try to say, horrible things about other people to make himself feel better, because he is a child. He's a kid. He has not aged
yeah.
since, like, he has not aged mentally since, like, what, 10 or 12. And this is who he's going to be for the rest of his life. And I will tell you this, that anybody that has ever experienced even a fraction of what you have will greatly appreciate
Be a
you
totally
speaking out.
functioning, contributing member of society, just like me.
Yeah.
Yippee! I'm doing totally fine. Just ask my therapist.
So, okay, so
Also, if I make jokes, that's just because I make jokes when I talk about shitty fucked up things, because that's my coping
yeah.
mechanism, is let's make it funny and then it's not so sad. Um
So, do you want to move on to the second one? Context on my life and when I met him?
yeah,
Okay.
so context on my life and when I met him. So this is more so for the people that, because not everyone has experienced this. I do think some people, there's going to be people that are just going to be really mean and shitty. I fully expect that. I've prepared myself mentally. I understand this is going to be going out to a lot of people. But there, I think, will be people in your community that just genuinely don't know, that just genuinely have never come across people like this, that, just they haven't experienced it. So some things might be a little bit hard to understand. So this is just kind of to give context as to how and why everything ended up snowballing the way that it did. But context on my life when I met him. That is a whole other can of worms with me and my family and bullshit, but essentially, um, how do I put this in a succinct way? So, I wasn't a popular girl in high school. I, video games, were my thing.
Same.
A
Same.
lot of it was, influenced by my brother, and I think this a lot of people, that do play video games can relate to. Um, social interactions can be really hard when you're kind of like not like the stereotypical, like people are more complex than that. But in high school, when your identity is forming, if you're not like the super cool fucking cheerleader, jock, and stuff like that, like
Yeah.
you don't really know how to navigate it. And that was me. That was very
I
much
mean, I
me.
was goth in high school, so
Hell yeah. Um, I had a lot of social anxiety. I genuinely had no idea how to talk to people. Some of that had to be because of my mom. My mom, I think, did not know how to mom very well. I'm gonna try not to fully shit talk her, but she was kind of a mean person that really fucked my self-esteem over when I was a teenager. And I was already under like you know I didn't have a support system from my family, and I did not have a support system socially because I just didn't really fit in. And I was not able to learn the social interactions that people usually learn at that age. And I desperately wanted to fit in, but I didn't know how. You know,
hmm
it, and I remember like the way that I used to think about it was like it was so bad that like when people would like talk to me, I genuinely had no idea how to talk to people. So like someone would say something to me and I would just have like a blank Word document with the little blinking thingy like before you
Okay.
start typing.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how it was for me. I had no idea what to say to people. And that ended up snowballing into me kind of freezing
hmm
sometimes socially. Like I had a I had a lot of social anxiety, and like before I would even be able to say something, I would be like, no, that's so weird. Who would say that? That's a really weird thing to say. You're gonna say that? You're gonna all look at you. They're gonna think you're a fucking freak. And it's like before, like just normal things. Like I would be like, oh, I have something funny that I think I want to say, and like before I would even be able to like make any sort of noise, my brain would just go into this like, what if that's not funny? What
Yeah.
if that's like the weirdest fucking thing to say? They're all gonna fucking look at you. They're gonna
Yeah. They're
know.
gonna
They're
judge
gonna know
you. Yeah.
something's wrong
Uh-huh.
with her. Something's wrong with her, and she's a freak. And they're all gonna think you're a freak, and they're gonna know. And you're gonna have to go to this fucking school for the next like 3-4 years. Like whatever grade I was in, and like it was just like I did have things I wanted to say every now and then, like, oh, this is funny, but I was like, no, no, that's not funny. You're the only one that thinks that's funny. It's like it prevented me from being able to talk. And that made people think I was weird. That's the part that
hmm
ended up fucking me. I think you know, I have a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
But back then,
I mean, I think a
uh
lot of us were also awkward in high school too,
yeah.
I mean, I know I can definitely relate because like I said, I mean in high school I like, I mean back when I had hair, I would like spike my hair, and I would wear I would wear like a trench coat in school, and I had this like instead of a backpack, I had like this metal case that I like carried around and put all my stuff in. I was like trying
Oh
so hard to
man.
be, to be I was like over the top goth. It was like, I mean, now
Yeah.
that I look back, it was like ridiculously cringe. Like, what the fuck are you doing? But at the time,
Yeah.
I was like, man, I'm so cool. I don't know. It's just,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, that's like my thing was like so because I couldn't fit in, I had low self-esteem. And I guess like a funny thing I just remembered from you sharing that was like I had to in order to preserve that self-esteem, I couldn't like blame myself, because if you blame yourself, then it's like you're a double loser because it's your
No.
fault now. So the way that I used to think about it is like, well, everyone else is like super basic, and me, I'm like a super smart person, and that's why I'm by myself, and no one wants to sit next to me during lunch. And this is gonna be fucking cringe, man, but I used to genuinely, unironically be like, I'm an individualist. And I think about that and I want to die a little bit because what the fuck? Like, unironically, I'm an individualist, actually, and everyone else is not because they're all sheep. But, yeah, so, context. Kind of a loser, low self-esteem. I had one friend in high school that I actually talked to, and then like a few nerdy kids that I was like acquaintances with.
Mm-hmm.
Family life was shit. My mom was mean as fuck to me. My mom made me cry a lot. Yeah, most girls daddy issues, me mommy issues. Ayo, let's go. Um, but yeah, that just all combined into a very specific kind of person. I was very sheltered. Um, I remember, I don't know why, but you know how like a lot of people have like an instinctual type of like
Like
just
spidey
people have like an
senses?
instinct. Yeah,
Yeah.
like if something's wrong or
Mm-hmm.
if there's danger, like people are like, "Oh, that's a red flag." That makes me feel uncomfortable. I didn't have that.
Yeah.
To me, it was just like someone could tell me something, and if you say it with a serious enough face, I would be like, I would just fucking believe you. Like, no questions, no critical thinking. I'm not entirely sure why. I don't know if it's some sort of trauma response, like some weird fucked up childhood brain development thing, but I had just no sort of, and that played a really big role into how all of this shit ended up happening, but I just had no sense of like red flag, danger, oh, this is not looking good. I was just like, I just believed people. Like, I was just like, oh, yeah, like, you know, I was very innocent. I was a very innocent person. Before I met Lionel, you know, if you were to ask me like what is the meanest person thing, or what is the meanest thing you can say to a person? And like the meanest thing I would be able to think was like, you're a dumb doo-doo head. Like that would be like the
Okay.
level of
Okay. Yeah.
mean I would be able to be. After I met Lionel, I feel like I can look inside people's souls and dismantle them as people sometimes, because the way that he operates is he looks for any sort of insecurity that he can find in people, and he will like go after looks, intelligence, or anything that he can find. And if he thinks that like, oh, this person's probably insecure about this, he will just fucking grab onto that, and he will just fucking dig and dig and dig and dig to try to get to someone.
Mm-hmm.
And after experiencing that for years, it fucking terrifies me
So
to know that
essentially,
I can do that, because I know that I can become a really mean person. I don't become a mean person. I want to make that clear. I think that's terrible, but it terrifies me to know that I know how to do that. You know what I mean?
well, yeah, after years of experience in yourself, you're gonna eventually understand how he's doing it. So
Yeah, like
so in a
yeah.
sense, you were, I guess, for lack of a better way to say, the perfect target because you were vulnerable, you were insecure, you didn't have a support system. So,
Yep. No sense
um,
of danger, red flags, or
yes.
anything. Just
So
sheltered.
basically, he
Yeah.
could say and do pretty much anything that he wanted, and you would more or less believe it.
Yeah. Um, I'm gonna get into some of the most batshit lies that he told me. A lot of them were in the beginning. And a
So
lot of
yeah, so
people. Oh yeah, sorry.
do you want to talk about how you met him?
Yeah, sorry,
Okay,
sorry. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
No,
Gotten a
you're
little bit
fine.
ahead of myself. But yeah, I'll get into all that. But yeah, so that was me as a person, and I met him. I was 17 and a half ish. I was like halfway done through 11th grade. It was like I think in May, maybe like towards the end of the school year, and I was playing the best, most supportive game in the world for people with really high self-esteem, League of Legends. And
Okay. All right. Okay.
um, yeah, I remember I was Soraka. I think he was either top or jungle, maybe like Warwick or some shit like that. But um, we were in game, and he was just kind of like talking shit. It wasn't like anything extreme, like the usual stuff that he writes, but it was like over the top, like, and I thought it was funny because like it was like so like over exaggerated. It felt like I never and I now I see that as a red flag, right? But back then I was just like, oh, this is just like over the top, like the thing, and I thought it was funny. So I added him after the game, and we ended up talking.
So
And
did you maybe think it wasn't serious when it actually was?
yeah, so with the knowledge that I have now,
Mm-hmm.
definitely people that get like there's like getting frustrated in a video game, right? And this is life lesson number one that I'm going to tell your viewers. There's like normal, natural human frustration. You're playing a game, you're losing, or someone keeps doing something stupid, and you're like, dude, what the fuck? Why do you keep doing that? Why do you keep going in alone? Like, I'm peeing you. Don't go in. Don't go in. Like, we're losing. Like, they're in our base. Like, we need you to fight as a team. Why the fuck are you top lane? Like, they're destroying our fucking towers and base. Like, why the fuck are you there? Like, there's like a healthy amount of like shit talk and frustration. And then there's
What he does.
what he does, which is,
Okay.
what the fuck is wrong with you? You fucking lowlife. Hey, can you do me a favor? Actually, no. Can you do a world a favor? Take a knife and slit your own wrists because you're a worthless sack of shit. Like, there's that kind of frustration.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, and I feel like this is like no shit, Sherlock, but if you ever see someone type like that, like, and the thing is, this person, people like that, they care about their image a lot. This is what I've learned. I think it's like part of narcissism. Again,
Mm-hmm.
Walmart therapist, you know?
Yes,
I think
absolutely.
this is narcissism, but basically, they will appear super chill and super cool outside of the game, and you'll be like, oh no, that's just like them, like over exaggerating in a video game. But no, once you get to know that kind of person and you get closer, because I've known people like that after Lionel as well, every single person that I've ever met that types like that gets that angry in a fucking video game, always something fucking wrong with them.
Mm-hmm.
Like some really fucked up, weird shit that is wrong. And if you ever end up being in their crosshairs, like if you get close to them, whether it's friendship or romantic relationship, they will go fucking unhinged on you at some point because people that type that way and get that angry, there's always some sort of internal issue,
Mm-hmm.
and they will appear totally normal afterwards. But once you get close to that kind of person, just life lesson that I learned the hard way. You got
Yeah,
to
well
be fucking careful with that shit.
that was a common thing that some people have said that when you first meet him, he is extremely like approachable, you know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
he is, cool, calm, collected, that type of shit,
Oh
that is
yeah,
purely a front. That is not who he really is.
no.
Uh and
Well,
I
it could
find
be
it
a part of him. He could
yeah.
have like two in one, but because that's the thing with abusive relationships. Sorry, I didn't mean to
Oh, no, you're fine, you're fine.
cut you off. I know I'll forget this, but another life lesson number two from your former therapist. Um, with abusive relationships, the thing that happens is like, well, why don't you just leave? The thing is, when you get into an abusive relationship, it's not just like you meet them, they're like, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. It's like, no, you meet them, they're a charming person, they draw you in. One of the tactics is like, they kind of start to mimic the way that you are. They kind of like try to become as similar to you as they can to make you feel comfortable and like relatable and safe and stuff. And then once you have that kind of connection established, it's not right away. It's very gradual. Like they'll wear a mask, and then there'll be like a little thing that happens. And it won't be like a really big thing, but it'll be like, I don't know how I feel about like what you wore to that party. I don't know, like,
Just a little
I'm
comment.
I'm fine with it, but like, man, I wonder if like other people saw you as like some sort of like, easy score or something. I mean, I'm not saying I think that. I just like, I don't know, like maybe next time, like, don't wear something like that, yeah? Like it's like it's like fuck, like you're just like, oh, what the fuck? But it's not like extreme. Like it, maybe
It's
that's not the
basically
best way to put
pushing
it,
the
but it's like,
envelope. It's like
yeah,
it's like so that type of shit is just it's just a manipulation tactic so that basically
yeah,
if they say that the first time but it's not too extreme, then you're not going to
yeah.
think too much of it. But
They
because that
ease
it's
you into it,
planted.
like normal behavior. Like this is now like they push it a little bit further and
Yes.
further.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah, so it's
Mm,
like they do that the one time, and then the next
yeah,
time they either equal that or they push it just a little bit more. And over the course of time, like days, weeks, months, years, whatever, eventually that
yeah,
little comment is now turning into go slit your fucking throat, you stupid fucking whore. So it
yeah,
eventually like turns into that over time. But because it doesn't happen right away, that's the manipulation part.
yeah,
Your brain is trained. That's like the grooming part as well. Your brain is trained to deal with that shit. It's trained to
yeah.
accept it. So then over
And they like
time,
normalize it,
yes.
like too. That's like another part of it is like they'll do it for like a long time, and they won't start exchange. They'll start at like maybe like 5%, 5%, 10%, 10%. Then maybe it goes back to 5, and then maybe like the next time it goes to 15, and then it's like they just normalize it and they build it up a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more to the point where it's like, like put the frog in boiling water, it'll jump out, but put the
Yes.
frog in
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
regular temperature, heat it up, it'll just fucking stay there until it dies. Kind of like that, I think.
One
And the oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say one point you brought up was that these type of people like really care about their image. They value their image
Yeah.
over everything else, and I think that's very very like to me that is very hilarious because his image is an out of work, jobless 29-year-old living with his mom, and he has no future and no education, and that is who he really is as a person. Like he is not this tough guy. Who he is a person still relying on his mother to live, and like the fact that he is so obsessed with his image online, that just to me is a clear indication of how insecure he actually is. In my dealings with him, I have found him to be beyond this like vomit, like nuclear vomit exterior. He is an extremely frail and fragile individual. He will let the slightest comment completely
Oh
destroy
yeah.
him inside.
Yeah, like you'll accidentally push him, he'll fucking stab you in return. Like it is extreme, like the response. And then he'll be like, how could you do that to me? I mean, you
Yeah.
pushed me. What else could I have done in response? And it's like that's a constant thing that he does.
Yeah, he will
Um,
constantly play the victim to
yeah.
again get people to feel empathetic towards him. Like his entire
Yeah.
life, his entire personality is about lying and manipulation. Like his
Yeah, and
entire
he's really
personality.
fucking good at it if you're
Hmm.
not careful.
Hmm.
And I guess like this kind of goes back into why I want to talk about this. I don't ever want to see any woman ever be a victim of this shit. I did talk to him, which is where he got his grand delusion that we're on excellent terms. We are not. I'll get into that a little bit later when I get to that part. But like, I want it to be known to any woman that ever comes across him. He might be chill, charming, whatever, super understanding, super empathetic. I, especially with some of the recent stuff, some of the Discord messages that I have read, I don't think he's changed.
Mm.
I was very hopeful that he had grown, but I don't think he has.
No, he is not.
Some of the shit he wrote to me, like, man, that shit took me out for like a fucking week, and it was. just like fucking hard to process. I did not expect to be like, what the fuck did I just fucking read?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll get into that too. Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry. Okay.
So
So yeah.
did you so you guys met in high school?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I was 17 and a half when we met. And yeah, and then after League, I added him and I was like, oh, this guy's funny. And I wanted to hang out with him. Like, there wasn't any sort of like romantic thing. There was just like an interest. I was like, oh, like this seems like a cool person. And like, oh, yeah. And like, into my whole social outcast thing, I didn't have friends in real life. I had friend, singular,
Yeah.
not plural. My family wasn't extremely supportive, and the online was the only place for me to be able to get that kind of social interaction that I so desperately needed and wanted. So when I met him, like, I was like, oh, this guy's funny, seems like interesting, like I want to play games with him, I want to have friends, like, that was the way that I was able to have that kind of like normalcy, I guess, in my life. And yeah, so didn't have romantic feelings in the beginning, but then like during the summer, so I met him in like May something, so end of school year. During the summer, really got to know each other. So we back when Skype was a thing, added
Oh
him on
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Skype. Yeah, oh man, those days. Oof. And we just like at first it was like a little bit slow, but then like you talk more and more, you start talking more and more, you get to know the person, and we ended up getting a lot closer, and I ended up sharing a lot about myself. And this is important for the future of what I'm going to talk about, but I ended up opening up a lot about myself in my life. Over time, like, told him, like, my insecurities, some of my, like, deepest insecurities that I had, my issues with social anxiety, my feelings of being like a loser. My mom made me feel pretty worthless, you know. Yeah, fuck it. So I wasn't born in America. I don't have an accent, but I immigrated to America when I was 8 from Belarus, and had a pretty traditional, parent, and she was like, if you don't get all A's, you're gonna work in
Mm,
McDonald's. And I
okay.
was like, my mom makes me feel so stupid all the time if it's not perfect. So like if I get a B, that's good enough, but it's like, oh, I see you got a B. Good job. Why wasn't an A though? And it's always like never good enough type of thing. So that really fucks with a child's brain, like it's like, even if I did my best, it's like, well, why didn't you get an A? And it's like, I don't know, I guess I'm just a fucking stupid, dumb moron idiot that will never amount to anything. Is that what you want to hear? Like, what do you want me to fucking answer to that, mom? Like, what do you want me to say? And it's like, you can't do anything in that situation. So I opened him to him about that. That really affected me when I was younger. And yeah, he just kind of got to slowly know all of that about me. And yeah, he knew my deepest, darkest insecurities. And I already had low self esteem. Remember this, kids,
Whew.
for later.
Yeah.
Foreshadowing is a literary thing. Fucking H. Bomber guy reference, sorry. But yeah, foreshadowing to the future. And then I started developing a crush on him. And but I didn't tell him, and I was like, I don't think I'm gonna tell him, because even at that age, I was very aware, like, online dating, like,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, like, I, it can work, but like, when it's just
And this was
online,
what,
and
like
it's,
11 years ago, right?
oh God, fuck me, 2013, yeah,
Yeah,
2013,
okay. So this was
you
like
know,
11 years ago. Okay, yeah.
yeah, oh my fuck, oh Jesus, 11 years, huh?
Yeah.
Uh, oh, okay, so yeah, so I was like, man, like I really like this guy, but like he's all the way across the United States. Like, it'll never work. It'll never work. 'Tis a pipe dream or whatever. And I didn't tell him, but I did end up developing a crush on him. And he told me about himself. He and I are essentially the same age. Both have birthdays in September. My birthday is first, and his birthday is after mine. But yeah, basically the same age. And he was like, oh yeah, like finishing high school, graduated. And he told me that he got accepted to NYU. And I was like, oh, wow, that's pretty cool. You're going to college. I wasn't going to college because I didn't apply.
Mm.
But I
I
was
didn't go to
like,
college either.
yeah,
I didn't have money.
look at
so
us.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a scam anyway. College is a scam.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah, fuck college.
Yeah.
And, I was also pretty undecided and also dealing with a lot of shit. But yeah, college for some people wasn't really for me.
Did he actually go to college, or were you going to get into that later?
Sure, I will get into that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm going on tangent. I'm sorry. See, this is
Oh,
like
no, you're
the
fine.
problem. I just ramble. I got accepted to NYU. I'm not entirely sure, but I think like I remember, looking up NYU, and I was like, oh damn, that's a pretty like good college, like or university. Like damn, like you got accepted to NYU. Like, look at this guy go. And I was like, this guy is way more accomplished than me. He's way cooler than me. Like, holy shit. And I just remember being like, oh, yeah, that's cool. Like, super happy for you. And, yeah, so, ended up talking. And I remember, this is the first crazy fucking lie that he told me, right?
Okay.
Or actually, I don't know if he told me this before or after, but, and I can't believe I believed this. This is like a random thing. I remember like asking about his family and like his dad and stuff, and he told me that his dad was a fucking kingpin. And I remember being like, what the fuck is a kingpin?
A
But
kingpin?
Like, yeah. His dad is not a kingpin, but like, yeah, my dad is like involved in like high crime. And I was like, whoa, holy shit. And he's like, yeah, it's pretty like hardcore and like, oh, dude, he fucking told me, like, yeah, like, I remember, like, me and my dad were, like, hanging out, and then, like, these fucking dudes just, like, started shooting at us, and it could have gotten shot, and it was, like, fucking crazy situation, and I was like, holy shit.
He actually said all this to you?
Yeah. I remember, like, asking him, like, because I wanted to know about his life, I told him a lot about my life, and I was like, tell me about your life. And, I think because he didn't really have a lot going on in his life, he made these extravagant lies, and I think it's honestly more humorous. Or one of the more humorous lies that he told me, but yeah, I just remember being like, holy shit, I actually believed him when he said his dad was a fucking kingpin. And I remember he used the word kingpin, because I remember I didn't know what the fuck that meant, and I was like, what is a kingpin? You don't know what a kingpin is? And I was like, no, I don't know what a kingpin is. Tell me. And yeah, that's why I remember that one.
Yeah, to my knowledge, his dad has never been in his life. Now, obviously, I can't confirm that with 100%, but when my PI ran an advanced person search on him, he couldn't find anything about his father. So you'll probably know more about that. If you do, you can, I guess, talk about it later or whatever. But as far as I know, I have no information on his actual father.
Yeah. I don't really know too much about his dad. Like, I think the most I can say is, like, I don't think they're super close or were ever close, but yeah, that's about it. Like, I don't have a lot of...
Well, his dad's probably on the run
memories.
because he's a kingpin.
Yeah,
so
because he's a kingpin,
Yeah.
I bet he was just like, when I asked him that question, he was like, have you ever played League of Legends, out of curiosity?
I played very briefly years and years and years ago.
Okay. So, do you know the character Twitch?
No, I do not.
He's like this little rat character, and he has a skin in game where it's like Kingpin Twitch. And I was like, I bet when I asked him that question, he was like playing, Twitch, and he was like, oh shit, I gotta think of something. You just see the skin. Like, yeah, my dad's. I don't know. That's like that's me just making fun of the situation because it's a ridiculous lie to tell.
Okay.
But, it's like, my dad is king. But yeah, I don't know. That was one of the first crazy lies that he told me. But yeah, so summer came to an end. School was starting. I wasn't going to school because I was, living my life. And he started going to NYU, and he would like go offline. He'll be like, "All right, I gotta go to school," and he would go offline like for an amount, like I don't remember how many hours, but I just remember being like it would be hours at a time until he would return home from class, and he would just like do that consistently to he, spoilers, he didn't go to NYU. Okay, that was a
Okay.
fucking lie. But he would commit to the lie. And that's what I meant when I said like he's extremely convincing because his lies are so detailed and he commits to that shit.
Hmm.
He would go offline for hours, like you know, weeks like weeks at a time, like
Oh, he
just
would
like
die for the lies that he tells.
yeah,
Absolutely.
like
Yeah.
it was insane. And I remember when I found that out, I was like, what
How
the
how did you
fuck?
end up
Like
finding it out?
it was later on because I ended up like eventually finding out like one of the lies. I finally cut him out, like the first one. And I was like, dude, you lied to me about this. Like you lied to me about your identity, and then like everything just fell, went into like the open, like everything just he told me everything he lied about, and that was one of the things. But
Oh, so he
yeah,
actually
but
so he actually confessed to you about the
yeah,
college
because
stuff?
I finally caught him in a lie. Yeah, and
Oh, I
like I
see.
was like, you lied to me about this. Like, he literally lied to me about his identity.
Hmm.
Yeah, because like I guess like again like so I like sent him pictures of my face and stuff because like, he's like, oh, what do you look like? And you're kids, teenagers. And I
Hmm.
was like, oh, this is me, and I sent him like selfies and me hanging out with my friend and all this other stuff. And I was like, what do you look like? And dude, this motherfucker, fuck, I don't want to. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna try to be like cordial and civil,
I mean,
kind of.
honestly, you can be as savage as fucking possible because fuck him. What's he gonna do? Nothing. He's just gonna sit there and take it like a little bitch. So no, you say what's on your mind.
He fucking went. I was like, I sent him pictures of my face, right? And he's black, right? But he was so terrified and ashamed, I guess, like of his race that he thought that I would judge him. Which one, back then, before any of the fucked up shit happened, I would have never fucking judged him for that. But I understand it's like an internal struggle, so I'm not gonna fault him for that. I understand that he was afraid. But the thing that but his action, that's the wrong part. He literally went to like some random dude that he went to high school with, to his Facebook, and he like basically catfished me and sent me pictures of this random fucking dude that he used to go to high school with. And he's like, this is what I look like. So
Holy
for like the
fuck.
first like maybe like 6 months or so of knowing him, I thought he looked a certain way when he fully knew what I fucking looked like. And he would just be like, this is me. This is me. And I would be like, I totally fucking thought that it was him, but it wasn't. And this isn't like an extreme thing, but it's just like from the get-go, like everything he fucking told me about his life was a fucking lie.
I mean, I don't know. That's pretty
So
extreme to me.
it's
I think it's
fucked up
very
because it's like I
extreme.
sent you pictures of my face, and
Yeah.
it's like I I don't know. It's like what I look like, and it's like you don't have the decency to be like, this is what I look like. Like I think that's a shitty thing to do. But yeah, but he basically catfished me, and I thought he looked a very specific way, and he didn't, and I wouldn't have given a shit. But
Hmm.
it's like he was so terrified or ashamed, or he's told me like he was bullied before. So like I don't fault him for that, but I fault him for like what he
Yeah, I
told me.
mean that
Like
doesn't
I
give
would
an
have,
excuse for catfishing you. Like he could have
yeah,
easily said, "I don't feel comfortable sending you a picture," but instead he
yeah,
lied to
like
you and he sent you a picture of someone else, and he
yeah,
created this false narrative. That's just another manipulation tactic.
yeah. And it's just like my dad's a kingpin, going to NYU. This is what I look like. Everything he told me about his life was a lie. So
Hmm.
here's the next thing he told me. So, me and him are talking.
And
I've
this is all
developed a
before you started
crush.
dating.
Yeah, before I started
Okay.
dating.
Okay. All right.
I remember the day that we did start dating. and it's fucking crazy. You're gonna think it's fucking crazy because it is fucking crazy. And so it was like, I don't know if it was like a few weeks, but basically, I'll say like, beginning of September, right? I think that's like when classes normally start, but it was like around September, a few weeks in, and he's like, going to college and class, telling me about his day, and he's like, oh, like, it's weird. I'm getting used to it in classes. I'm doing my best, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, cool. You're doing things with your life. I'm not doing anything with my life. But I was like, hey, that's awesome. Good for you. And then he was like, yeah, and like, I met this girl named Kelsey. And I'm like, what? And like, I haven't told him that I liked him yet. I was
Mm-hmm.
just like, had this fat ass crush on him. And I was like, oh. And I didn't want to be a piece of shit. So I just like did I was a simp, right? So I was like, trying to be like super supportive and cool when I was like fucking Kelsey, right? But
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I
Okay.
was like, oh,
Yeah.
Kelsey, cool. And
Yeah.
she's like, yeah, like she's this like really cute girl. And like we started talking, and I was like, oh, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you.
Did did
Oh,
did Kelsey even exist?
I'll get to that.
Oh,
Fucking
that's a
shit.
story? Kelsey's okay,
Kelsey
all right.
Gate,
Now you
yeah,
didn't tell me
Kelsey
this. All
Gate.
right, all
Let's
right.
let's make it a thing.
All right. I'm on
Kelsey
the edge of my
Gate.
I'm gonna add one of these
Fucking
bullet points here.
Kelsey, man.
Kelsey. All right.
Yeah,
Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Kelsey. Oh my fucking god, I'm trying hard not to cringe. But okay, so and he built this up. Like this wasn't like a 1 or 2 day thing. It was like maybe like a few weeks of him like telling me about like this girl Kelsey that he met, and he's like, "Oh, she's so cute," and I'm like, "Oh, that's awesome! Like you should ask her out and like all this stuff." And I was like dying on the inside, right? But I was like, "Oh no, like I don't want to be shitty. I don't want to be mean." And I was like encouraging him, like, "Oh, talk to her." And he's like, "Oh, I really want to. She seems to be really interested, but like she has a boyfriend." And it's like, "I can't do that." And I was like, "Oh no, that sucks so much that she has a boyfriend."
Yeah.
But he's
Okay.
like, but he was like, "But she's like talking to me like a lot. Like she always wants to talk to me. She always wants to like hang out with me or around me. Like every time I see her, and it's just like weird because she has a boyfriend. It's like, why would you do that if you have a boyfriend?" And I was like, "Oh, that is weird." But essentially, this all ended up building up to one night. And I was just like sitting at my Skype, because he told me, he's like, so, uh, you know, prior to him being offline, he's like, oh, I'm going to go hang out with Kelsey today because she really wanted me to go hang out with her. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. Have fun. Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And she's like, dude, she invited me to her dorm room because he wasn't living in the dorms. He was living at home and he was just going to NYU, right? Going to
Okay.
classes. So it's like,
Supposedly.
dude, yeah, so,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
allegedly,
Allegedly. All right.
that's ignorant. uh, but yeah, he's like, dude, Kelsey invited me to her dorm room. He's like, what do I do? And I was like, go, and all this stuff. So I'm sitting at Skype, he's offline. I'm heartbroken because I'm like, oh my god, I like this guy so much, but he has this girl in real life that he really likes. And she invited him to her dorm room. Like, she has a boyfriend, yeah, she's being a shitty person, but it's like, what can I fucking do? Like, I am a random, and my self-esteem was low, and I was
Mm-hmm.
like, I'm a random fucking, and I thought nothing, like, I was like, I'm not interesting, I am not unique, I am not anything, like, I was like, I cannot even begin to compare to that, right? And I was just like sitting, and I was like, I guess I'll just wait until he's back, maybe he wants to play some League or something. And like, he's probably gonna fucking hook up with Kelsey, or maybe she'll break up with her boyfriend. So I'm sitting, heartbroken, and then I see him pop online, and I was like, oh my god, like he's online. He's like, Katie, I have to talk to you. And I was like, what happened? He's like, Katie, so I was over at Kelsey's, and he's like, and like me and her, like I think they were watching like an anime, I don't know, maybe Dragon Ball or something. Like she was like a cool girl too, Kelsey was into like Dragon Ball and all this
Of
shit
course.
and
Of course. Yeah.
whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she's like, and he was like, yeah, like me and her were like, she's like, hey, like let's watch Dragon Ball, and he's like, me and her were on her bed, and like she ended up like sitting against me, and like like her ass was rubbing against my dick, and I was like, oh my god, oh my god. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, yeah. And he's like, but, and I was like, but, he's like, I ran out of like I told her I had to, like, or no, he's like, I told Kelsey I'll be right back. And then I went to the bathroom and I jacked off in the bathroom. And then I went straight home because he's like, I don't love Kelsey. I like another girl. And he basically like confessed to me that he's like, you know, he had this chance with Kelsey and they were about to hit it off, right? But instead, he chose me. Like, he was
Oh,
about to
okay.
nut, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? He was about to get some. But instead, he went to the bathroom and fucking nutted in the bathroom and he went back home. Dude, I know. Dude, fuck me. Dude, fuck my fucking life. I don't know. It's fucking crazy.
Oh god, okay.
Um,
I mean, the
he's
important
like,
part is years later you realize the cringe. That's the
yeah.
important part. That's how you
But
recognize
dude,
growth.
fuck. For like, cause I was like, you know, like, maybe like I was like barely 18, like I had no life experience. I was like, I'm nobody, I'm not interesting, I'm a loser, blah 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 blah. To have someone say that to you was like, oh my god. Like I felt so fucking special in that
Mm-hmm.
moment. Like
Yeah.
I shit you not. Like right now I cringe and I want to just never be like, ah, did it happen? Did it happen? That was not a thing that ever happened. Like, but back then, that was like the most fucking romantic, selfless, like thing that someone could fucking
Yeah.
do. And
I
I
mean the
was so like enamored, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, like I mean, I've been through similar. Well, okay, I mean, a similar situation in the fact that it's like a similar mentality. You know what I mean? That someone has done an act that you felt that was like completely
Yeah.
over the top and completely unanticipated and filled with positivity and like potentially
Yeah.
love and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, I just remember like he wrote that to me. And I just remember because I remember the feeling and the ridiculousness of it, right? Because like, yeah, her ass was rubbing against my dick, and I was like, oh my god, I want you so badly, but then I left to go to the bathroom, and I told her I'd be right back, but then I just left her, like, hanging, like, high and dry, and, like, you know, like, and then I had to go home, and then, like, he confessed his feelings to me, and I was like, oh my god,
I don't.
wow.
I don't mean to nitpick, but if he was actually genuine, he wouldn't have jacked off first before he left. I just want to point that out, that even in the lie, he still jacked off before he left.
Yeah,
It's
like,
just very funny to me.
it, there's some parts where people are gonna be like, are you fucking, how could you fall for that? Like, and I'll
I
get
mean,
to
young and
another
dumb,
one. Yeah.
inexperienced, that type of shit.
No critical thinking. I shit you
Yeah.
not.
So okay, uh, so what about Kelsey? Like, did she even exist? Did she like?
No, Kelsey was not real. But for the
Okay.
first 6 months or so, I'll just give or take 6 months, I thought she was. And he very much acted like she was real. So, you know, spoilers again, she wasn't real.
How did you
And
find out she
he
wasn't real? Did he tell you?
Um, it was like, I don't know if it was like when I found out about the college thing, that the college thing wasn't real either. But like once I kind of got accustomed to his lies, I would just like be like, okay, you told me this, but that doesn't add up. And I don't know if it was like during that moment, but eventually I kept like catching him in lies and like he knew he couldn't lie to me anymore and just like one of those times like he's like, yeah, Kelsey's not real by the way. It's like, oh
Oh,
fuck me.
wow. That is
Yeah, but it
fucking
wasn't for
nuts.
like, I thought she was real for the next months of my life, like, and he acted like she was real.
Okay,
um
so more or less it was like, okay, so he starts with a very small lie. Then he
yeah,
will like basically take that lie and make it bigger and bigger and bigger, but he does it slowly over time so that you become accustomed to it, you deal with it, and then when you finally catch him on it, because you've been dealing with it for so long, you're more or less used to it. You already think he's lying, he just hasn't admitted it, so that when he finally does admit the lie, it's not as impactful. In well, it's not as impactful because it's kind of like, the frog in boiling water. So if he would have straight up admitted it from the start, it would have been like, holy shit, why would you lie about that? But the fact that it happened slowly over time, that initial shock has then dwindled, essentially.
Oh, Kelsey Gate kind of is a contributing factor to I guess like the first kind of really dark part of the story. But yeah, so previously on Katie's fucked up life. Yeah, so he confessed to me. I was like head over heels. I was like, oh my god, like you like me, holy shit, I like you too, and I wanted to tell you for like all these months because we've been,
Mm-hmm.
like watching, like I watched all of Lost for him, and I fucking hated that show so much. But he was like this is like the thing. This is like the honeymoon phase, right? Like this is
Mm-hmm.
like the part
Mm-hmm.
of like this like romantic image that like made it really hard to let go. But during the summer and we were getting to know each other, like it's like, oh, do you want to watch shows? And it's like, yeah, let's watch shows. And like he loved Lost. That was like one of his favorite shows ever. And he's like, do you want to watch it? And I was like, like by that time I had a crush on him, and I was like, of course I want to
Yeah,
watch
yeah, yeah.
shows with you. So
You'll
I was
watch
like, yeah,
anything.
let's
Yeah, yeah.
anything. And I
Mm.
remember watching like the first episode, and I was like, okay, it's like a good mystery. It's all right. And I remember like, like end of season 1, I was like, this is the most boring fucking show I've ever seen. I fucking hate this show. But the thing is, I liked him so much back then that I
Mm-hmm.
was just like, as long as like there's like a reason for us to like spend time with each other.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
watched all 6 or 7 seasons of it,
Ooh.
and I pretended like I was like really like interested in it, and I was like, oh dude, oh the smoke monster and like this character. I mean, what? And he was like, I know, right? I know. And I was like, yeah, dude. And I just like faked this like interest and excitement because I was like, I just want to hang out with you.
Yeah.
But like that was like part of like it was like a cute thing, right? Like it was part of like this fucking built up thing, and like yeah, and like he confessed to me, and I was like, oh my god, like I like developed this crush on you, and like I liked you, I also like you so much, and like I wanted to tell you, but I also was like, this is internet, it's like it's not real life, and like I get it, and it's like, and also Kelsey, and like I didn't want to like fucking, I get it, like I am online, she is real. But he's like, no, no, like you're so much more cooler, and
Well,
like
yeah, you're
the
lost in
pick.
or you're watching Lost with him. Yeah.
Yeah, like the pick me in me when he was, because I used to be a pick me, like, uh, blah. But like the pick me in me was like, you're not like the other girls, Katie, and I was
Mm-hmm.
like, oh shit, I was like
That
fucking
is
picking
so.
out wedding dress, you know what I mean? Like it was that easy.
Yeah, like he is. I mean, just from what you're telling me, he is fully aware of his manipulation and grooming that he's doing to you. He is making you feel a specific way so that he can use that against you later. And with him,
If there was like a this like maniacal, is that a word?
yeah, oh yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
if there's like this like evil grand plan of like I'm going to abuse her later. Like I have to think like there have to be some parts of it that were genuine. And I think it's just like from my honest opinion, I don't even think he knows that he's manipulating when he's manipulating. Like anyone that's like, third person look into the situations like this is clearly manipulative behavior. But like to be fully honest, I don't think he knows or thinks that it's manipulative behavior, which I think is like part of the reason why it's really hard for him to accept that he has any sort of wrongdoing,
Hmm.
because I don't think he understands, or at least back then he didn't understand or think that what I'm doing is extremely fucking manipulative.
Yeah.
I think like some parts of it, like it's like a warped reality, but to him it's not warped. It's
Yeah.
just reality.
Well, he
I
is completely
think like that's
delusional.
like a part of it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think
Yeah.
like he gets into these like extravagant daydreams, and I think he kind of like builds reality or his reality around those daydreams, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's just like that's him living lies. Like his whole
Yeah.
persona is about lying and manipulating things. So he does it so much that he will live a lie. And
Lionel, lie.
yeah, yeah.
Coincidence? I think not.
Yeah. So
Your Honor, Exhibit A.
yeah.
Sorry, sorry.
Yeah,
Uh,
so he will live these lies. And
yeah,
because he does this so much, he will start to like he is just delusional and he will start to
yeah.
believe that these lies are actually real. Like they will blend reality and, fiction, and
I
that is
think
his
so.
life.
Yeah, I think like that's his coping mechanism, and I'll Walmart therapist that a little bit later on because I do have some theories about how and why it got to the point that it has with him. But yeah, essentially, he gets into these really, really fucking elaborate lies. And I think if I had more experience, a little bit more of that, like, danger, danger
Hmm.
voice, like back then, I would have been able to see it right away. But I didn't. So, NYU, completely real. Kingpin, completely real. Identity, completely real. Kelsey, completely real. I was like, yep, nothing wrong here, officer.
Hmm.
Like, just everything's cool, but it was not, you know. So yeah, so we start dating, and um I don't know if like I can't tell like a specific time that he started doing this, but um he did tell me that like that there were like messages I remember between me and him where he would be like, "Oh my god, like Kelsey is acting like a crazy bitch. Like she's acting like an obsessed psycho, and like she's like messaging me like constantly, being like, what the fuck?" And like, just like almost like a stalking, obsessed behavior of like a crazed girl,
Oh,
Yeah, like he was
wow.
like kind of
Okay.
he was putting those breadcrumbs there because he would talk about it
Oh,
like casually, like, dude, like Kelsey like totally like fucking messaged me like some crazy shit, and I was like, what the fuck?
that's
And
actually
like,
that's insane foreshadowing. Like what the fuck?
yeah, yeah, because like that plays into like a bigger thing, and I don't know if he planned it from the start or I don't know, but like it fits all like once I get to the first really big fucked up thing he did to me, like it seems random, right, that I'm saying this, but like all of this shit fits so well together that I'm like, at least for this specific thing, it feels like a carefully curated plan to fucking manipulate me. But
Hmm.
basically, like he would like drop these like little like casual tidbits of like, oh dude, crazy's or Kelsey's a totally like crazy bitch, and of course like me, like I felt threatened already. I'm like, the fact that she's like, she also likes him, that's a competition. And I was like, what the fuck? And it's like, she wants him. And I was like, super, like, anxious about, like, the fact that, she's trying to go after him. And I was like, well, shit. But, like, he was reassuring me. He was like, no, like, I don't give a fuck about her. Like, I think she's totally fucking crazy. And I was like, oh, okay, like, good. Yeah, good, good, good. Yeah. Okay, so, foreshadowing for later. And then another thing that ended up happening is so at that time, I actually don't know if his sister was living with him, but um from that time it was him, his mom, and his sister. And when he would go off to college, his mischievous older sister would hop on
Mm.
his Skype account. And this is where I look back on it, and this is like, you could have fucking cracked this, like, if you just thought about it for more than a few seconds. But she would hop on Skype and be like, hee hee hee, what is my little brother doing? Hee hee hee, I'm a bigger sister, hee hee hee. right? Like,
So
our
you don't
older
actually
sister.
know if, or sorry to interrupt, but you don't actually know if his sister even lived with him during this time.
Yeah, no idea. She could have not. Honestly, I don't quite know, but
Okay.
you know, from what he told me, she did live with them, right? So I don't know if she actually ever did at that time, or you know, but yeah, but basically his sister would hop on his Skype account and be like, you know, like, why is my brother on the computer so much, like doing these calls, or you know, saying like laughing or whatever, like what is he up to? So his sister and I got to talking, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, you know, I was like, hee hee hee, like, look at us being so sneaky, like, look at us girlies being
Mm-hmm.
sneaky, right? And, you know, I would like confide in her and stuff, and me and her would just like talk about stuff. She would ask me about me. She's like, oh, like, wow, it seems like my brother actually really likes you. And I was like, oh my gosh, really? He does? And I was like excited, and I was like, you know, girl talk, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and I confided in her, and like I talked to her about things, and essentially um basically it was like a bunch of times. Like it wasn't just like once or twice she did it. It was like a bunch of times over maybe like 2, 3 weeks, right? That um she would just like hop on to her brother's Skype when he would be off to college. And the thing that like, God, I wish I fucking thought about this, but like you could see the fucking messages, because she would message me and I would message her, right? But I would be like, oh my god, what if he finds out that we're talking, and like what if he gets mad at me? And she's like, no, don't worry, I'll just like clear the history. And I just like,
Yeah. You just believed
I'm
everything.
so mad at myself, because it's like, even if I don't remember, if I think it did delete all the messages. So if you cleared history, it would delete all the messages that you had with that person.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like, if she did do that, when Lionel would get back, why did he never ask, like, why the fuck are all of our messages gone?
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
just never connected those two fucking things. And I thought, like, we were totally fine, we were totally sneaky, and, like, she was doing her part, due diligence, and I was like, oh yeah, it's totally fine. But, essentially, um, me and his sister talking, it got to the point where there was a day where Kelsey was like, you know, Kelsey's back in the picture, and she
Jesus.
was like,
This
yeah,
is so
fucking
fucked. Okay.
Kelsey, damn you, Kelsey. But it was basically like she kept on like messaging him, and like she wouldn't leave him alone, and like, oh, yeah, I remember. So one day he like got back, and he was like talking to me, and he's like, dude, Kelsey added me on Skype, and she just randomly sent me a bunch of her fucking nudes. And I was like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, yeah, dude, like, holy shit. Like, oh, well, like, what the fuck is wrong with her? And I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, extremely like, I was like really scared, because I'm like, this random girl in real life just, she's like, she's all over him. She wants him, and she just sent him a bunch of her nudes. And the reason why that was really scary was because um I had never had any sort of like sexual contact with a guy before Lionel. Like, I was scared to even hug a guy in real life, and that was because of like some childhood trauma that ended up making me really awkward and totally not comfortable with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was terrified to like hug a guy. Like, I was like, nope, can't do it, right? And that's not like I was against it, but like, um, you know, him and I like talked about it, and I told him, I was like, I don't think I'm ready right now. And I remember being like, you know, like, it's not that I don't want to or that I don't like you, but like I've never done anything like that with a guy before. And
And this was before the
like,
Kelsey stuff, right? Or like this was, or sorry, this was
oh
before
yeah,
the
yeah,
sister
sorry,
stuff,
yeah.
right?
So yeah, so this was like before Kelsey sent him a bunch of her nudes. Me,
Yeah.
like, he was like interested. Like, I don't remember exactly how the topic got brought up, but
Mm-hmm.
like, you know, like we were talking about it, and he was like, "Oh, like I would love to grease your fucking
Yeah,
pits,
so
you
he
know."
probably
Thing.
wanted you to send him shit, but
Yep.
uh
I told him I wasn't ready,
yes,
right?
yeah,
So
so you told him that, so then he makes up this, so then he uses his previous lie about Kelsey, and then he
yeah,
pretends to jump on his Skype acting as his sister,
yeah,
which is like fucking beyond fucked up and pathetic. So he
fucking
so
insane.
basically he
Like,
has two lies going at the same time.
oh
The
yeah,
Kelsey lie, him pretending to be his sister. So with those two combined, this is to manipulate you into thinking, "Oh my god, I'm going to lose Lionel if I don't send him my nudes too."
yeah. So essentially, yeah. So Kelsey added him on Skype, sent him a bunch of her nudes. I felt extremely threatened. I was
Mhm.
scared because I was like, I know me and him talked about it. I told him I wasn't ready. I was like, maybe by Christmas I'll be able to do something. It wasn't like Christmas, but it was like maybe like closer to October, like around October, right? So, um, yeah, and essentially, you know, Kelsey did her crazy bitch thing, and then like, I don't know if it was the same day or the next day, but like, you know, he ended up going to class, and then like his sneaky sister jumps onto Skype, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so glad you're here. I need to talk to you about something.
You know,
She's
that's a
like, dude,
big
what is?
that's a sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but
Oh,
that's
you're okay.
actually so basically earlier you mentioned that he would go offline
Yeah,
when he would pretend to go. Okay, so essentially, he probably really hated doing that, but he needed
yeah,
to do it to create this illusion. So over
mm-hmm.
time, he probably was like, hey, maybe if I just do this, I can accomplish two things at once. I can,
And
one,
also get me
pretend to
to
be,
spill
yeah,
girl
so
secrets because I'm talking to his sister, so I'm more comfortable. So get stuff out of me, like information.
yeah, so he can not only
You know.
pretend that he's going to college, but also be online
Yeah.
at the same time. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, so his sister's like, dude, what's going on? Like, you know, like I don't remember how she was aware of Kelsey, but apparently she knew that Kelsey was like being a crazy bitch. I don't know. I think it was like maybe it was like something like she keeps like blowing up his phone, like keeps getting all these calls, and like he was talking to me about like I think it was like, you know, like he was like sitting like during breakfast or something, and like him and his sister are talking, and like he told her like, oh, dude, this fucking girl Kelsey like keeps trying to hop on my dick, but like, oh, I'm not trying to. She's like, yeah, like he was like talking about this girl Kelsey, like what's going on? And I was like, dude, I don't know, but like she added him on Skype and she sent him a bunch of nudes, and I was like, I don't know, because like I feel really threatened and I feel really insecure and like I'm scared because like she did that and me and him were talking about it and like I told him I wasn't ready, but like now that she did it and like she's in real life and like I don't know what to do. And this is the fucked up part because this was him typing this shit to me,
Yeah,
right?
this was him the whole time.
Yeah, this was
Yeah.
him the whole time. If you're listening to this, Lionel, because I know you are, you're like, oh my god, how could she be talking about all this personal shit and all these fucking details that are really embarrassing? Because you did this shit to me. And this isn't even close. This is like the more, like, the the easygoing stuff of fucked up shit that you did to me. But essentially, I was really worried. I was anxious. I was scared of losing him. I confided in his sister, and she ended up typing to me. She's like, well, I don't really know what to tell you. Because, like, you know, this Kelsey girl, she's in real life. And, like, he can get her right now if he wanted to. Like, she's ready there for him. But you're online. Like, I'm sorry, but you just don't really compare to that. Like, honestly, like, if you really want to stand a chance, I think you gotta send him stuff. And that put me into fucking fear mode overdrive because I had this like built up trust with his sister,
Mm-hmm.
you know, girl, like girl connection, right? And I took that shit to heart. And I was not ready to do this. I
This
did not want to do this, but I ended up going to the bathroom and it was just like frantic, like I wasn't even trying to be sexy. It was just like frantic panic, Like, I have to do this. I need to do this. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking lose him. I need to fucking do this. It wasn't like I'm trying to be like sexy or whatever for my boyfriend. It was like, oh my fucking god, he's gonna fucking leave me type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up doing that. And I panic sent him a bunch of pictures because I thought I was gonna fucking lose him. Because of what his sister wrote to me,
So
which
this,
was him.
yeah, this is like
Yeah.
multiple layers of fucked up because so okay, so I guess the first thing is that he's already been lying to you and catfishing you about like you know things in his life and just basically lying to you about a shit ton of stuff. And then so
Yeah.
okay, so there's that. And then you have put your trust into what you perceive as another person, his sister. So you have not only
Yeah.
put your trust in him, but also his sister, who is imaginary. And you are also threatened by an imaginary woman named Kelsey. So the
Yep.
amount of manipulation and grooming, more importantly, that is going on here is absolutely beyond fucked.
It's a really fucked up thing to do to someone, especially like with like someone that has like fear and uncomfort in like relation to their sexuality, especially someone that isn't experienced or has never done this, like someone, because I needed like time, patience, safety, right? None of that was fucking present. It was like, you either do this
Mm-hmm.
or he's not gonna love you anymore.
Yeah.
And it just like the amount of fucked up that is, and then to learn later on that that is what happened, because I did not know for a while that whole fucking thing was like a carefully crafted fucking lie, like lie on 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 lie, right? I didn't fucking know. And then to later find out, like when you're already kind of like traumatized by that kind of shit, like to later find out that that's what happened. Oh man.
Yeah.
Makes things a lot worse.
It's almost
Makes
like
everything a lot worse.
it's I mean, okay, look, I obviously can't, like, I obviously haven't experienced anything like that. I, I can relate on the like mentality of something that you believing in and it not being true. So like my
Yeah.
example is like I one of my best friends like back in high school and shit, you know, me and him were like basically brothers. Like we lived together, we hung out all the time, you know, back when I was in my band, he was the lead singer of my band. Anyway, the point I'm trying to get at here is that he betrayed me for a woman, and so that it's the betrayal that I can, I guess, relate to. So it's not exactly the same situation, but the feeling of betrayal I can definitely relate to, and that is like just something you do not forget. Like that remain like you learn from that, and you start to trust people less and less just naturally because of that, because of like what happened.
Yeah. There's a lot more that happens in regards to him kind of continuing the pattern of doing certain things. But essentially all of the things that he's done ended up the result of that is I am extremely uncomfortable with my sexuality. And I will talk about I wrote down like a little list of things of in you know in case he's watching this and what he's watching and he's like I just don't get what the big
Oh,
deal
he's
is. I'm
100% going
so
to be watching this.
sorry.
Absolutely.
I'm going to go through the list of how what he has done has affected me, but one of the things is and it took a very long time for me to accept myself, to forgive myself, and all this other shit, but at the most extreme, and there's leftovers of this, it's not it's not as bad as it used to be, and I want to say like I've been able to process most of it, but at the worst of it, the uncomfort and disgust and shame that I felt is like I want to rip my own fucking skin off. Like I want to the topic of like sex and all this shit, like I want someone to flay me because skin is uncomfortable and I don't want it anymore. Take all the skin off of me because that is disgusting and I feel like there's bugs crawling all over me. That is the fucking effect of other actions. That one, the first one that he did to me, in combination, all combining into me feeling that. And I know you're listening to this, and I'm gonna be a little bit mean right now, but fuck you, you stupid, dumb, fucking piece of shit cunt, you stupid motherfucker, you stupid, goddamn fucking piece of shit. You do not begin to understand the amount of embarrassment that I've had when I've tried to have sex with other people afterwards. I have cried afterwards, after I had sex. A simple fucking action that you are supposed to enjoy. A simple, enjoyable human action. I have fucking just, going into it, I'm totally good and okay. Afterwards, bawling my fucking eyes out. Embarrassing. How do you fucking begin to explain that to someone that you just had fucking sex with? How do you begin to fucking explain that? You can't. And they look at you and they don't know what to do. They feel fucking awkward. You feel fucking awkward. And then you feel shamed. And then you feel fucking embarrassed. And then you're like, I just don't ever want to do. I feel nothing. I feel nothing on the inside. I cannot enjoy this. That is what you have fucking done to me. And I hope you feel shame for the rest of your life. You motherfucker, you. Fuck you for doing that. Fuck you. Okay, sorry. Okay, vent over. But yeah, that was the first really bad, dark thing that happened. Whew. Okay, so. Yeah, okay. I kind of lost my train of thought.
Nah, you're fine. Nah, anyone that he has done this to other people as well. And I can tell you, I have got messages and been talking to them, and they want to, like, they want to hear what you have to say. They want to hear your story. They you in a sense are extremely empowering to them. Like you coming out and telling all this, like you are, like, he is not going to get away with this. Not anymore. He's not. Me, we are exposing him for who he truly is, and he will never be able to escape this. Never, for the rest of his life. He will be known as a sexual predator, a groomer, an abuser, a stalker. He will be known for that for the rest of his life. So you coming out and talking about this is insanely powerful for the people that he has affected. And I'm sure that they are extremely grateful from like hearing this from you. So
Sorry, my screen went to sleep. I had to quit the call and enter because my microphone was turned off. But I appreciate that. I just, if he's like, why the fuck are you talking about this? Because I get to fucking talk about this. Because this is what I had to struggle with. Because there's messages where he's like, you have an easy life. You have friends. You're getting fucked. You have it so easy, but I don't have it easy.
he said you're getting fucked.
Yeah, he's like, because, jealousy and all this other shit, and like, back, after the on and off amounts of abuse that I went with him, one of the things that I knew would get to him was me talking to him about other guys, and, all of those guys were failed relationships. They were just fucked up, because I was fucked up, and I don't blame anyone for not being able to handle whatever the fuck I was going through, because I was not in a place where I was processing anything in a healthy way.
I wouldn't say you were fucked up. I would say you were a victim, but,
I guess, like, emotionally fucked up, because emotional instability is one of the effects of all the shit that happened with me and him, but there's messages where he's like, you have it so great. I want him to know I did not have it great, and I lost so many years to trying to undo the fucking damage that he did to me. He's like, you have it great. You're sleeping with other people. You have a job. Like, had a job, and it, I guess
You know what's
another
funny? You
part
bring
is
those
like,
examples in because those are the exact things that he is extremely self conscious of and has always been. He is extremely self conscious of being jobless and being a fucking loser. And he is extremely self
yeah,
conscious sexually and not being able to like perform and all of that shit. That is why he
yeah,
always talks about like humiliating people with like rape and that type of shit.
yeah,
It is because he is extremely self conscious in like his sexual aspect. So you mentioned, okay, so you mentioned that you panic ran to the bathroom and you like sent him
um,
nudes. What exactly happened
yeah.
after that?
So sent him those pictures, and he was like, "Oh my god, I'm so happy you did that. Thank you so much." And I was like, "Yeah, we're good, right?" And he's like, "Of course we are. I like you so much." And I was like, "Oh my god, good. We're good. We're good. Safe. We're safe. 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 Safe." And I was like, "Okay, good. Safe." So, um, yeah, sent him the pictures. After I did that, he was like super happy, and he was like, I was like, "Are we good?" He's like, "Oh, of course we are. I like you so much." And I was like, "Okay, good. Awesome." So I sent him that. Um, Oh, and I guess one of the things that he did a lot in the beginning that he gradually stopped was he used to, so you know how like when he writes, he can write extremely like descriptive like paragraphs, but it's like about the same thing, but like he's
Yes.
able to just like stretch it out into like a fucking college entrance essay.
Yes.
So he used to write like these, and at that point, I thought they were really romantic because, again, low self esteem. I need a lot of validation, right? So he used to write these like extravagant things about how amazing I am, how wonderful I am, and he would go into like these details that like made me feel so fucking special. Like I have never, ever, ever in my life had anyone say that about me.
If you have any
Like
of these examples, let me know and I'll pull it up on screen.
I don't, unfortunately.
Okay,
So a
okay.
lot of
Now
this
I'm just
like
saying going
earlier stuff,
forward, like because I know in that Google or that drive that you uploaded, there is a bunch of examples.
yeah,
So whenever there is, if you just want to link it in our
yeah,
chat, I can pull it up on screen so people know what you're talking about. But anyway,
yeah.
yeah, sorry, go
Actually,
ahead.
I should open it up so when I do talk about it, I can go through it. But yeah. So this was like before the nudes, but like during the honeymoon phase, like when we first started dating, but before the nude stuff, he would write me these like extremely descriptive, extremely detailed messages about how amazing I was and how just like things that made me feel so fucking special. And no one had ever said or written or made me feel that way ever before. So that was like a really big part of the reason why I was scared of losing him because he did that and that shit was like a high. That was
Hmm.
like addicting. It was like, oh my god, this person has made me feel so special and unique and loved and all this other stuff. And that was like part of the formula of like why I was so terrified that like this Kelsey girl was gonna like, take him away from me and stuff, right? So yeah, so he would write me these like extravagant messages, but that was like in the beginning. After I sent him the nudes, like they just became like less and less like almost like non-existent. Like he would write like nice things, but he wouldn't go into like the detail, and I just kind of
Mm.
felt it like fading, and I was like, in hindsight, I understand that it's not his job to solve my abandonment issues or my need for self-validation. That wasn't his job. But like back then, from my perspective, it was like, okay, he's writing all these nice things about me, and now he's not. And that made me feel really scared that I'm like, is he slipping away? And like I was like, oh my god, like
Well, it's because he
but
reached
he's
his goal.
yeah, he got what
Yeah.
he wanted.
Hmm.
In hindsight, yeah, he got to get the pictures. He manipulated me out of sending that, and then he he was just kind of like, oh cool, like I don't got to put in effort anymore, and he just like the effort like it just like started going away, and the more it went away, the more desperate I got for that like attention and validation, because I was so scared that like I was like, oh no, it's like it's slipping, it's gone away, it's not the same anymore. Why isn't it the same? Is he gonna leave me? Is it this? Is it that? And yeah, that's kind of like the feeling that started to begin to build over the next like month and a half ish, I would say. Like
Yeah, so
approximately.
up until this point, there have been virtually zero issues. Like, well, okay, when I
Yeah.
say that,
It was like
I
high. It was like
yeah,
like that I knew of.
yeah. So
That was
when I
high.
say that, I don't mean like all of the lies were not issues.
Yeah, yeah.
What I mean is what you were aware of. Like so for example, like you
Yeah.
had no idea he was lying, and there was no like fighting, right? Like he never called you like a whore or to kill yourself or anything like that, right?
No.
Leading up until
So
this
yeah.
point. Okay, so essentially this entire time he is gaslighting you, lying to you on multiple levels,
Mhm.
painting this false narrative about a fictitious life that he doesn't fucking lead. He's sending you pictures of himself that aren't even him; they're of his friend. He's not arguing with you. He's not doing anything that would impact you in a negative way. And this is
Yeah.
all building up to you sending him this. He pretends to be his sister to yet gain another avenue of trust. So basically he
Yeah.
is attacking your mental from multiple angles. And then
Yeah.
finally, after all of this comes to fruition and he does get your nudes, it's like a hard fucking drop off.
Yeah. And like it I noticed it with like fuck boys kind of like later in life. Like there's like this like interest, effort, and then as soon as like sex is achieved,
Yeah.
it's like, no, I don't give a shit
And
anymore.
then
Like, oh
because
yeah, all that interest was fake, and I don't just give a fuck. And you're left as a person being like, what the fuck happened? Like, what? There's like, it's like, interest. I want to talk to you. I want to message you.
mhm.
Like, having conversations that aren't like boring. Like, like interesting conversations, like deep conversations, and it's like it's all gone. Kind of like
essentially
what happened, I think.
essentially the chase is actually more important than the prize
Yeah.
because the chase you're chasing this I guess prize or whatever, however you want to refer to it. But
Yeah.
the chase is what's addicting, and people will become addicted to that. And once he got them, the chase was no longer there. It was over. So in a way,
Yeah.
he just didn't give a shit anymore.
He basically was like, I have her in my pocket. Like, I can just do whatever the fuck I want now. And, like, I don't gotta do the effort because she already sent me the nudes. And, like, I'm good. Like, I ain't gotta work for that anymore. And,
Hmm.
yeah, in hindsight, I think that is what happened.
Hmm.
Um, so, yeah, so this is all building up to the first breakup, which is,
Okay, so the first problems and first fights that you guys start to have,
yeah.
essentially.
Yeah. And like another lie that he did that I ended up finding out later. This one I think I didn't find out for like a year or two. And this one, again, he would be so convincing. Like for some of these he was a dumbass and easy lies, but for some of these lies, he would, oh my fucking god. But basically, so I was saying how like, like it was like at first like honeymoon phase, and then it just like completely dropped off, and I was like, I couldn't really put like a word to it, but I was just like having this feeling build up of like something's different, like it's like changing, and it's like blah blah blah, and then during like that build up of feeling over like a month and a half, like October, November, right? Or like end of October, like till November, around that time frame of 2013. Um, basically, my need for that validation just like ended going up higher and higher and higher because it felt like from his end, you know, from his side, it was going lower and lower and lower. So like the lower it went and the less it was, I was like, I I need it. Like, oh my god, what's going on? I don't know. I am so confused. And yeah, sorry. going on tangents, but essentially, I really wanted to hang out with him. Like,
Hmm.
I fucking loved spending time with him. Like, he was like my favorite person, right? I was like enamored with him. I was like, oh my god, like, I just fucking love hanging out with him. And there would be these issues with Skype constantly, and he didn't know what the fuck was going on, and we tried Googling it to fix it, but essentially, there would be calls where I would try to call him, and like the connection would be bad, so I would not be able to hear him at all on his end. But he would be able to message me and being like, "Hey, can you hear me? Like, I can't hear you." And I'd be like, "No, dude, like I can't hear you. Like the Skype call, right? Like it says that we're connected, but like I can't hear you at all." He's like, "What the fuck?" And then like we would try to do this thing, like where we'd like end the call, try the call again, end the call, try the call again. A few times it worked, end the call, call again, end the call again, and then eventually it would go through. But a lot of the times he would be like, "Well, I guess Skype is just broken again. There's some weird connection."
Yeah, that doesn't make any
Excuse
sense.
me.
But
Shit.
anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's like, "I guess there's just like some weird connection shit going on," and I would just be like, "Oh man, that really sucks. I guess like we can try again later. Hopefully like the
So essentially,
connection
he's
will be
trying to
back
get
up."
rid of you at this point.
No,
Okay.
so not get rid of me, cause he wanted. I was like a little trophy that he liked having
I
around. So he
see.
didn't want to
Okay.
get rid of me, but I ended finding out years later. I don't remember if I pressured him into telling me or if he ended up telling me, like, "Okay, here's all the bad things I've done to you. Actually, I lied about this," but the Skype connection thing, complete lie. There was no issues.
Why? What
Zero
was the purpose?
issues. Because he wanted to go play with his friends. Because he didn't want to hang out with me. He wanted to go hang out with his friends. So he would
What
pretend that Skype
the
was having a problem so he
fuck?
can go fucking hang out with his friends. And I was like, "Are you fucking kidding
Okay.
me?
Okay.
That's
All
so
right.
fucking mean." Like
Okay.
here again being like, "Oh gosh, I can't wait to hang out with my favorite person. I hope you had a great day," and all this other shit. And he would just be
Okay.
like, "Oh fuck, this bitch already sent me her tits, so I want to go hang out with the boys." And it's
Yeah.
like, oh my fucking god, like, and like the funny part is like, I don't think he sees all of this and understands the fucked up part that he did, because like, I didn't read all of them because I just couldn't put myself through it, but like, the screenshots of the messages that I sent you, whenever he would like reference like the beginning part, he thought that the bad part that like he did was like, "I know I lied to you about who I was," and it's like he's like, and like I guess like generally I think he acknowledges like, "I know I lied to you," but like he just thinks that like him like lying about something is like it was still shitty, but it was just like he thought the bad part that he did during this like first phase of our relationship was like his identity, or like just like the general lies that he felt, like not the emotional fucked
Oh,
up
yeah, yeah.
manipulation. Like
Yeah.
he has never been like, "Oh yeah, I made up these crazy fucking extravagant lies to make you feel like you won't be loved anymore." Like he never acknowledged that that was the fucked up part that he did. He always thought that the problem that I had with this first like part was the fact that like he was just lying, and that was what I was mad at him about this entire time. He's like, "I know you're like mad at me for like lying." It's like, "No, I'm mad at you for fucking manipulating my
Yeah.
mind, which you fucked up because I wasn't able to trust people for years of my life, and even now I don't fucking trust people. And I have this fucking paranoia that I ended up developing because of it. Because I'm like, are you gonna fucking lie to me? You're out to get me. You're one of the you're gonna do it too, aren't you?" Like that's what this shit, like, it's not the only thing that like this isn't the thing that did that to me, but like everything combined has made me a fucking, I have to fucking deal with this now. I can't make it
Yeah.
go away. This isn't like, oh, well, like, oh, I guess I'll just like, it's like that meme where it's like when you're depressed and someone tells you to just not be depressed, and you're like, "Thanks, my
Well, yeah, that's
depression
essentially what he's
disappeared."
telling you to do. Yeah.
Yeah, like It's
he
like,
has no idea. He's completely oblivious to the fact that yes, the lie was bad, but that's actually the least impactful part. Like
yeah,
it's
it's
the other
the
shit. He's completely delusional, and this is why
yeah,
he has no remorse for anything, because his brain doesn't understand, because he's brain damaged. He doesn't know how to comprehend like how bad that he hurt you, or how bad that he affected you, or how what he did. Like he is completely unremorseful and is unable to comprehend the abuse and grooming that this entire situation was comprised of.
yeah. Like, I mean, maybe he's like aware. I think that he was manipulative, but like, from my understanding, from reading all the messages, like, or not reading like all of them, but like kind of glimpsing through bits and pieces, like, anytime he's like, I know I did fucked up things to you, he's never really like fully acknowledged like what I did to you that was wrong was the manipulation and the gaslighting and the emotional abuse. Like, yeah, I was like, oh, I lied to you. That was like really fucked up. That's the part that fucked you up, right? It's like, no, like, you're missing the point of why I was so fucked up. Like, I don't know. But yeah, I
Another
just thought
thing
it was
that
interesting.
another thing that I've noticed is that in his mind, and he actually did this with me as well. In his mind, it does not matter the severity of his actions.
Yeah,
So he could
yeah,
completely destroy a person, but as long as he's
yeah,
like, "Oh, my bad, I'm sorry," that is supposed to completely absolve
yeah,
him of any
absolve him.
wrongdoing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, there's messages where he's like, no, we both did fucked up things to each
Hmm.
other. And he like would equate like the things that I would do to him because I was mean to him. I there would be times where I would try to be mean to him. This would be like later on when I would like try to like hurt him the way that he was hurting me, but it was never ever like on the same level as the few things that I've described so far.
Yeah.
It was never on that fucking intensity. And he's like, and then there's messages where I don't know if he still stands by this, but he's like, I know I did some mean things to you, but what you did to me was so much fucking worse. And I'm like,
Yeah, he's
okay,
delusional. He's completely fucking
all
delusional.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I did to you was so much worse when you fabricated my like
No, he needs to be locked up in
a
a padded room.
reality.
He has
Like,
no idea
and
of the severity of his
yeah,
actions.
yeah.
And yet
So sorry,
he
go.
also will like play the victim card. So
Oh
he will
yeah, he
do these
will. He
horrendous
will.
things, and then he'll play the victim like a little fucking bitch. Like, it is absurd. Like, how can you how how can you
How
threaten?
can you fling so much shit and
Yeah.
not be able to take like even the tiniest little
Yeah,
bit? So
even a
that's the thing that
fraction,
gets me.
you know?
Yeah,
Like, what a fucking pussy. What a little bitch.
yeah.
But anyway, yeah, sorry.
Mm.
Yeah. But so
No,
like
you're
the
okay.
first
You're okay.
problems, the first fights,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I feel like I'm kind of losing him. Things feel different. There's always some weird Skype connection issues. Wow,
Mhm.
they're becoming so frequent now. Wonder what's going on there. So yeah, all of that is happening. And it gets to the point where like it was like I think beginning of December where I'm like I feel completely just like ignored. I feel like he doesn't care anymore. I feel like I'm these wonderful things that he said he felt about me about like how important I was to him and all this other shit like I feel like it's like that it's like if you were to tell me like, oh yeah, that actually never happened, I'd be like, shit, maybe it didn't because I feel like he couldn't care less about me. Like it was like beginning of December where I really
Mhm.
started to like kind of feel that feeling. And like it just kind of kept going on where I was like he's not really spending time with me. He's not like I'm like, "Oh, like can you write like one of those like romantic messages that you used to do?" And he'd be like, feel like pulling teeth out of him, And it's like I get it, like kind of cringe to ask for that kind of thing, but it's like I just wanted to feel like validation, like anything. But anyways, so yeah, so it just ended up being like that, and I think I want to say like I can't 100% be on the timeline, but I think it was either mid-December or end of December where I just kind of reached the point where I was like, okay, I don't really think this is working. So
Okay.
I ended up breaking up with him for the first time. And I was like, listen, I'm really sorry. I just like don't really feel like it's working. Like I just don't really think like this relationship is
And you have not met him in
going
person
anywhere.
yet at this point?
No, this
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't meet him until like 2017 for the first time.
Okay.
I'll get into that shit show.
Okay. Okay. So this is essentially the
But
first breakup. Okay. Okay.
yeah, so the first breakup, and I thought I was like pretty decent about it. I wasn't like you piece of shit. I was like, hey, listen, like just not working out. I don't want to do this relationship anymore. I think, like like I don't want to hold any like grudge feelings against you or anything. I just kind of like I think I need to go because I'm not feeling good anymore, and just I don't think this is working. And I don't remember if I removed him. Uh,
Oh, you
fuck,
mean
I
like
don't
removed him from
remember.
like Skype and stuff?
Yeah, from
Okay.
Skype.
Okay.
I don't think I did the first time, but I thought I was like, okay, this is gonna be hard. This is gonna suck because I really liked this guy.
Mm.
Everything seemed to be going great, and now it's kind of like this, and it's gonna be hard for me. It's gonna be probably kind of hard for him. But I
Sorry,
thought that that's how
I
it
have a
was gonna go.
question.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, sorry, I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
So basically, before this first breakup, when he was becoming more distant, when he was like obviously not interested as he used to be, did you did he ever send you anything? Did you ever ask for anything? Um, and more importantly, did he ask for more stuff after he received the first stuff?
Um. So I don't. I'm like 99.99% sure that I never asked him for anything sexual. Because, like, to be honest, like, I just didn't have any interest in it. Like, I just remember, like, I wasn't at a point where I was comfortable with that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
So, I don't remember, like, 100%, like, everything we ever talked about. But, like, 99.99% sure. Just looking at myself back then, knowing myself, just wasn't really interested in that kind of stuff. Um, he I think the only thing that I ever asked him of was like, oh, like, like I've sent you so many pictures of my face.
Yeah.
Send me some pictures of your face. Like, like I want him to send a picture and be like, oh, look at you, you little cutie. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like I wanted to do
Yeah.
like the cutesy shit, right? That was like the only thing I really asked. That was kind of
And
like
this is when he's still
personal.
lying to you, correct?
Oh yeah, this is when he was still sending me pictures of some random fucking guy he went to high school with.
Okay. Okay. So
And
so so at this point, on the first breakup, like
yeah.
slightly, so I guess like timeline wise, we're talking slightly before. So I guess yeah. So my question is, slightly before, or leading up to the first breakup, you are still fully under the impression that Kelsey exists, that his
Mm-hmm.
sister that you confided in was real,
Yep.
and did he ask for anything? And he is still, and you still are under the impression that he's going to college.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I still thought he was doing
Um,
that.
so now he's got, yeah, so now he's got three. Okay. So those three lies going all at the same time. And then is he continuing to ask for pictures, or was it just the first, was it just that one time?
That I don't remember. I do know he was like open to it because he's like a guy, never
Yeah.
had any sort of sexual thing with a girl. I'm pretty sure I was probably his first sexual experience. I can't be 100% of that, but I'm pretty sure I was. I think he was very much welcome to it because he is fucking horny as fuck. Like, it is, like, to the point where it's, like, perverse, and it makes me feel disgust. And he's gonna hear this and be like, oh, disgust because I'm ugly. No, not because you're ugly. Nothing to do with your physical attributes. Disgust because of how perverse and just fucked up that kind of, like, interest is. It's not like a healthy sexual interest. It's like a tinted, tilted, fucked up sexual fucking, like, I don't
Do
know.
you have
Like, it
any?
just,
Do you have any like DMs or screenshots of any of that?
no,
Okay.
unfortunately, like,
Well,
especially with
what kind of
Skype,
stuff would they be?
it's just like, you know, it was like, I think there's like examples of like messages that he sent to like other girls, but like the way that he types things when he's like horny, it's like, I want you to know that you're the only girl that I fucking love, and I just want to like, I don't even want to say this shit.
No, you're fine. You're
It's like,
fine. No, I think we
like, but
all
it's
can
like
get.
the
Yeah,
way
we
he
all can get the
types
idea.
it, like the
Yeah.
way he types it. I do have like some later examples of
Hmm.
the kinds of things that he writes, but the way
Yeah.
he
When you get
writes
to those,
sexual
we'll just look at those.
messages,
Yeah.
it's just, I don't know. Like, maybe it's because of my history with him, but it's just like, it's perverse. It is just, there's something off about it that
There's a
makes you
bunch
feel
of red flags, and it's
uncomfortable.
extremely fucking vile.
Yeah, like,
Okay.
it's just like, this isn't like a healthy guy just being
Hmm.
like, ooh, I'm horny. Like, which is fine, right? Like, that's a natural thing to feel. It's just like this, like, fetishized, like, some weird
Yeah.
fetishy feeling about it. But yeah, but
Okay. So,
yeah, so
uh,
I don't know if he like pressured me afterwards. I think maybe he was like open to it. He was like, "Oh, if you want to send me more, feel free to." I don't remember if I did. I think I might have, but um I think I did maybe like a few pictures, but I don't remember him like pressuring me into it. I think, well, actually, I think maybe at that point I was like more open to it because I was like, oh,
well, you already sent them one, so
yeah,
you know.
pictures make you stay and pictures
Yeah.
make you like me and love me. Okay, here you go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he didn't really have to
Yeah.
do anything intense like the first few pictures that I sent him. Like,
Hmm.
he already kind of had me at that point. So I don't think he would have had to put
There
in
was
more
actually
effort
no
to do
need
that.
for any type of. The damage had already been done, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you were okay. So you're still under the impression of all this shit. You
Yeah.
send him a message, I assume, or something. You like break up with him.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
So send a message, break up. Um I don't remember if I removed him or not. I might have, and then he might have like tried to add me back, and I was like a little heartbroken at that point, and I might have added him back, or I might have never removed him. I don't 100% remember. But what I do remember is he ended up sending me a Word document. And I remember being like, oh, okay. And then I opened it, and it
Okay.
was 3 pages or more. But it's like 3 pages, single spaced. Not double spaced, single spaced. 3 fucking pages of him just fucking going in on me. Like,
And this
he
was the
has
first
never.
breakup.
This was the first breakup. So, up to this point, he had never said anything mean or vile to me.
Okay.
And, like, the only thing that I've ever known him to say to me, like, even though it wasn't, like, really there by the end, was, like, these nice, amazing, like, romantic, like,
Mm-hmm.
all this shit to me, like, you're so amazing, and you're so unique, and you're funny, and, like, you make everything better, blah, blah, blah. I can't even do it the way that he did it, but, like, he, that's the only thing I've known from him up to that point. And then I opened this Word document, 3 fucking pages, single spaced, of him. And here's the thing, right? So, I was like an open book. I opened up to him about everything.
Mm-hmm.
Insecurities about my body, my problems with my mom, and my mom making me feel like I was stupid all the time. Social anxieties, feeling like a loser. Feeling like I'm ugly, just like in general, feeling like I'll never amount to anything. Like all these, he knew everything.
Yeah.
Because like that's what you do when you care about someone, right? And like you go into a romantic thing, you want to share things about yourself with them, and he knew everything. So because I dare break up with him after he didn't want to fucking hang out with him and faked a billion fucking fake Skype connection issues so he can go hang out with his fucking buddies. I dare break up with him. He wrote the most vile, mean, like the same kind of shit that he like writes right now and like says about other people.
Mm-hmm.
Same
Yeah.
thing, except this was extremely fucking personal because he took everything that I told him about myself, every insecurity, everything that I was scared of, like, and he used that against me. And he was like, yeah, actually, like, here's like an example. I don't know if this was that specific Word document, but I remember this specifically because he would do this over and 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 over again until he fucking mentally broke me, which did not take long. But like an example of like a thing that he would write is like that insecurity you told me about, like, the physical thing that you're self-conscious about. You're right. You are fucking ugly, and that is disgusting. And no man is ever gonna find that attractive. And in fact, I'm fucking surprised that I fucking find it attractive. But for some fucking reason, I do. And I'm the only person that's ever gonna find that attractive about you because it is so fucking disgusting. Like, shit like that. And
Mm-hmm.
that was just like a
Yeah.
little snippet. That was just like a few sentences. 3 fucking pages going in on every insecurity and fear and everything that I had that I told him about. Just like, your mom was right, you're a piece of shit, you're a loser. But it wasn't just like I said it right now, because right now I just said it like in the most general way. Like,
Yeah.
again,
But
in
the
the
shit he
messages,
sent
the
you was
way that he
extremely
writes,
specific and descriptive.
like specific, descriptive, and like the way that he writes it just fucking draws you in, and it hits you in a way that you cannot fucking explain. Like, it takes a fucking skill or a talent to be able to write like that. Like, I don't even, like, the only way that I can like really even speak like that is like if I'm extremely angry at someone. And that is like the only way that I can ever get to a level where I feel like I can kind of match like the meanness of that kind of, like, to be able to fucking say something like that. But like, he just, yeah. And and the thing is, just like I had never had anyone write to me, um, the nice things that he wrote to me about that made me feel special and unique. That first fucking Word document that he sent me, I had never had anyone be that mean to me
Mm-hmm.
ever. Like, not even close. Not even like, this is like galaxy. This is on the other end of the universe in regards to me ever
Yeah,
hearing
like the
anything like
severity.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember I read that, and the thing is, right? You, you take all the ingredients of who I was as a person. This is like where all the stuff I said comes into play. Low self-esteem, did not think highly of myself, difficult family life, very few support structures. And then this is also coming from someone that I trusted, someone that I cared about,
Mm-hmm.
someone that I opened up to, and they are writing all these mean things. Right, right now that I'm older, now that I've had a lot of time between me and that first thing, I know that it's bullshit. I had to build up my self-confidence and really question, like, what do I believe, and blah blah blah, and philosophy and all this shit, like years and years of me trying to figure it out. But back then, I just took it like at its face value, and I believed every single thing that he wrote about me. And I was like, well, if he says it, it must be true. And I remember after I finished reading that Word document, I cried so fucking hard for so fucking long. It was like my heart being fucking ripped out. Like, I was confused. I did not understand, like, how could someone fucking write that to someone that they claim to care about?
Yeah.
How can someone do that to someone? And it's like, well, it must be because all those things are true and you're a bad person. It's like, oh, I guess that's true. I guess that's the only fucking reasonable explanation, huh? So yeah, so first breakup, extremely fucking traumatic, extremely fucking memorable. I just like the fact that I fucking remember like it was like December. I remember like the Word document, that it was a Word document. I remember that it was single spaced. And it's just like hours of crying because it was really, really,
Yeah, he cannot handle rejection at all.
no, he
He
cannot.
does not he literally cannot process rejection. Because whenever he's rejected, it completely destroys him on the inside as a person. This
Oh
this
yeah.
this like tough guy, exterior completely just shatters whenever he's
Yeah.
rejected with anything, which is why one of the major reasons why he hates me so much, because he tried to get with two of my exes and both of them rejected him. One of them called him a donkey-faced idiot. So
Good
that
on her.
that probably really
Good on
really
her.
hurt him, considering the fact that
Yeah.
she thought he was ugly as fuck.
I bet she was the target of his fucking
Yes, she
harassment.
is.
I don't even know,
Yes.
like harassment feels like a light word to describe
Nah,
the
what
way he
what
does.
what he does is abuse and stalking. It's not just simple
Yeah.
harassment. He will stalk people and abuse them.
Yeah. Yeah, that first breakup, I don't remember 100% after that how we got back together. I think like being able to piece it, I think like the shock of what he wrote and how like extreme it was, because it went from like one side where it's like the ultimate like nice things you can
Mm-hmm.
say to like the like extreme opposite end of it. It was such a like a shock to me that I was like, what the fuck just happened? Like what I just we broke up. Like I did not expect that kind of response. And I think I was so shocked and taken back and hurt and everything that I was like, I just wanted it to not. I just wanted whatever the fuck I was feeling to go away.
Yeah.
And I think the way that my brain was like, okay, here's how we fix the situation. Here's how we make it all right is we get back together with him, because the reason why he wrote that to you is because you broke up. But then if you're together, that means that that thing doesn't no longer counts, and it's back to niceness. It's back to good things. And it's like I think that's kind of how I processed it, and that's how I ended up getting back together with him after the first time. Sorry, throat is dry. After the first time I tried to break up with him. Yeah.
Yeah. So he sent you that, and then okay, did you try to contact him again immediately to try to like get back together or find out what the fuck was going on?
That I don't remember. I don't know if it was immediate. Probably wasn't. Like, at least, like, not. Because I remember, like, I just cried and cried and cried and cried and cried. But I think, like, maybe the next day. I mean, I guess, like, immediately, like, yeah, like, I think the next day I was like, oh my god, what the fuck? Like, okay, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean that. Like, I didn't mean to break up with you. Let's get back together. I think it was, like, something like that.
So relatively soon after the basically after the shit the stupid
Yeah.
shit that he sent you. Okay.
Yeah.
So then this is him. Okay, so do you guys actually end up getting back together?
Yeah, so we ended up getting back together because, like, and here's like the thing, like, now that I think about it, like, I get it, but like, in regards to like, it's just like he lost interest in me, right? Like, he
Mm-hmm.
didn't want to hang out with me, he didn't want to spend time with me, he just like stopped giving a shit about like putting an effort. Like, he already got nudes out of me, so it's like I have a very hard time understanding. Like, I get if he was like angry. Like, I would even understand that. Like a breakups are hard. I would understand if he felt anger, but like I don't understand why his reaction was so adverse when it's like he seemed to give so little of a shit beforehand. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that part does not add up to me. And I think it's more of like, 'cause he didn't view me as an individual. I think maybe it's like he viewed me as like his property, and it's like, oh,
Hmm.
you dare try to leave me? Fucking no! Like, I don't need you, but you're gonna sit right here. You know what I mean? Like maybe
Yeah,
it was
it's
that
like,
kind of
so
thing.
essentially the chase to get your nudes or your body or whatever, once that was achieved, he now viewed you as his property that was always going to be with
Yeah,
him no matter what. And because that chase was over, he no longer cared about about you because he already got what he wanted. But
yeah,
it was an extreme insult for you to leave because you can't leave because you're his.
yeah, yeah. I think maybe some like I can't like say like, oh, this is 100%, but like from
Well,
my
but you could say that's
understanding,
how
like
you
my
felt though.
reflection,
Yeah.
yeah, like me reflecting on it, like I think that's the closest thing to like anything that even makes sense. And the thing is like, here's the Walmart therapist, right, coming out of me. I've tried for a very long time to understand what the fuck, right? Because sure you have, and I'm sure countless other people have tried to understand what the fuck. And I think the closest thing that I have come to like understand is like, well, one, he claims he has autism, and I don't want to discount his experiences or beliefs. It could very well be that he does, because I used to think so as well. Actually, I used to think that I had Asperger's, but the thing is like there's a lot of overlap. So like I've read a lot of mental health things to try and understand what the fuck is wrong with me, because I had to, because of partially what he did to me. There was other things in my life that happened, but partially I was like, what the fuck is going on with my brain? Why the fuck is everything so fucked up? Why the fuck can't I function normally as a person? And in reading all of that, I used to be like, do I have Asperger's? I'm not able to talk to people. I don't know how to talk to people. I don't understand a lot of social communications. And that is an aspect, that is like part of, I think, autism, is not being able to navigate social situations like that, not being able to understand certain social scenarios. But um, the thing is like that's the problem with self-diagnosing. Like you can have an idea of what's wrong, but you can't be 100% sure without like you should really get like a medical
Hmm.
professional to be able to like evaluate and make sure it's nothing else. Because in my line of understanding, I used to think that I did. I don't fucking know if I do. Or if I do, then I've learned to navigate it. I don't think I do, but I think like me and him had very similar life experiences, especially when we were younger. When I was younger, I was extremely sheltered. I did not have friends. I did not go outside. I almost never went to any social events. And I was like, basically in high school, I was as close to a shut in as you can be. Like, I just went to school and then I went back home and I almost did nothing outside of that. And I didn't like doing anything outside of that because the world was scary and I did not understand the world. And he had very much the same experience as me. And the thing is, he could have autism, right? But it could also be like his lack of understanding how to navigate social situations could also be because he spent years being a fucking shut in.
Hmm.
When you are not able to form like as a teenager, if you're not able to have friendships and relationships and learn to navigate social situations, of course you're not going to fucking know how to talk to people because you never learned. You never had the opportunity to learn. And I'm not saying that it's his fault that he never had the opportunity to learn, right?
Hmm.
But it's like you can't just be like, yep, it's autism. It's like, no, it could also be because you were a shut in. I was a shut in. I had a very difficult time in a lot of really embarrassing situations learning how to be social, learning how to talk to people. It was terrifying, embarrassing. I cringe at myself thinking back on it, but it's like, I don't 100% know if autism is like, if he can confidently claim, yep, it's just autism.
Well, even if he has autism, that's still not an excuse. I
Not an
believe
excuse.
Yeah, I believe that it's a manipulation tactic. I think that he is a narcissist. He's an incel. He's a fucking psychopath.
Yeah.
I think that he just doesn't feel remorse. I think his
Yeah.
brain is damaged. It's not functioning properly, and I think that he uses autism as another
A way
way
to
to
absolve, like,
yes,
I
another
didn't
way
do
to
anything
play the
wrong.
victim. Like, oh, I'm autistic, feel
Yeah.
sorry for me. No, you're a fucking
Yeah.
psychopath and you get no sympathy. You are using
Yeah.
autism, and even if you are autistic, that is not an excuse for the way you act. So like
Yeah.
he is
There's
literally
millions of
lying.
other people that have autism that
Yes.
don't do what you do, you know?
Yeah. He just
Um,
his brain does not function normally. It just
yeah.
doesn't. He is a narcissist, incel, psychopath. And even if he was autistic, there is no way in fuck that that is an excuse for doing the things that he does.
It is absolutely not. Um, but yeah. Um, so in regards to autism, I don't know if he does or doesn't have it, but I also think he doesn't know if he does or doesn't have it because he hasn't gone to a doctor that's like, well, let's look at the whole picture. Could there
Mm-hmm.
be other things in your life that are making you have these symptoms, you know? Like, you can't just fucking claim that and be like, yep, that's it, 100% certified.
Yeah.
I think that's like very irresponsible to do. From my experiences, and a lot of these are because I've seen similar behaviors from my mom, but I do think narcissism is like, I would say at least he has like a lot of like traits of narcissism.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, you know, like it's a spectrum. I think it's like higher on the spectrum because I have noticed that um for him, like he has a very specific image that he wants people to see of him, and this image is like this really cool guy, this really funny guy, this really chill guy, this guy that like does all these cool things, and like, you know, someone that like everyone should be jealous of because that's how awesome he is. He
Mm-hmm.
wants everyone to be
Yes.
able to see him like that. And the second anyone just like coughs like a glance in a direction that goes against that image, it can be so minor, so fucking
Mm-hmm.
minuscule. The second there's even a perception of a threat to that image, he goes like on a tirade, and it's like this vindictive, like, I will fucking ruin you.
Yeah.
I will fucking ruin you. And it is vindictive. And like,
Mm-hmm.
I think that narcissism is one of the things that if I had to bet money on it, I would say like, yeah, that is a really high thing. And I think in combination with narcissism, um, generally extreme emotional instability. Because to be able to go from like, I am typing calmly, I am calm, and then you say something that triggers him, and it goes into like, fucking bitch, fucking bitch, fucking bitch, 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 like in all caps, and then like he's typing so fast and he's so angry that like he's not even spelling words correctly
Yes.
anymore
Yeah. Yeah.
to go from 0 to 100 that quickly.
Mm-hmm.
There's extreme emotional instability, man.
Yeah,
Like,
he is not cool, calm, collected. No one should be jealous of anything he has because he literally doesn't have anything. The image that he wants people to think he is actually the exact opposite of what he actually is. What he
yeah,
actually is an almost 30-year-old man that lives with his mother and he has no job. He is worthless. He has no assets. He is uneducated. And he has no future. That is who he really is. That is who Lionel really is. And that is why he wants people to perceive him as the complete opposite, because he is fucking sick and embarrassed of who he really is. It destroys him on the inside, knowing that every single day that he wakes up is that thing. Like, holy shit. That has got to be that. I mean, every day for him is a bad
it's
day.
unbearable. It's unbearable.
Yes.
And I notice because I've been in his shoes before, I and it's like, but the thing is like he has like the extreme of extreme of extreme. Like I think I've had a lot of parallel experiences where it's like, oh my fucking god, like how can you live like that? And it's actually another thing that I'm gonna talk about, how this shit has affected me as a human being. But like it feels like almost when I think about it sometimes, it's like he has like a sickness, whatever the fuck this anger inside of him is, I'll just say like the sickness, right? And it feels like before I met him, I was fucked up. I had low self-esteem and stuff like that, but I wasn't that levels of fucked up. And it almost feels to me sometimes that like he took his misery. I guess I'll just say misery. I want to say the sickness, but he took his misery that he has and he passed it on to me. And I have been struggling for years and years and years and years
Wow.
trying to figure out how do I fucking get rid of it. And I've learned to like manage it, right?
Hmm.
And maybe like I've gotten rid of like 90% of it. But it's just like no, it's like no matter how hard I scrub with bleach, like you ever have like, like a white t-shirt or something and then like you get something on it and like you try to like use bleach
Hmm.
to
Yeah.
get it
Yeah.
like all clean again, but like whatever fucking thing that you spilled on that shirt is like you've gotten most of like the stain out, but there's still that leftover stain that you can like vaguely see the outline of, and no matter how much you try to wash it, no matter how much like bleach you try to use to like get it back to like perfectly white, there's always that like fucking like slight hint of a stain. Kind of like what it feels like. Like
Yeah, that's just
he
how
passed it
vile
on
and
to me.
worthless of a creature he is.
Like
That's
the
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 impression that
misery.
he leaves on people.
Yeah. Um But yeah, extreme emotional instability. I can't claim a personality disorder, and I can't claim bipolar. But those, a personality disorder, or bipolar would be my best guesses as to the extreme emotional instability. And like, when I think about it, right, with everything that I've had to deal with, like in my life, I have to have hope for myself, or at least hope and belief in like that people can change, that people don't have to be defined by the things that have happened to them. I haven't always been the best person. I haven't always been like a good person, right? Like, uh, I've been like emotionally unstable, and like, there's situations where I would get like really upset where it's like, okay, like I should have just been able to like talk about my feelings like in a normal way, but I couldn't because, like, well, in that moment I couldn't because I got fucking triggered and I just went spiraling back into whatever the fuck, you know, I went through years ago. So I have to have hope that I'm not going to be defined by that kind of
Hmm.
like shitstorm my entire life. And when I think about Lionel, the majority of me has feelings of like disgust and just like disappointment and hurt and hatred and all these negative things because of how much he has hurt me. And then there's like a small part of me that like looks at him and it almost feels like I guess pity, but not like pity in a way that like where I feel sorry for him. This is gonna come off mean. But like pity in a way that like it feels like I'm looking down at an animal
Hmm.
that is like rabid and it's like barking at everything around it because everything around it is danger. You're danger, you're danger, you're danger, you're bad, you're bad, you're bad, you're bad. And it can't like discern that like the people around it are just want to help or they don't want to hurt it or whatever. But like the animal is like maybe hurt or like feels threatened and it's not able to comprehend that like not everything that you're barking at is danger or bad or you perceive like it to be way more hostile than what it actually is. And it's like when I think about it that way, it's like pity because it's like
There is no hope.
pathetic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it almost
Hmm.
feels like pathetic because it's like this animal, like let's say like it's starved, it's dying, it's like miserable. It's like its life, you know, is in pain. It's like in physical pain, right? And it's just like laying there, and it can't do anything. It can't help itself because it's already gone so far beyond the point of like being able to be helped. Like it would have to be like, you know, some fucking vet flying in and being like, okay, we're gonna take this animal like specifically to a hospital and like get it rehydrated and take care of
Hmm.
it. And that's like the only way that you can imagine it being helped. But like this animal is just laying there and it's just like barking its fucking head off. Like, you get 1 foot close to me, I will fucking gnaw your fucking arm off if you get even slightly remotely closer. And like most people are just like walking by, but it's not able to understand that people are just walking by. It just thinks, no, you're doing it, you're doing it. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
does this
Yeah, yeah,
metaphor
yeah.
make
No,
sense?
no, it makes perfect sense. No, it makes perfect sense.
And like that's like when I think about it, it's like I don't even know how to begin to fucking like make him understand. Like, dude, you have gone beyond the point of like whatever the fuck you're feeling when you wake up, whatever the fuck kind of fucking misery and sadness and depression and feelings of self-worthlessness that you fucking feel, because I know you do. I know
Hmm.
you fucking do. Like, doing the shit that you're doing right now, sure, maybe you'll feel like a little bit of dopamine go off when you tell someone to kill themselves 50 times in one day, right? Maybe you'll feel like you're more worthy of a person when you do that. But it's like at the end of the fucking day, and I know this because I've had to live with it, once you're done fucking barking, the quietness comes back in, and it's just your own voice in your head. And it's like, I fucking like ask yourself, like when you're sitting, like, you know, I feel like he's probably gonna rage after he sees this, is gonna be mad, but when that shit goes away and you calm
Hmm.
down, like just fucking sit for a few fucking seconds and just ask yourself, like, am I genuinely happy right now? Like, do I genuinely feel happy doing the shit that I'm doing? And like I know the answer is no, but it's like, you know, a big part of it I think is like denial, so I don't know if that'll ever happen, but like you need therapy, maybe fucking medication, like, I don't know, stabilizers, something like that. I know he smokes a fuck ton of weed, and weed can be really helpful with that kind of stuff. I understand, but like that's not the fucking solution. Like, if you can, find a fucking therapist. Like, okay, you're almost 30. Are you gonna, you know, keep barking at everyone around you for the rest of your fucking life for the next 40 years? You're gonna wake up, tell someone online to go kill themselves, go to sleep, and just do that over and over again until you fucking die? Like,
I mean,
I
that's
don't
all he
know.
does. That's his life.
You
That's
know what I
literally
mean?
all
Like,
he's done.
but it's like, there's no reaching him.
No,
I don't
there's not.
think
There's just
what I
no hope.
just said is gonna reach him.
Hmm.
I think he's gonna be like, how dare you fucking say that to me, you fucking bitch. And I don't think this will ever fucking reach him. Just like, you need to find a fucking therapist. You need to possibly find a fucking therapist, and you need to possibly get on like very specific medication. Maybe not for the rest of your fucking life, but something that will help you fucking stabilize yourself. And you need therapy to be able to like process whatever pain you fucking feel. Because you're not processing it. The way that you're processing it is by projecting all of that fucking pain onto everyone fucking around you, but it's not solving anything. How many fucking years have you been doing this shit? How many fucking years have you been doing the same thing over and over and over again? And when you look at yourself now, it's like, did you solve any of your pain? Is all of it gone? Do you feel like you're a worthwhile person? Do you feel like your life has meaning? Does it have more meaning than what you felt 8 years ago? Did that change? Did you improve it by doing this? I don't know. Like, if this shit doesn't reach him, I don't think anything will. But yeah, anyways, interjection. My Walmart therapist,
Yeah.
my own personal experience with mental health. This is the best advice I can give him. Like, you have fucking dug yourself into a deep hole. You have wrote me some disgusting fucking messages in my fucking Discord, which I will go into, and you should be ashamed of yourself for writing that. You should be so fucking ashamed of yourself. Um, get help. I don't know. Get fucking help.
Yeah. There's no hope. There's no hope for him. He will continue to do this. Until he's dead. I am not going to. The legal stuff that I am pursuing him on is just going to get worse and worse over time. Like I was talking to you earlier,
Yeah.
I'm going to
I mean,
pursue the
you have
money.
the right to.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think.
going to pursue the money that he owes
Like,
me, and every multiple times a year, I plan on taking him to court, and I hope to cause him as much emotional fucking distress as humanly possible. He will not escape this. I will constantly check up on him to see if he does have a job, so he will not be able to lie about not having a job. I will hold him accountable for that money that he owes me. He will go to these court hearings because if he does not, a warrant will be issued for his arrest and it will have nothing to do with me. It will, in the words of my lawyer, have to do with the court. When the court tells you to come to court and you don't, they don't like that. They will arrest you. And considering that, my lawyer obviously lives in the same county as him, same state, he will get him to go to court, and I will find out any assets that he acquires, and I will find out any time that he gets a job. And when he does, eventually his mother will die, and he will be forced to get a job. And when that day happens, I will garnish his wages. Eventually, I don't actually need the money. I'm doing this to make his life a fucking living hell.
pro
I'm
bono.
doing, yeah,
I'm doing this stuff my own.
I'm doing this because fuck him. He can eat my
Yeah.
shit, and he owes me $23,000. And that number is going to go up over each year. So the more and more that he doesn't pay me, the more and more it gets worse for him. I will drag him to court multiple times a year to check up on him, to check on his financial status and his living situation. So I'm definitely going to hold him accountable. I don't want anybody to think that he is going to get out of this because he's not. But
I
okay,
think you're
so
like the first person that's been able to genuinely like punch him back where it really hurts. I mean, he'll claim that I did it with the second California trip, which I'll get into. Oh
yeah,
God. I'm so
so
sorry, I'm not even close to it, but I'll try to get through the next parts without going on a tangent. But
oh no, you're fine. So I guess okay, so getting back to the timeline. So you guys break up. He sends you this message. You guys eventually get
yeah,
back together. Okay,
yeah.
so like after you get back together, like how are things? Like how
Oh,
yeah.
um, I can't kind of like give like a very descriptive timeline because all of this meshes because he would just do these actions over and over again
Mm-hmm.
to the point where like I can't discern like this happened first, this happened second because like it's like this like 1 2 3 2 1 1 3 2 1 3 like it just all meshes. But I can describe the things that he did to me for the next few years. Um, and I wrote them down, and it's like this is just like after the first breakup, it just became more and more unstable. After what he wrote to me, I thought the breakup would fix the feeling, but it's like he can't take something like that back. He can't take those words back. Like I told you, like, oh, I think I'm ugly, and then you're like, you're disgusting, and no one will ever love you. Like, you can't just be like, oh yeah, let's just like undo that. You can't undo that. You wrote
Yeah.
that to me, and I cried over it for hours, and then many other days because I completely believed it. Like, I had so many nights where I would just go to sleep crying about the mean things that he would say to me, and um, that was just kind of like the life, like. And the more and more he did it,
And this
right?
went on for how many years?
It was the relationship did become like on and off, but I would never be able to leave for like too long, most of the time. Um, well, let's see, like 2014 was senior year in high school. Um, well, like second half of senior year in high
Yeah.
school, and 2015, 2016. So like 2014 to 2016, right? Like were
Okay,
the
so yeah,
most,
so the next like couple years ish, and
yeah.
the December breakup happened in 2013, correct?
Yes,
Okay, right, okay.
2013. So I would say like my senior year in high school was a hellish year for me because he had my phone number, and I don't think he had a cell phone at that point. Maybe he did. I don't know if it was like a landline or a cell phone that he would call me on. But basically, it just became more and more abusive. He would I'll just like go over all of these things. They're not in a specific order, but this is just like the characteristic of the things that he would do to me during those next few years. One of them would be voicemails. So specifically remember senior year in high school. Anytime like I would try to leave him, and I would just like be like, okay, fuck this, I can't do this. Like I would fully realize like, okay, this is fucked up, and I would just be like, I would still be really emotional on it. But he would call my phone over and 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 over, and just to people that are listening, right? Like imagine you're 18 and you're doing the cringy dating, right? Like you're just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna online date. It's already like kind of embarrassing because you realize, or at least I realized, I was like, okay, this is like, nerdy thing to do, like, because you can't get with anyone IRL, right? So I was already like kind of like uncomfortable like letting anyone know about this, let alone my fucking family. How do you explain a situation like this to your family? How do you begin to explain, especially when you're, because, you know, senior year in high school, you're still a fucking kid. I did not know how to even begin to word the situation to my family. And I think that was partially why, like, when I did, like, eventually, like, 2-ish years down the line, when I did tell them about it, they didn't take it seriously and they didn't, like, understand how bad it was. And they were just like, oh, like, this guy's just being mean to you. Just, like, remove him. And it's
Yeah, just
like,
block him.
yeah, like no, like I wasn't able to even put into words like no, that it's actually way worse than just a guy being mean to me.
Hmm.
It's like constant fucking voicemails as well, like missed call, missed call, missed calls. Like like imagine you're 18, you've gone home from school, you're not allowed to have phone in class. You take out your phone and you see like 13 missed calls, like 4 voicemails. And I would fucking open up the voicemail thingy, and it would just be like these unhinged fucking voicemails just screaming at me. Like, I had no fucking idea what to fucking do. Like, I would just be like walking home from school, just like a casual thing, right? And it would just like open it. Oh, wow, look at this. And it was constant. It was just like it wasn't just like, you know, once every 2 weeks. It was like day after day after day after day after day after day after day. Whenever I would
Of
try to
just
leave him, right?
voicemails, like vile
Yeah.
voicemails.
Yeah. Missed calls, missed calls, missed calls, voicemails. And I would open it and just be like screaming. And it would be like berating me, being like, you fucking bitch, how could you fucking do this to me? You're so fucking cruel. How the fuck do you fucking live? It's just a fucking killer. Just like the same shit you see him
Yeah.
like write and do right now.
He
Like he would
repeats the same shit
to
over
me.
and over and over again. He
Yeah.
has a very limited vocabulary. I mean, don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
it's extremely vile, but the things that he says, like he will typically say like go kill yourself, bash your skull in,
Yeah.
that type of
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, or he's like obsessed
Slit
with
your
dead
own
people for
throat.
some reason as
Yeah.
well. He always brings up dead people, no idea why, but
Yeah. Just constant barrage of just uninterrupted, like no stop to it, no pause button, and you
mhm.
can't do anything about it. Like even if I like block his number, right? Um, it would if it wasn't voicemails, it would be Skype accounts. Block one Skype account,
Mm.
another one pops up. Block one Skype account, another one pops up. Block one Skype account, another one pops up. Block one Skype account, another one pops up. over, and he would just fucking wear me down. Like, even when I was strong enough to stay away and not want to go back to him, he would wear me down until I would just go back to him just for it to stop. Like, it's it's like mental torture.
Mm-hmm.
I almost like it's like fucking torture. It's like I will fucking do anything, just please stop doing this. Like, okay, yeah, let's get back together. You know what? Fuck it, why not? Yeah, let's get back together. You know, yeah, yep, let's do it. And it's like, you know, especially in the beginning when I was stronger, like when I didn't have this weird fucked up like dependency and connection, like before like it really got intense where I guess like you could say like where it was like my brain was officially like groomed. Like
Mm-hmm.
when I did have that like little bit of strength to be like, I don't want to be with this person, he would barrage me with constant fucking harassment until I would break and until I would go back. So he did calls, voicemails, Skype accounts, not Skype accounts, League accounts. If not this account, this account. If not this account, this account.
Yeah, just on
And it's
every
just like,
type of social platform or gaming platform,
yeah,
just any single imaginable way to get a hold of you. Yeah. Yeah.
anything that he knew, he would just do it.
Mm-hmm. So
So that was one
when
of the
so
tactics.
so while all this is going on, so after your first breakup, this he sends you the Google Doc, then this continues for like 2 years. When did you finally discover he was lying to you about all of those things when you first started to date?
About his identity. Um, it was like between like that 2014 to like 2016 time period. I cannot give a specific year or month, but I remember
Okay.
how I did it, like how I found out, where basically he just like would constantly like pressure me to send him pictures and to show my face. And then when I would do the same to him, he would just like he was extremely reluctant and he would be like either send me like the same picture or like he sent me like maybe like three distinct pictures of himself, right? And I just remember being like, okay, well, fuck you. Like, that's really fucked up. You expect me to be doing this for you, but you can't. Like, okay, whatever. Like, double standard, whatever. But, the way that I ended up finding out was he lied to me about his last name. So he knew my first and last name, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he told me that his first name was Lionel and his last name was Almighty. And I was like, wait, what? Almighty?
Wait. He
And he was
really
like,
said
yeah,
that?
yeah, no, just shit you not. Lionel Almighty. And
What
I remember
the
being like, dude,
fuck?
that's a crazy fucking last name. He's like, dude, I know that's a crazy fucking last name. But like I didn't fucking know any better. I was just like, who the fuck would like lie about
Okay.
something like that?
I
Like
mean,
here like I've told you
okay.
my last name and it just like didn't connect to me that like it was a fucking lie.
Okay.
But basically he was like um Lionel Almighty. So I thought that's what his full name was. And he fucking knew my full name. That's the like fuck you. Like again, like
Mm-hmm.
fuck you for doing that. Like tell me like your name blah blah blah. Like here you go. Like well maybe he did ask me to tell, but I shared it with him because I trusted him and it's like he couldn't fucking do the same whatever. So yeah, he was like Lionel Almighty.
That
And
is really that is
yeah,
that's fucking insane. That
dude,
is insane. Okay.
it gets worse from here. Like it's like the boys, you know, like when you think they finally done the worst. Have you ever seen that show?
No, I haven't. I haven't.
Oh
No.
my god. It's basically a show where they do crazy shit and it's
Mm-hmm.
very
It
gory
just
and
keeps
very
getting worse and
graphic.
worse.
Yeah, like when you
Yeah.
think
Okay.
they've done the worst possible thing they could do, like they go and they top it, and you're just like,
Okay.
okay, that's the worst thing you could do, and then like they go and they top that, and you're like, okay, there's no fucking way that they can top that, and they're like, actually, here's a guy lasering a fucking woman in her fucking eyes and killing her baby. Like it's fucked up. It's like like you're like, there's no way, but it just keeps getting
Yeah.
worse. So, anyways, um, I think like I think the way that I ended up finding his last name is either there's a YouTube video or um I think like because we used to like share our accounts, so like like he knew my league account and my
Hmm.
password, and I knew his league account and his password, and it was like on some account that I think he used his last name,
Oh,
or
okay.
maybe it was like
Okay.
it was 'cause, yeah, and I was like, oh, like that's an interesting like word to use in your login, and it or it was like a combination of two. Like there's like a video of him on Facebook of him in high school. He was like sitting at a lunch table and it had like his full name on it.
Mm. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I
Um,
know he. Yeah, I know he has a Facebook. Yeah.
yeah, it could have been a YouTube video. It's a really long time ago. I don't even know if it exists. No, I think it was on Facebook. But or maybe it was a YouTube video. I think he might have sent it to me, but either way, I ended up finding out about this video. And in it, I think it has like a first name and it has a last name. And the first name matches, but the last name doesn't.
Hmm.
And I think,
Okay.
actually, I think it was a YouTube video. And he sent it to me to be like, oh, hey, like, this is me when I was younger. I think. And then it had the first name, but the last name didn't match. And I think I ended up taking that and I ended up looking it up on Facebook.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
no,
Okay.
hold on.
Yeah.
I Oh my god, dude, my memory is like so shit when it comes to that. It's like all coming back to me. Like,
Yeah.
I think,
Well, you haven't thought about it in years, so.
okay, I think, cause I was like, okay, cause like at that point I didn't know his true identity,
Hmm.
and I think he sent me a video, and I don't 100%, but I think he was like, oh, this is like a weird kid that I used to go to school with. Yeah, that's what it fucking was. Cause I think he was trying to see if I was gonna say anything mean or judge him. Okay, so okay, I have it now.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
okay. Okay,
Okay, so
okay. All right, I
um,
think I know what you're going to say, but go ahead. But go ahead,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. So basically, so he was lying to me about his identity. He was extremely like terrified of me finding out that he was black or how he looks like and stuff like that. And I remember, um, yeah, he sent me a video, and the video, he's like, here's like a video of a kid at school that we used to like bully or something, but he didn't say that it was him, but it was a video of him. But I think he sent it to me pretending like, oh yeah, like this
Hmm.
isn't me. I think because he wanted to see, because he was like this genuinely, he was fucking terrified of me knowing what he looked like and the fact that he was black. Like genuine like fear and terrified of it. Like I think there's like messages of him like saying so, that I included in the files. But essentially, um, yeah, I think the reason why he sent me that video is he wanted to see if I was gonna say anything mean or like be judgmental, so that way
Yeah,
he could have like
okay.
a little bit of distance. So like
Hmm.
he can be like, okay, like is she gonna say I'm fucking ugly or whatever, whatever, but like he doesn't have to admit that that's actually him. And I remember like the title of the video had first name Lionel and then last name. But then it was like, oh, like this is a different last name. It's like, is it a different Lionel or whatever? So then I ended up taking that and I ended up doing some Facebook snooping. So I put that name into Facebook, and then I just like scrolled down until I found like a Facebook profile, where it had like the picture of the kid that was like in the video.
Oh, yeah, okay. And then it had
And
his name on there.
and well, basically like because the video had his name in it too, right?
Hmm.
But I found like the yeah, like the picture and like the name that matched the guy in the video. um and I don't fucking know why I was doing so much snooping. I don't know if I was like extremely suspicious or what the fuck
I
was
mean,
going
you
on,
could have been. I would
but
have been.
like I don't remember why, but I remember like I found it through Facebook. I found the account and I was like, yeah, this is the kid from the video. And then I remember going to the friends list and I remember just like kind of looking through the friends list and just being like, like looking through it. And then I saw the picture that he sent me saying that this is what I look like, this is me. And it was like a dude with a completely different name, like random fucking name. It was like this is not like Lionel. It was like different name. And I opened up the Facebook profile and like I remember just like looking through it and it was just like a dude like living like this completely separate life, like not a dude that's like online plays video games, like a dude that's just like going to college, living his life. I think it was like maybe like a jock or something, but it's just like this is not the person, like this isn't Lionel. And it has a completely different name. But the pictures, like there's like the main picture that you sent me, and then there's like one or two other pictures in the dude's photos because I ended up going to the photos and I was like, holy shit, no fucking way. They had like one or two other pictures that he ever sent me of himself on that dude's fucking profile. And I remember
Oh.
just being like, what the fuck? And I remember confronting him about it, and then he finally like I was like, dude, this is not you. And he was like, okay, fine, you caught me, yeah, it's not me, and blah blah blah, and
Wow,
like
so he
fucking
actually
pity
admitted
party.
it, like admitted it to
Yeah,
you
because I
after you
fucking
caught him?
caught him. Yeah, because I caught him. Because I'm like, there's no fucking way you can deny this. Like, this, like, the pictures that belong to this profile, like, these are the pictures that you sent me. But the guy's name, like not even first names, like first completely different first name, completely different last name.
Mhm.
And it's just like a lot of details on this dude because it was like a public profile. So like I was like able to like look around. I was like, none of this matches up of who you're telling me you are. So now you send me pictures from this dude's Facebook profile, and you're telling me that you're him. This is you. And he's like, man, you got me. Yeah, I lied, but I was like so insecure and blah blah blah. And like that's how I found out about that.
Holy shit. And
Yeah,
this went on for
definitely the first 6 months.
Mhm.
I think in 2014. I can't give you like a definitive timeline on
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. No, that's fine.
It
Yeah, that's
wasn't
fine.
like super late. Like I think by 2015 I already knew. Then like somewhere within 2014. Like
But it was definitely after he sent you that. It was definitely after the first breakup that you
yeah,
discovered
it
him.
was
Okay,
absolutely
yeah.
after
Yeah,
the
yeah,
first
yeah.
breakup, yeah.
Okay. And
And then
then
after I found out about that lie,
mhm.
that's when it finally started to hit me like this was a pretty fucking extreme lie. He went through like extreme lengths to like just be able to like completely like fabricate this like identity of himself. He lied to me about his last name, he lied to me about who he was, how he looked like he sent me this random dude's profile pictures, but it actually ends up he's like actually this dude from the video. And then he like told me, he was like, okay, fine, you fucking got me. Because there's no fucking denying that. Like it was like you like no way he would be able to spin up a lie to like be able to like save himself. Like it was like, yeah, like I'm caught. And
Mhm.
after
Caught.
that, I just got really suspicious and I started questioning absolutely everything. Like I was just like, I can't believe fucking anything this guy tells me about anything. And the thing is, because I started getting suspicious, his lies just started getting even more and more and more and more and more and more elaborate. Like to the point where he would create fake Skype accounts and talk to himself, like send messages between the person A and,
Yeah, and
him.
him. Yeah.
And then he would screenshot it to like prove some fucking point to me or some other fucking thing. Like, I think at one point, like, he was like trying to like show me that like he's actually talking to like this new girl. He's like, yeah, me and my mom moved and like there's this new girl and like she's super into me, and like of course like I was like a fucked up mess. Like by that point, like I was completely dependent. I wasn't able to process anything or function, and I just was like, what the fuck? Like this fucking I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you type of shit he was doing to
Mhm.
me. And
I
like
think that's an exact quote in one of the messages he sent you actually. But anyway, yeah, go
I
ahead.
think so, but yeah, he would like just go from like hot, cold, like constant. Like and that kind of like emotional like instability where it's like a normal human relationship is like, good, 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 and then like maybe sometimes there's a bad, but then it's like it's not like one day good, next day bad. One
Mhm.
day good, next day bad, one day good, next day like, you know what I mean? Like, and it's just like that kind of thing. Like, I don't even know how to explain what that did to me, but it's just a really unhealthy thing for a brain to experience. Like,
So okay,
yeah,
so you found out that he lied about his identity.
yeah,
When did you
and
find
everything else.
out?
Oh, sorry.
Is this the same conversation that he confessed to you that Kelsey was fake and that he was his sister, or that he pretended to be a sister?
Um,
Or I guess my next question is, when did you find out about Kelsey? When did you find out that he pretended to be his own sister before you guys broke up?
so that I am like 80, 90% sure that was not in the same conversation as the
Okay.
identity. From what I remember, the identity one was like the first really big lie that I caught him on. And I'm actually really surprised I was able to like figure all of that out because I don't know if I was just like nosy or I was snooping or I was like, I know so little about this guy. Like, I just want to know more about him. Like, I don't know what the fuck possessed me to go like that hard into like, okay, here's like a video, here's the name, let me look up the name, let me
I
find this
mean, it could
person,
have been the Spidey
friend.
sense.
Maybe
I
like I
mean,
don't
it could
know,
have
but
been.
like it just like that was the first really big thing I caught him on, and he admitted it once I showed him like the evidence. I was like, "This is not you," and he was like, "Okay, fine." And I think like it wasn't right away. I can say that it wasn't like right away, but I think like after that, like I was saying, like I finally was like second guessing absolutely everything because I'm
Yeah.
like, he lied to me about this thing
I mean, he
for
still does that to
like
this day.
2 months.
He will still make alt accounts and
Yeah,
talk to himself, because some of my
yeah,
viewers and commenters, they actually caught him doing that on his own YouTube channel. So he would make an account, make a comment on that account, and talk to himself. And people caught him doing that. So he's still doing that to this day.
yeah. Like to prove a fucking point, whatever point he's trying to prove, like he will go
Hmm.
to the end of the world and back to like he will put in a lot of effort to to support whatever he wants to say or prove or whatever the fuck, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
Um, yeah, it wasn't right away. Um, but like I just started like second guessing a lot of things. I was like, this guy like does not have a line of like I shouldn't lie. Like, and I think it was like after a little while, like it would be break up, get back together, break up, get back together, break up, get back together. I don't know like if I was just like interrogating him. Because there would be like I think times where like I would just be like I guess paranoid maybe, and I'd just be like, does it make sense? I don't believe you, I don't believe you, I don't believe you. And maybe like I wore him down with it, but like I do know that NYU was a fucking lie. He sat in his room every single day, the entirety of the time that I knew him. Kelsey was a lie because Kelsey was part of NYU, and that was a fucking lie. There was no girl. His sister was a fucking lie. And like, I remember him, I think maybe like the college and Kelsey could have been like a time thing because like you can't just like fake college forever and ever and ever. I think maybe like at a certain point he was like, all right, the jig is up. Like I can't just be like, yeah, I'm totally going to college still. So maybe that's how that came about. I
Oh,
think
you
his
mean like why he
sister,
switched his line?
he, yeah, like I think like maybe he told me just being like, oh man, like there's no way that I can like uphold the college thing.
Oh, I think he invented
But
Kelsey to purely get your nudes. I think that he
oh
invented
yeah,
Kelsey to get you to be paranoid and the fact that you would lose him. I think that
yeah,
he created Kelsey in able to make you feel threatened and basically to get you to do whatever he wanted him to do. So,
it, it
because in the
sounds
back of your
crazy
mind,
to like,
yeah, like in the back of your mind, if you did not do what he said, there was always this girl in real life that would.
yeah. I think like even now, like when I think about it, right? It's just like it's crazy to think that someone would plan something so like nefarious and manipulative so far in advance. But then like the thing that like I'm like, but there, but what other purpose would Kelsey serve if it wasn't for the messages of his sister, quote unquote, being like, well, Kelsey is in real life and you're not. And I'm just like scared that like my brother would just like, like she's right there. And if you don't send it, then he has nothing. He has nothing to go off of. Like, if it wasn't for that like message that ties all of those other details up together, like I would be like, no, that's crazy. Like no one is that fucking cruel or evil to plan that far in advance. But it's like, what other explanation do I really have that makes sense for like why would he fucking make this up? You know what
Nah,
I mean?
you expressed to him that you didn't want to do that type of shit, and he didn't
Yeah.
like that answer, and he still wanted your nudes. So the only way, and this is still in the grooming phase. This is still in the phase where he is
Yeah.
trying to earn your trust. So he has
Yeah.
to he basically has to attack you from another angle and expose another vulnerability. This
Yeah.
vulnerability being jealousy or the fear of losing him. And then because you have that fear, you now are committing yourself, or you're basically finding hope in his sister, because in that moment in time, his sister is like your outlet to like make sure that you don't lose him. So
Yeah.
yeah. So that is 100% why he did that. His end goal was to always do that. His end goal has always been to manipulate you and get you to do what he wants you to do and groom you. That has always been his end goal. It's just the way to achieve that has changed, because he cannot show you who he really is if he's still in the process of grooming, because that's typically it's not going to work, because if he were to go nuclear on you, you know,
Yeah.
he wouldn't have anything. So
Yeah.
like it would be extremely disadvantageous to him to show you who he really is until after he has achieved what he wants. Like after he gets what he wants, then he can just do whatever the fuck he wants. But he has to get to that
Yeah.
point first. And to get to that point, this avenue is no longer working. So he needs to create other ways to attack your mind.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like the voicemails was just one of many things that like he would just like cycle through whatever tactic, and like once one tactic was no longer working, he would do the next thing. And like he would just like wear me down over and over and over again until I would come back. So
Was it always extremely negative and vile, or were there moments of time, or were there moments of like extreme like love, like over love? Like saying
oh
stuff
yeah,
like
no.
I can't live without you. I'll If I don't have you, I'll die, and
Oh yeah,
okay.
absolutely. So like um basically like like the voicemails for example, like most of them were like just screaming at me of like how much of a terrible bitch I am, but like a few of them were like one HP voice where he would be like, Katie, I don't think I can go on anymore like this. Cause like I think like if I didn't respond to like the extreme like aggression of the voice, or no, I think no, cause I think it would be like, cause that's not like the order of how he escalates things. I think like it would be the 1 HP voicemails first, where he's like, Katie, I'm so sorry. I'm so miserable. I don't know how to live without you. I'm sorry I said those things. Like, please, 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 please come back. Like, please don't do this. Please don't leave. And if I would ignore those, which after like the first few times, like I think the first few times he did that, it worked, and I'd be like, okay, I'm sorry, like I'm back. Like I would feel bad. I would
Mm-hmm.
feel guilt,
Yeah.
right? Because that's what those kinds of things do. Once I started ignoring those, though, like he moved on to like fucking like, because I wouldn't respond, right, and like that
Yeah.
would trigger
Yeah.
the shit
Yeah.
out of him.
He
So
hates being
he
ignored.
would move into, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
move on to like the screaming ones. And that's like, I guess, like the order of escalation. Like, he is at first nice to you, like he'll try to gain control of the situation by being nice and being like, and this is like actually he basically like said something along the lines of like he made an apology video for you at one point where
Yes,
he was
he
like
did.
apologetic and felt bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then like once you ignored it or once you didn't accept it, he went into the unhinged mode where
Yes.
he
Yes.
went after you. It's like that's like kind of like what he did to me, like different, ways, but like same process. Like he tries being nice first, and if nice doesn't work, then it goes on to screaming, and then like, if screaming
Mm-hmm.
doesn't work, it goes on to like I will kill myself, which he did that constantly. Um And then if that didn't work, he would just like do other shit. But anyways, so another thing that he did to me was hacking my accounts. So the first few hacks of my accounts were because him and I shared accounts, so he knew my passwords. And when I would try to leave him, I, my poor innocent stupid little soul, was like, okay, things are bad. But who would fucking, like, invade the privacy of someone by taking over their account and switching their passwords to try and, like, gain control of the situation? Like, who would do something
A
that really
psychopath.
shitty and fucked up? Yeah, and that's what he did. He would lock me out of my accounts. I would then beg him to give them back to me, and he would be like, I will give them back to you if you add me back. And I would be like, I don't want to add you back. I don't want to talk to you. Like, I want you out of my fucking life. Give me my fucking accounts back. Be like, nope, sorry, can't do. And I would just be like, helpless. And I would have to email support over and over again. So many times I've had to email like Skype support, League support,
Mm-hmm.
like other accounts, like for gaming shit that I have to email and be like, I think for at one point for Steam, I want to say. I don't know, but
Mm.
like just basically like, like all my gaming shit, right? Like I'd have to email and be like, "Hey, guys, I am so sorry for emailing you. It's kind of weird, but like my ex is a little crazy and he locked me out of my accounts and is there any way that I can like get them back?" And I would have to do that so many times. Like that was his tactic for a really long time. And then once I switched my password, or passwords, uh, this is like to the people listening, don't tell people the street that you grew up on and your mother's maiden name, okay? I get it. Some of y'all
Oh
are
God.
oversharers, but y'all gotta not overshare sometimes,
Okay.
okay?
Mm-hmm.
The city you were born in, don't let anyone know the city you were born in, man. It's fucked up. There's motherfuckers out there that will take these things that you told them while you were sharing your parts about yourself, parts about your life, where you're from, like how you grew up and all this other shit, like here's like the name of my cat, my first cat that I remember, and I loved her so much, like this was her name. One of the fucking questions. And once like I changed the passwords in my accounts, what he would do, he's not a fucking hacker. He would, well, I don't know, I guess hacking is like social engineering, so maybe he is a fucking hacker by the loosest terms of the word. I
I
don't
mean,
know.
he's
But
not a
basically,
hacker. He if he knows
yeah.
your shit, he'll log into it. Yeah, but he can't actually do it
Yeah,
unless he knows your
so
shit. Yeah.
he'll go to like forgot password and it would be like retrieve password by answering security
Mm-hmm.
questions. And he would answer the security questions because a lot of them are really simple and he knew those parts of my life about me. And he would gain access to my accounts by doing that. And then I would have to email support all over again and being like, hey, I told this guy parts of my life thinking nothing of it, and now he's using it to fucking blackmail me to get back together with him. Can I please have my accounts back? So then I had to do that for a while. One really harrowing memory that I have, because I remember, like, it's so clear and specific because I just like remember like my soul leaving my body. But basically one day, come back from school, everything's fine, and like I go to my computer because, you know, gamer girl out
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
And I wiggle my mouse to turn my monitor on. And, you know, like, the monitor went to sleep, but the computer wasn't asleep. So the Skype window was still like open, like on my desktop.
Mm-hmm.
And I just remember staring at my Skype account, messaging another one of the Skype, one of my friends that I had added, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I just remember standing there trying to be like, is a fucking ghost doing? Like, I just
Oh,
remember that was
right.
like a
Yeah. Yeah.
really
Because he's
dumb,
in there. Yeah. Okay.
because I was
Yeah.
like, how is my Skype account messaging by itself? And that was like a really dumb first thought that I had. It was like, ghost. And it was like really quick. It was really quick, like it fucking passed through, but I was like, what the fuck? And then like that first like kind of like surprise, like amazement, like what the fuck is going on? It went away, and then a really sinking feeling began to settle when I saw the shit that my Skype. No. Oh my god.
What were the messages?
Sorry, I forgot to wiggle my mouse. My screen fell asleep again.
Oh, you're
Fuck.
good.
But my soul left my fucking body because, yeah, my Skype account was like messaging this dude that I had added. And I don't really want to talk about the dude because he was a piece of shit and he went to jail. But he was nice to me, and that's all I can really say. He was really nice to me, and I really needed someone to be really nice to me. But he was the kind of nice that was a different kind of shitty and manipulative. And I'm glad he's in jail, and I hope he dropped the soap, is all I'm going to say. It's a fucked up joke. I shouldn't have made that joke. Cause that's,
No, it's fine. It's
I shouldn't
fine.
use
Nah, he
that, but
probably
he was a
deserved it.
bad person. Yeah, he was a bad person. But
Yeah, just
he
because
was a
someone
nice
is nice
person
one
to me.
time doesn't mean that they're a nice person.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
was nice to me at that time, and I desperately wanted someone to be nice to me and not tell me that I'm ugly and not deserving of love. So that's how that ended up happening. And
So he's messaging this guy?
yeah, so he's messaging this guy in my Skype account, and you know, it's like that jealousy rage type of messaging because he was extremely paranoid of like any sort of man in my life, like even like non-romantic interests, like my friends, any sort of dude on my Skype or not Skype account, but like any sort of dude that I like would hang out with because I had like friends I played League with, right? He would just be fucking paranoid. He's like, you want to like fuck them, don't you? And it's like, no, I don't. Like, well, they're gonna like, I know guys. Like, they're all gonna try to fuck you. And it's like, no, dude, they're my friends. I'm their friend. Fuck off. Like, that's not what is happening. But yeah, he
Yeah,
was
that's just
extremely
his
paranoid.
insecurity. Yeah, that's just
Yeah,
his insecurity.
like of any man in my life, and he was just messaging this guy like a lot of really vile, fucked up shit. And like in the moment, like in hindsight, this guy deserved to be messaged really mean things. But back then, especially with the way that it was happening, like if it was from his Skype account, maybe I'll be a little bit more okay. But he got into my Skype account, and I just imagine like you're having a good day. Well, like you're having like a nice day,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like nothing crazy, nothing insane. You come home, you're gonna sit down, relax, and you just see and you have this like half an hour of back and forth messaging of just like fucking piece of shit, like fucking. And it wasn't like because I don't think it was because like he really cared about what that guy was,
No, not at all. It
a
was just the fact
predator.
that he,
It was because
yeah,
like he was
he viewed
no,
him as a threat. That's
yeah,
it.
essentially,
That
and
guy
that
could
was
have
like the
been.
reason
I mean,
why
yeah,
it wasn't.
yeah, that guy
Yeah,
could have been a murderer, and he wouldn't have cared. Like the thing is Lionel doesn't actually care if people about people's crimes. Like he doesn't care if people's if like someone is a sexual predator. Like he doesn't
yeah,
care about that because he is. Like he knows who he is. He knows how vile of a fucking like creature that he is. So he doesn't actually care if other people are mean or, you know, whatever they're, I guess they're, whatever they're guilty of. He doesn't actually care about that. He
Yeah.
messaged that guy because he didn't want you to fuck him. That's why. that
Well,
is
because
why
he
he
was
messaged
like,
that guy.
basically, like, there was romantic-y, flirty shit between me and the guy, and
Mm-hmm.
it not good. I know. It not good. An explanation is I was just desperate for any sort of niceness, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's what I needed, and I
Well, I
ended
mean,
up
you're dealing with this fucking
falling into
psychopath,
the
so your
hands of
mind is
like a
probably
different type
beyond
of
fucked.
predator. Yeah, even though
Yeah.
I was 18, the interest of this guy was like still people that were younger. So even though I was of legal age, not all the people that he was ever with were of legal age. Um, and you know, like he went to jail. I heard from like one of my friends that like knew like a friend that knew him. It's like, yeah, that guy went to fucking jail, and good. I'm happy.
Yeah. So,
I just want to be honest because I feel like he will bring this up later on, and I think if anyone wants to criticize me for being a fucking moron that did that shit, I can't defend it. It was dumb. I could have put myself in like a lot of danger, I think, and also the fact that like I should have known
I
better, but
mean,
I didn't.
I don't
You
think
know.
that I don't think that anyone with a working brain is going to fault you for that after all of the shit that you've been dealing with through him. Like you were literally fucked up in the mind because of all of this torment and harassment and grooming and all of this shit that Lionel is doing to you. You're not in the right state of mind. Like you have to remember that during this entire process, you are the victim. You are still the victim. So the fact that you are messaging this guy for whatever, like you're not, like you shouldn't feel bad about that. Like
I
you were
appreciate
doing
it.
that to try to get an escape. That is the thing.
I
So,
know that I was, but I still feel bad about it. I still like I accept it. Like I was not in a mentally good place to, I think, have been able to make a good judgment.
well, yeah, exactly.
But it's
So,
still like when I think about it, maybe it's just like the me right now. I
mm,
just don't have a good feeling thinking about that interaction. Like I wish it never happened. It did.
mm,
But the fucked up part is well, not the fucked up part, but like another fucked up part in addition to that is like get home, the one person that's like nice to you, that
mm-hmm.
it's like, oh, you're a cool person and I'm not gonna say mean things to you. Like that one sense of comfort that I kind of had. It was like, here's my account messaging mean vile shit without my knowledge or permission or consent or anything because this guy does not understand personal space or boundaries or anything or any sort of morality when it comes to not hacking your fucking girlfriend's or ex-girlfriend's fucking accounts
Oh,
because you're a
absolutely
crazy
not.
piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no sense of, hey, maybe I shouldn't fucking do that. I remember specifically once, it was a League of Legends account, and I don't know if they were just like done with my shit and they were like, dude, got to figure this shit out because we're not helping you like recover your account anymore. I don't remember if that was it, but I remember I couldn't get it back through support. So he
Mm,
had full control of my league account. And my league account, I have spent like a good amount of money on that
yeah.
account. Like skins, everything. Like some skins were like, like limited edition. You know what I mean? Like just
Yeah,
like
yeah,
shit
yeah.
that like
Yeah.
Like, I remember, like, one of the skins I had on there was, like, you know, sentimental value. It was the really fancy skin. It was, like, one of the first ultimate skins, if not the first ultimate skin. And it was, like, you know, really fancy, like, new animations, new particles, whatever, for a character. His name is Ezreal. And I remember I got, like, a gift card for Christmas, and I used that gift card to buy, Riot points, or whatever the fuck that shit was called back then.
Mm-hmm.
And I used that money to buy that skin. And that was like all the money I had. Like that was like that gift card was like the maximum like amount of like I couldn't really buy anything else with it. And I spent it to buy that skin, and I was like super proud of myself because I was like, yay, like I bought this thing for myself. Like, you know, I had like sentimental shit on it. And I remember I had to beg him for like at least 2 weeks, just begging him, just like, please, please give me my account back. And he just wouldn't fucking do it. And I was like really scared that that's it. Like, I'm just gonna lose this fucking account. I'm never gonna see it again. Because he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit, like, what he's doing to me, like, how it's hurting me. Like, I get it. It's a gaming account, but it's like, it's so much more than that. It's like the action that he's doing. Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's like,
He
it's like,
knows that he has something
you
that
don't
you
have
want. It's not necessarily a gaming account.
control.
It could be another thing. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like, you don't have control. Like, it it's like it's a traumatic fucking experience. Like, you know, of course, like there's like levels, like, you know, of how intense it can be. But like not being able to have control over the things that are happening to you or around you is fucking like traumatic to just like not be able to do anything. Like
Mm-hmm.
when I think back on it, it almost feels like I feel like I'm outside of my body and I'm looking at myself and things are just happening to me. Not like, you know, it's not me like interacting with the world, it's the world interacting with
Mm-hmm.
me. And I can't have any control of what that interaction is the way that like
It's just the loss of
that
control of something
fucks
really fucks you up,
you
you know?
up.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
fucks you up because it's like that lack of control over and over and over again. Like it just it ends up like, and I'll talk about this, but like one of the ways that it affected me is um like I have these like OCD tendencies now that I
Mm-hmm.
just have that are just a part of my fucking life. Like it's nothing like too extreme. Like it is annoying, but it's like I can get really upset like for example, like if I'm measuring something, I have to like measure it over and over and over and over and over again to make sure it's perfect, because if it's not perfect, it's shit. And if it's shit, then I don't fucking want it.
Yeah.
And like it makes it hard to work with other people because other people don't give a shit. I'm almost like one of the only people that I know that like is like that. It's like it's not 2.9, it's not 3.1, it's 3. And if it's not exactly on the 3 mark, if it's at 2.9 or 3.1, then it's dog shit. And it's like I don't want it to be like that. Like, but it's like some things just become like that. They become very specific. And
Mm-hmm.
it's not like because there's like OCD where it's like I think it's a neurological thing, and there's like OCPD, which is like obsessive compulsive personality disorder. And I've never been officially diagnosed, so I don't want to like claim anything. But I did go to therapy, and like when I described some of the things to my therapist, like she was like, "Yeah, like these sound kind of like OCD, like symptoms of OCD." And I was like, "Oh, cool. Let's not go more into that because I don't want to be diagnosed with that." Because I don't want people to like be able to look at it and be like, "You're fucked up and broken and whatever." So I was like, "Cool, thanks for letting me know. Nice to know. Let's move past to the other trauma. Yay."
So you were, yeah,
Yeah,
you were mentioning about like the stalking and stuff.
yeah. So I guess yeah, like after hacking my accounts, like he would also constantly stalk me, and this one prevailed like past the first 2 years. This was like the entire time, but like um the first way that he would like try to get to me is just like make a new account, make a new account, make a new account on like everything. Like I would log into League, have like 6 friend requests, you know, log into Skype or Discord, like 5 new friend requests. Back when I used to have like an Instagram that I actually used,
Yeah.
like 6, you know, people, like 6 new followers or like 6 follow requests. Like it was just like over and over and over again. And eventually what that evolved to is if um if I would just like ignore it and not pay any attention to it, he figured out the names of my friends, and he would either do it um by like stalking, like knowing like the names of the friends that like he already knew of, and he would just
Hmm.
like add them over and over again and harass them to try and get to me, which was like humiliating because having to explain this shit to your friends is fucking embarrassing. And that sometimes would work because I would just want it to stop. Um, or like he would stalk the um history of like the accounts that I played with on League, and if anyone appeared more than a few times, he would be like, okay, that is a friend that she plays with, and he would try to add that person.
Okay.
And it was just like relentless. When I say like relentless, it's like,
I mean, I know what you
you
mean.
know, like like when you create an account, like it's already like if I have to like use a service and it's like, oh, but before you do, you have to create an account, I will just completely give up because of how much mental effort it takes to do that.
Yeah.
The fact that he would just create one after another, after another, and that would have to mean like different email addresses
Yeah,
where I keep thinking
his
the same
ability to
one.
create accounts is unfucking rivaled. It is insane.
Yeah, like I don't understand how he has the fucking mental energy. And
I
to
mean,
kind of
that's
go
just like
into,
when you have nothing in
yeah,
your life and you have an infinite amount of time, there's really nothing
anger.
else to
Yeah.
do.
And you can't blame yourself because if you
Yeah.
blame yourself, that's like extra shitty
Hmm.
feelings. So who
So
else does he have to take out the anger
when did
other
you
than me,
actually
right?
meet him the first time?
Um, I met him 2017, and I think it was like
Because you met him twice,
August or
right?
September. Yeah.
Like you met him once and then things didn't work out, you broke up, and then like sometime later you met him, or you he flew out to see you, and that is when all the restraining order stuff happened. So he did something before the 2017.
Yeah,
Okay.
so basically constant stalking, adding my friends, messaging my friends, which was really, really humiliating and it fucking sucked. And I had to constantly tell my friends, hey, I'm so sorry, like this random account adds you, please block it. Um, then telling me that he's going to kill himself, and that worked for a while because that like terrified me as a person, and
Okay, so he's
I
trying to
was like, oh
use your
my God.
empathy against you in this case,
Yeah.
which
And
he still does that, by the way. He still uses, he still tries to play the victim, and he also will still message many other people
yeah.
in a similar way as what he did to your friends.
Yeah, that is I guess Boohoo feels sorry for me card that he
Hmm.
uses.
Yeah.
And that's shitty to say, especially when someone says they're gonna kill themselves. But like the thing is,
I mean, not
he
everybody
has done
deserves the
it
life they have.
so many times.
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
yeah.
yeah. I mean I don't, I'm not gonna go as far to claim like that I'm not gonna say that I want him to kill himself, but I'm gonna say like he did it so many times that like
Yeah,
after
that's
the
just
first
crying
like
wolf.
20
Yeah.
times,
Hmm.
yeah, that I just like stopped giving a shit. And that
Yeah.
sounds terrible, but it's like when
No, it doesn't
someone,
sound terrible at all. To me, it sounds
yeah,
realistic. But then again, my mentality is that I don't deserve every, or that I don't think that every, like, basically, I believe that not every human deserves the life they have. I think that some people waste their lives and they don't deserve the life they have, and he is one of those people. 100%. So what you're saying, no, I don't think it's mean at all.
Yeah. It's just like the mental exhaustion and the stress of someone saying something that intense, and then every time you leave, like it's like the same thing. Like I just stopped giving a shit. So yeah, it was just a tactic that he used until it was no longer useful. Then he stopped.
Yeah. He wasn't actually going to
Another,
do that. He just knew that you would,
yeah,
that you would,
no, never.
yeah, he just knew that you would empathize with it and he used that against you.
Yeah. Um, and then like, uh, this isn't really like, fuck, what's the word? Like a thing that he did, like a specific action, but like, part of the thing that's like a really big part of like why I just kept like going deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole was he wasn't like always mean. And this is like the thing when I reflect again back on it is like I realized like holy shit, this is why it was so hard for me to leave. But basically, he would be a monster when I would try to leave, and he would do all these things that I just mentioned. And then when I would be back, that's when he would be really nice and he
Mm-hmm.
would be sweet and he would be loving and he would be charming and like all these things. And then like, he would tell me to like to kill myself in one breath, and then I would return and he would be like, "Oh my God, I didn't mean that.
Yeah.
I just get like that. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't mean that. Like, I'm so sorry. You're right. You're right. That was really wrong of me." And like, it just fucks with your mind when someone does something like that to you.
Mm-hmm.
And those are like the main things of like those first like I guess like 2.5 like those first few years. I don't really have a good time, but those first few years that he did that to me, these are like some of the main things. And then this part, the one that I wanted to get to before 2017, this is the second really fucked up thing that he did to me that till this day I find disgusting. And to be fully honest, when I think about this, like I don't want to wish anyone to like self-exit, for
Mm-hmm.
YouTube's terms of service or whatever. I don't wish that. But when I think about this, the anger that I feel is like, yeah, no, actually, yeah, you do have a point. Fucking kill yourself. Kill yourself. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is fucking wrong with you? You fucking piece of shit. Like, fucking end your life. But basically, so you were asking me about like the news stuff. So the first 6 months, the really big time that he did it was like the first time with the Kelsey thing. He manipulated me, and then he kind of backed out for a while. But then for the next few years, he's horny, he has needs, and he would start really pressuring me into doing sexual things, and I didn't want to. I felt disgusting doing it, and that's the truth. I don't know if I ever told him about this, either back then or if I got angry enough and be like, "You fucking repulse." Fuck, English is hard. Anyways, um, repulse. Yeah, repulsive. I find it repulsive. Yeah. Um, but basically, he would pressure me to do sexual things that I didn't want to do. But he would be like, "Oh, you don't care about me. Like, I'm so fucking sorry that like you can't even do this one thing for me. Like shit like that. You know what I mean?"
Mm-hmm.
And like, by that time, my mind was so fucking gone that I was like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no. He's right. He's right. I am wrong. I am the one that's wrong. I am the one. So I am like, what? Like." What kind of an uncaring piece of shit doesn't do sexual things for the guy that she claims to like? What a terrible fucking monster I am. It sounds like unhinged, like it sounds like irrational right now, but back then, like it made sense to me because that's how fucked he made my brain. But he would pressure me to do sexual things, didn't want to do them. And one time, or maybe multiple times, God, I don't fucking know, but I do know of one session where he was like, turn on your Skype video and like do things for me. And I was like, I don't want to do that. He's like, do it or else you're a fucking bitch who's a piece of shit. And I was like, cool, don't want to deal with
Holy
that. I guess I'll do
fuck.
this. Like, it was just like shitty, just fucking vile human fucking trash bag. But that's not even the most fucked up part of this. The most fucked up part of this interaction, there could have been more. I'm not entirely sure. But he manipulated me into doing this for him in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And then he recorded me that video without my knowledge or consent.
Yeah,
And
that's
then later
beyond
on,
fucked.
he used that as a tactic. He first of all sent all the pictures, nudes of me to my friends, and I had to act like the cool girl that I was and be like, I am super unfazed by this because I just don't care. Back
Wait, and
then, I
this is
really did care.
um
Yeah. What's up?
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but just to get so this was before you met him in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this was before
Before
you
I
met
met
him.
him.
Okay,
Yep.
I'm sorry. Yeah, continue.
So yeah, I think this started in like 2015. He started like before he would just be like mean and terrible and shitty and just stalk and harass me. 2015-ish, he started using my nudes against me. And one of those things was the video of me that he consensually recorded. Kill yourself. You know, I don't care anymore. Kill yourself. I fucking hate you. What the fuck is wrong with me for ever thinking that you could ever change? How could you fucking do that? Like, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Just, I fucking hate you. I don't care anymore. Whatever. Yeah. He would also use my real name, post this shit online, and I would have to email porn websites to be like, hey, could you please take this down? But it doesn't matter how many times I did it because he has infinite time, infinite energy to just keep fucking making more accounts. And it's like, especially once I got a job and I moved out of my parents' house, I can't spend all of my time and energy like scrolling through the internet,
Mm-hmm.
trying to remove shit. So it was just like this endless, tiring, exhausting battle against this fucking piece of shit psychopath. Like,
Do you believe he still has those?
absolutely. I
If he were to
have
ever
begged him to remove
if he
those
were to
things.
ever post them anywhere, I want you to let me know and I will help you take him to court and put him in prison. I will help you, and he knows that I'm not fucking around because I will gladly throw thousands of dollars to make his fucking life miserable. And if he ever does that and you find out about it, I will help you. He's not going to get
I
away with
appreciate it.
he is not going to get away with it again. He will not. So if he ever does it, this could be fucking 10 years later. Doesn't fucking matter. I'm going to be involved with this idiot for the next 20 years. That's how good my judgment's for. That's how good my defamation case is for. 20 years. I'm going to be involved with this fucking idiot for that long. So if he ever does it again, you let me know. And that's a threat. That's a fucking threat. If he ever does it, I will help you to the best of my ability to make sure that he is arrested, put in jail, and hopefully fucking never gets out. Because revenge porn is a fucking felony or some shit. So he can go fuck off. But anyway, sorry, I
You're
ranted.
okay.
But anyway,
Um,
so you were
yeah, so
so
since
you're
my
having to deal
friends,
with this shit. You're like working, having
yeah,
to deal with this shit, but because he's a fucking worthless piece of shit, he doesn't have a job. All he does is
yeah,
stay inside. He has an infinite amount of time. So he's constantly doing this shit.
yep. And to kind of prove this, unfortunately, I had to censor this, but you were telling me like the files that I uploaded.
Mm-hmm.
There's the restraining order, which I think you went over it, but basically, like one of the directions on the restraining order that was written is like, this guy is to remove everything, like all personal pictures from his thing. Like you're supposed to delete it. He never fucking followed that. And the police were dog shit in enforcing it, and that was fucked up. But to prove that he did do this to me, I I had to scrub through all like the old accounts and evidence and all this stuff. And I think if you go to blocked Instagram accounts
Let's see.
and if you go to, I would say like number 9, Instagram account 5, link 1,
Oh, I
and then
see
it
it. Yeah.
goes into 10 and 11. So those 10 were pictures of me that he manipulated me into sending him. So those are pictures. 11, and he is so funny. He named it Skype XDDD 2. I think he had like 3 in total, like recordings that he took of that night specifically. But yeah, look at him, so edgy. Skype XDDD. What a funny fucking guy.
So
He's
he
like, yeah,
had,
like I will upload these to the fucking internet if you don't do what I tell you to do.
and
Um,
this is which one are you talking about? Number 9?
yeah, number 9 is like the message, and that message has 2 links inside of it. And then like I typed those 2 links, and they're still active, which is why I censored them.
Oh,
But
I see.
the first link, it's they're all in order. So image number 9 is like just like the message, and then the 2 links inside image number 9 are image 10 and 11, and image 10 is of the pictures that he has had of me, and image 11 is one of the Skype videos that I was talking about that he recorded without my
Oh, I
knowledge or
see.
consent.
Okay.
Yeah. And there was also another one where it was like uploading to Pornhub. Um, Geez, like the thumbnails for these are so small that they're a little hard to find. Holy shit, where is it? Might not be in Instagram accounts. Is it Skype accounts? No.
Yeah, so
No,
these
it
are the
has.
PNGs that he had. Okay.
Yeah.
And then these are this is the
Um.
Skype XDDDD, and that's the video.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the video that he did. Um. I swear to God, I did like Oh, I think it's in restraining order, additional files. Oh, I guess there's like more evidence of him like uploading shit. Okay, if you go to restraining order, and then if you go to additional files, and then after second California meetup, it's
Okay.
image number 10. Yeah, and that was like a little screen snippet of like, oh hey look, I'm uploading it right now. And I don't know
Oh,
if
I
like
see. I
the
see. Okay.
name of the video proves anything, but it's like VLC-record.
Mhm.
So like it's a recording, and it was like one of the videos that like it was that video that he recorded of me that night. But yeah, that motherfucker did that to me, so what a cool guy. But yeah, and he would just constantly terrorize me, and he sent it to my friends, and my friends were kind of immature. They were guys, and like a not fun thing that ended up happening was they didn't really understand the severity of it, and one of them made a joke about the situation, like about me, and he didn't mean it in like a shitty way. Like it was shitty, but like he wasn't trying to be mean. He was just trying to be like, tee hee haha, I'm so funny. And it wasn't funny. But I basically had to laugh it off
Yeah.
and then go and bawl my eyes out every
I
single
mean, he
night
shouldn't have made the
because
joke in the first place, but
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but it's just like, when he's like, we've both done shitty things to each other. It's like, one is not like the other. I
Nah,
don't
he
know.
in his
Call me
mind he thinks
crazy.
that all bad things are equal. So you could call someone ugly or commit a murder and the severity is the same.
Yeah. So yeah, so those are really big things that like happened prior to 2017. So 2017, I think some people may be wondering like, how the fuck did you end up wanting for this guy to move in with you? And 2017, I hadn't talked to him for like a while, and I was doing good. And unfortunately, the times I guess like that I did go back, because he's always like criticized me, like, why do you always come back? Why do you always come back and leave? And here's why I always came back and left. I don't think he'll ever understand this or accept it, but I was so fucking damaged as a human being at that point, after like those first few years, that anytime I tried to live any sort of normal life, I would do it for a little while, and then something would happen, and I would just completely crumble, like have like a meltdown, like after work in my bedroom, just like bawling my eyes out because, like the sensitivity just got cranked up, and I was just extremely sensitive to absolutely everything, and I couldn't handle it and I couldn't process it. And every time I would get triggered like that, um, my brain would just be like, your only worth is him. He is the only person that you'll ever be able to be with. Like, you will never be able to have any sort of normalcy or kindness or whatever. Like, this is the only person that you are worth. And I would just end up going back to him because, like, he got, I guess, the effect that he wanted, me not being able to leave. Me trying to leave, sometimes leaving for quite some time, and then me coming back when I would just feel like my life is falling apart. Like, here I am trying to fix myself, and I can't fix myself. Oh my god, oh my god. And I guess, like, even though he was a terrible piece of shit, it's like, I knew with him, like, I knew everything. Like, like people prefer familiarity over what's actually good for them. So,
Yes.
like, for
Yeah. Yeah.
example, if people have like shitty abusive parents,
Mm-hmm.
instead of choosing someone that will respect them as an adult, they'll choose someone that mimics their parents. I think maybe it's something like that, but it's some sort of fucked up psychological link that I had.
Well, it's not.
And
It's
I
not
just
easy to leave an abusive relationship. People that
um
have never experienced that don't really know. They just think, oh, just leave, forehead. Just leave.
yeah.
Like, it's that easy. Just leave. It's actually not that easy because you're mentally destroyed. So your judgment
Yeah.
is so beyond fucked that you don't actually know any better. And when you add on the things that he did to you, all of the psychological abuse, the grooming, just the he you couldn't leave him because you didn't know how.
Yeah. And every time I would try, like, I would eventually miserably fail because I was genuinely just fucking broken on the inside. And it was just, everything is painful and intense, and I can't, like, form regular relationships with people, like, romantic friendships, like work, anything. Like, I'm not able to function normally. And that really fucked me up. And anytime like it would get really intense, I'd be like, nope, gotta go back. And I would.
Mm-hmm.
So 2017, um, you know, had had some sort of fucked up mental break, and a really fucky thing that my brain thought of that would fix everything, right? Be like, this will fix absolutely everything. You will feel safe and it'll be all fine again. Was if he would move in with me. Because it
Mm-hmm.
was like, and the thing is, like, people would be like, but that's not logical. That doesn't make sense. But it's like, when you're in that state of mind, you rationalize things that are not rational. Like, and you believe it. You genuinely fucking believe that, like, yeah, that is the solution. Of course. How did I not think of this before? So that's how it was. And my brain, or I guess I'm trying to like separate myself, but me, the decision I made was to have him move in. And that would absolve all the bad things
Mm-hmm.
and it
Yeah.
would all work out.
Kind of like a
And
restart.
yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
like, the this entire time our relationship has been online, so if he's here in real life, then it'll just magically fix all the bad pain, and all of it would have been worth it. Like there would have been a purpose or whatever. Like I don't fucking know. I can't really explain, but I was convinced that that was the answer. So, you know, get back together with him, tell him like, hey, move in, and he's like, oh my god, yes, because he lives in the middle of fucking nowhere. You know, fucking his girlfriend is his right hand type of shit going on. You know.
Yeah.
Like, of course he would want to do that. So, the first time, and I never told him this, but like, it's like out of a fucking movie, I swear to God. Like, the way I remember it is like out of a fucking movie. But basically, he arrives, I pick him up at the airport, you know, we drive back to my place, and we, you know, step inside. I remember we kissed for the first time, and I shit you not, the second we kissed, like I felt my stomach like hurt. Is it my stomach drop? Is that the phrase? Or like my heart dropped? I don't know, but just like I just felt my heart drop because I was like, oh my fucking god, what
Like
the
this shit's
fuck have
real.
I just fucking done? No. It like, you know, like before I kissed him, it was like fairy tale, fairy tale, fairy tale, yay, like, hey, it's all gonna get figured out, every problem, every bad thing is gonna magically go away, and I completely believed in it. And then I just fucking, like, we kissed, and I was like, oh my god, I, he's moving in with me. This
So it's like
fucking
the reality,
monster.
just everything caught
Yeah,
up.
it just fucking hit me, and I was like, horrified at the decision that I made.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I just dug myself into a really deep fucking hole. And I was like, fuck, fuck. And I didn't know what to do, but I was like, okay, okay. So he's moved in. I can't kick him out.
Well, I mean, you
Like,
could, but you know, but anyway,
I
go ahead.
could,
Yeah.
but like, at that time, I was like, I can't kick him out because it's immoral. Because like, even though he doesn't have, I guess, standards, I somewhat did, at least in that aspect. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
I got him to move out here with me. I would not be okay with just kicking him out right away. So I was like, okay, fuck. I mean,
So
like,
you
I
actually
realized,
okay,
like,
yeah. So you knew like yeah, right when you kissed him that you knew right then and
yeah,
there
like,
that
I
you
was
were
like,
going to eventually break up with him and you were eventually going to kick him out.
not quite that.
Okay.
Um, like, when I kissed him, I realized how much of a fucking mistake I made, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, I knew that I was going to kick him out.
You just knew
I
something
just knew. I was
bad
like, this is
happened.
not
Okay.
someone I love. This is now
Mm-hmm.
someone I want around me. Like, it was just more of like, instead of like the feelings of like, yay, lovey-dovey, magical fairy tale, happy ending type of shit, it was like, I just invited a monster to live in my fucking house with me type of shit.
Yeah. Okay.
But like, it wasn't like that. I wanted to. I guess, like, if I could have had that choice that was easy, like, oh, you know, like, super easy, you just fly back and there's no repercussions, nothing costs money or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
then I would have, but it's like, it's not that, so, like, it costs money, there's,
Yeah.
like, you know, shit involved, and I already, like, a lot of planning involved with it too, and it's just like, I can't just easily undo this, so I
Yeah.
was like, okay, I
Okay.
can't
So yeah. So
easily
what did you do
undo,
then?
yeah. So, um, I was like, okay, fuck it, like, I guess, like, I'll try to, like, live with him. And I did genuinely, like, try to make it work. Like, I did try to hang out with him. I did try to get him to hang out with my friends. It didn't work. He was awkward as fuck. And
Awkward in
I
which way, if you can
just,
remember?
like, terrified of remember how like I described myself in high school, like how your brain is like,
Hmm.
you think of something funny to say, but your brain is like, don't fucking say that's fucking weird. Everyone's gonna think you're weird. He was basically like that. Like he was just like, I was just trying to like, we were walking outside and I'm like being a little silly. He's like, stop acting that way. Gonna make people look at us, like that kind of attitude about like every
Really?
fucking thing we did. Yeah.
Huh.
Like it
Okay.
wasn't like that exactly, but it was like basically like
That
that
was the
vibe. Like he
mentality,
was,
is that
yeah, like he was
he
like
was
fucking
constantly worried about
terrified.
people watching and how people perceive him.
Yeah, yeah.
Very
Because like
paranoid.
he didn't know like how to act. He was
Hmm.
basically a shut-in for 5 years at that point, and he just had no idea how to function in the real world. I don't blame him for that, but I was just like, it made it really fucking hard to do anything with him, and I just ended up getting frustrated, and he was extremely stubborn, and he just like wouldn't fucking budge on stupid shit. So then we ended up fighting. And the thing that ended up happening, terrible thing number 3. Oh boy. I kind of went back and forth about talking about this, but since I'm going fucking full blast, people can think whatever they want. I don't think I can prove much of it, other than a few disgusting messages he sent me later on, but I was I was feeling so much distress at the decision that I understand I made to have him move in with me, which in hindsight is the stupidest fucking thing that I could have done. I understand why I did it, but I also understand that I did make that decision.
Hmm.
But I was in such distress over having him move in with me that like I think like maybe like after 5 days of having him around, I just like ended up trying to hang out with my friends as much as I could because he just sat in my room on his fucking computer playing video games. And I was like, I want to be out of my room as much as I can. He doesn't want to come hang out because he doesn't know how to fucking function. So I was like, perfect. But what ended up happening is I started drinking really heavily. And the thing is, I hate alcohol. I don't really like alcohol. But like, I wanted to escape whatever the fuck
The situation
the
was.
situation
Yeah.
was that like I just ended up drinking so much that like it was just like to the point where like I would just get shit faced to the point where like I no longer have to think about this because my brain is not capable of thinking about this anymore. And that was like my solution because I had no fucking idea of what to do or how to even like I guess kick him out because like I didn't want him there, but it's like I can't just fucking throw him on the street. Like I can't do that. And I was like, I don't know what to do. And like he's not gonna willingly go. So like fuck, I don't fucking know. Like I don't think he's gonna willingly go. Or else he's gonna be like, I'm gonna fucking fight you on this. Or I don't know. Like I didn't know. I didn't know. I was like, I don't know what to fucking do. I don't know how to undo this. So um one of the days that I did that, um I drank a lot. Like I drank so much, like, I've never been able to get to this point of drunk ever, like, after I did that, like, before or after, I have never been this drunk. And I remember, like, a few snippets of that day. One of them being, like, a car door either, like, opening or closing. And the second one is, like, after my friends, like, dragged my face back to my room because they had to go home and like they couldn't bring me with them, like, and they also didn't know that this was gonna happen, but like they basically were like, after hanging out with them getting shit faced, they drove me back home and like, you know I got back and i don't think I don't think he understands that what he did was wrong. I genuinely don't think he understands. But I was clearly not in like clear conscious state of mind. If you were like, hey, talk the way that you're talking right now, wouldn't be able to do it. It was like, I don't know 100%, but it's probably like ramblings. Because it's like, if you have 3 snippet memories, like, of shit, like random little like bits and pieces, you're not even able to remember the entire day, or actually like 90% of the day, then like you're probably like very obviously, drunk. And the reason why I remember the specific night is one of the three snippet memories that I had was a thought that I had while laying in my bed. And it was a really fucked up thought, and this was the reason why I had to go to therapy after having a mental breakdown at work 2 years after, was you deserve this. And like I know that I did not deserve it. But the fucked up thought was like I remember thinking you deserve this, and obviously he was doing shit. I have no idea how far he went, but I just remember things were happening, like, during that brief moment of...
So he took advantage of you while you were drunk.
Essentially. Yeah.
What a fucking piece of shit.
Like, when I think about it, right, like...
That's absolutely vile.
I try to, like... think, like I said, like, I don't think he even knows that he did anything wrong. But then it's like... he's a grown fucking man. Like... what,
No,
like
he doesn't think he did anything
mid-20s?
wrong.
You
He
know what
doesn't
I
feel
mean?
remorse for anything. He
Like,
feels no remorse.
mid-20s. Like, this topic has been in the media of like, hey, if a girl is shit-faced, don't try to have sex with her, because she's not in her right mind. There is no way he has never, like, heard that fucking concept.
No, he just doesn't care. He
You know
just
what I
didn't care.
mean? Like, it's just like, you ever wish, like, The Purge was real? Like, the movie The Purge? Like, you're just like, man, I wish it was real. I do. I wish The Purge was real, because, oh my god. I don't. I do. But I don't. In Minecraft, I don't know. Whatever. Um, but yeah. So that happened. And then I didn't think about it for like the next 2 years. I was just like, nope, it didn't happen. And I completely ignored it. It's not that I had like amnesia of it ever happening. Because I don't know. Maybe in one of the messages, I didn't read them all thoroughly. Maybe in one of them he has it, but essentially I remember reading a message where he like confirmed it. And actually in some of the messages that he sent me more recently, he kind of confirms it, like he references the night.
The night
So
when you were
people
drunk?
can take it. Yeah, people can take it or leave it. Like, if people want to argue about it, then go ahead. People I love, in my life, like, they believe and support me, and I know I believe and support me. I don't think I can do anything legally, which, like, it is what it is. I don't even know, like, the evidence is I was shit-faced and I have a 3-second, like, a fucking snippet of me thinking a really mean thing about myself. Like, I don't think that would be
I mean, I
admissible
believe you
in court.
100%. You don't. I believe you 100%. He is. It would
Yeah, some
not
of the
surprise me one single bit. As a matter of fact, I would expect him to do something like that. I would expect if he has done all right. So if he has lied to you, manipulated you, groomed you, he would definitely assault you sexually. Like, yes, I believe you 100%. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. He is a worthless fucking piece of shit. And this is exactly the type of thing that he would do.
at best, he is the biggest fucking moron in the world that just does not think about anything that he's doing. And that's the only way that I can not attribute, like, any sort of, like, evil, vile, disgusting, perverse, fetishizing,
I mean, him
like,
him taking advantage of you
yeah.
lines up with his personality because he's self-conscious about his appearance, about his looks. He's also self-conscious about his sexuality. So you not being aware is actually the prime target because if you're not aware, he doesn't have to be self-conscious about that. So he gets what he wants while at the same time not having to worry about his insecurities. So I 100% believe you that he did that. And it is extremely unfortunate. I'm very sorry you had to go through that.
I went to therapy for it. I guess. I'm sorry. I know this is already like a really long interview, but I do think this is really important. If it can help anyone out there, I hope it does. But when I went to therapy for it, um, one of the biggest hurdles that I had was honestly, it was mostly for myself because it's like the thought that I had was like, I already know that I mean nothing to him. I already know that I'm not even like a human being to him with emotions and feelings and all this other shit. Like, I already know that, right? But it's like, how could I have meant so little to myself to have made the choices that I made, you know, to have ended up in that situation? And it's like, it's not like a self, well, it is a self blame, but it's more of like, how could I mean so little to myself? Like, that was the part that really fucked me up, that I couldn't move past, that like ended up with me having like a mental breakdown at work when I randomly on like a random fucking Tuesday just like thought
And
about
this
it.
and
And
this
then
happened so that night,
yeah.
uh this happened how long after that night?
The therapy, it would be, oh, shit, I guess it was way longer than like 2 years.
Hmm.
But if this happened in 2017, the therapy would have been like 2022 to like 2023-ish.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay. I mean, a lot
Yeah,
of
but
victims of
most,
like sexual assault
sorry.
don't actually come forward, and they'll tend to have problems for like years afterwards. So
Yeah,
the fact that that happened later isn't like uncommon. So this
the thing that like got me was like, it genuinely was like, I just put it into the back of my mind
mhm.
and just didn't fucking think about it. And then like it just came out like randomly, and it was just like, it just fucking hit me like a fucking
Mhm.
truck. Like, it was a random day. Like, I just remember like I was sitting at work at my computer, and then I just thought about it, and then like everything just like came flushing in, and I had to like run to the bathroom, and I was like in the bathroom for like an hour just like crying my eyes out, and I felt like a weirdo because other people could hear me because they also had to go to the bathroom, and I was like, oh my god, fuck me. And then my boss thought I was a crazy bitch for the rest of the time that he was there until he retired, but that is beyond the point.
So this happened. Like what happened the next day or like the next week?
Yeah, so that night happened. Um, and then I kept like the next morning, I didn't even think like it really hit me like what happened until like way later on. But like the main thing was like, fuck, like he's still here. I still have to go to work. I still have to do all this shit, and I don't want to. I don't want to do anything. And essentially, it was like that. I tried to be outside of my room for as much as I could, as little as I could to be around him, until I had like an argument, and I was like, listen, if you're gonna be stubborn, I'm gonna buy you a fucking ticket right now, and I'm gonna send your ass back home. Like, I don't care. Like, if you're gonna act like this, like, I will buy you a ticket to go back home. And he was like, fine, do it. And I was like, okay, I'll do it. I'm like, listen, I'm giving you a chance. Like, I will stop right now if you stop being so stubborn about whatever the fuck we were fighting about. And he was like, yeah, fucking do it. And I was like, okay. So I bought him a ticket, and it wasn't for like a few days. like for him to leave. And what ended up happening, like the oh no, it wasn't for a few days. No, sorry, he was supposed to leave like way later in the month. I think like maybe in like 2 weeks. I think that was like the cheapest and earliest I could find. Let's like maybe even longer, but let's just say like 2 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he ended up leaving a lot earlier. Like he would have still been there for like 2 weeks with me, but he ended up leaving a lot earlier. And in the messages, he like references like 10 days, 10 fucking days. Like it would have been like closer to a month that he would have been there. And, because I bought him a ticket. Because,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, I wasn't fucking bluffing, man.
So the ticket was like
Um,
for like a month later.
yeah, like
Yeah.
it was
Okay.
like towards the end of the month. Because, like, fucking airplane tickets, like,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
the closer they are, the more pricier and shit. So yeah, but he ended up leaving 10 days in because I remember I was like um sitting on my bed and like my back was against the wall and I was just like, sitting up and I was like on my phone and he was playing Final Fantasy and he was talking with his friends. But there was like a really weird thing with my Wi-Fi, so a little bit of context. My Wi-Fi worked, but in order, like Final Fantasy, for some reason, did not want to like connect to the online thing with like the Wi-Fi that he was using, like that I had. So the weird thing that we had to do is like I basically had to use my phone hotspot, and he would use
Mm.
that Wi-Fi, and then Final Fantasy would let him log in, and then he would be able to go back to the regular Wi-Fi, and then he'd be able to play video games like not video games, sorry, Final Fantasy with his friends. Like for some reason, like when he was like on the regular Wi-Fi that I had, it just like wouldn't let him log in or some shit
Yeah.
like
That's
that.
weird.
So
Yeah.
he would have to use my phone Wi-Fi first. It would let him log in, and then he would be able to switch to the other Wi-Fi, and like there would be no problems. I have no fucking idea what the fuck was on with that, but whatever. That was just like a little system that we had to do. And Final Fantasy is like his favorite fucking game
Mm-hmm.
ever. And basically one day, I was just sitting talking to his friends, and then he starts like shit talking my friends. And he starts calling them like, oh, they're all like fucking druggies and like loser lowlifes and whatever, and like just starts like insulting my friends. And the thing is, um, like my friends did have like a lot of their own personal issues that they were struggling with. But they were like my first friends that just like made me feel normal and accepted. Just like, hey, let's go do stupid, dumb young people shit. Like,
Mm-hmm.
let's go hang out at a park at night when we're not supposed to because it's closed. Like, just stupid, like, let's loiter in this random fucking place. Okay, let's go loiter at this fucking place. Like, it's just like, it was nice. It was like the first time I was able to have that. And when he started insulting my friends, I was like, you don't get to live under, like, basically in my fucking room and shit talk my friends. And, like, I remember I was like, told him, like, hey, like, you know what? Like, if you're gonna shit talk my friends, like, I'm not gonna let you use my fucking Wi Fi to log into Final Fantasy anymore. And, like,
Yeah.
I shit you not. I shit you not. Like, he was sitting, like, in his chair, like, playing his computer. He got up so fucking quickly. Like, it was like a split second. And, on the table, he, like, ordered, like, Uber Eats or some shit. And on the table, there was, like, a coffee cup. And it was, like, half empty or, like, like, it wasn't full. But it was there, like, the whole day. So it wasn't hot or anything. Like, it was cold. But, like, in one fucking motion, he got up fucking quickly, grabbed that fucking cup, and he like when I say threw is like a really gentle word to describe the motion, like the action that he did. Like
He
the best
launched
way
it at you.
I'm sure there's like a really fancy word to say this, but he like rage threw that
Mm-hmm.
cup at me. And the thing is, like, it didn't hit me directly, but it hit like the wall. Because I was sitting up against the wall, right? And it went like hit to the left of my shoulder and it hit like the wall and the coffee went splattering everywhere. Like it went splattering all over me, all over my bed. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I looked at him and like maybe I should be thankful that this was online instead of real life. Because, like, online it was just, like, the emotional abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Real
Yeah.
life, like, his regular face, like, his normal, relaxed face, it just looks normal. When I looked at him, he was, like, standing so still. But, like, his breathing was, like, it wasn't, like, hyper ventilated, but it was, like, very, like, controlled. And, like, the thing that fucking terrified the shit out of me was, like, his eyes. Like, I wasn't looking in the eyes of someone that was, like, had, like, the little rational voice in their head of, like, I am going to make a decision. But before I do that decision, let's think about blah, blah, blah. Like, this was, like, a person who, like, fucking just
Did
seeing
not care
red, action
whatsoever about any
only.
consequences.
Like, lights are on, nobody's home.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I, like, just, like, looked at his face, and I, like, you know, I've lived with him for, like, the last 10 days, right? Like, and that's not his normal face. Like, his face was fucking terrifying, and he was just, like, staring at me, like, laser sight, just fucking staring at
All
me.
because you
And
threatened
I
to take
was,
away his Wi-Fi.
yeah, because I threatened to take away his favorite fucking game. Because he was insulting my friends right there, like, in front of my face. And I was like, if you're gonna do that, I'm gonna take it away. And he was just like, no! But, like, yeah, I was fucking terrified. And I was like, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. And the thing that, like, I ended up being like, okay, what do I do? What do I do? What I ended up doing was like, okay, I'm gonna act like nothing is wrong. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
calm down the situation, and I'm gonna pretend everything's fine. And, like, that's what I did. And then, like, it got to the point where I was like, oh, hey, like, it's getting pretty late. Let's get ready to go to sleep. Do you want to take a shower first, and I'll go in after you? And, like, he was like, totally fine, like, as if that didn't just fucking happen.
Wow,
He's
that's
like, yeah,
that's
sure,
insane.
I'll go in first.
Yeah,
And
that's
I was
fucking
like,
nuts.
cool, 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 cool. And then, like, while he went into the shower, I called my mom up. And my mom was, like, one of the bigger, not bigger, but she was, like, a critic. She's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you having this guy move in with you? And I was like, Mom, no, you don't get it. And I called her, and I was like, Mom, Mom, you can tell me as many times you were right, and I'm so sorry. I'm an idiot. I'm a stupid fucking idiot. I'm so stupid. I'm so fucking sorry, Mom. You can tell me, you can criticize me, scorn me, tell me I told you so, but, like, here's what happened. I am fucking scared right now, and I don't know what to do. You can say anything you want to me, but please come help me. I am fucking scared. And she and my dad, like, they arrived, and essentially, they ended up calling the cops, and the cops were like, okay, here's what we can do. Like, we can take him to, like, a temporary, like, sleeping place. I don't know exactly what it was, but it wasn't jail or anything.
Yeah, no, it's just a
It was
holding
like,
cell. It's just a
yeah,
holding. Yeah.
holding cell, I
Yeah.
think, yeah. He's like, he can sleep there for the night, and in the morning, you guys can pick him up and decide, like, how to go about this. And it was like, okay, yeah, let's do that. So,
Oh, I bet he
they
was
took
mad
David.
about that.
Oh yeah, he was fucking pissed. He did not like that. Um, and yeah, next morning, like, my parents pick him up. They drive him to the airport. Um, I think my dad paid for half the ticket, and he made him pay for the other half.
Mm.
Um, and yeah, he ended up flying back home.
The
And
very next day.
yeah, the very
Okay.
next day. So
Good.
let's see. Um, if you go to restraining order, additional files, after first California meetup. So all of those are messages he sent me after the first thing where he was like, you fucking bitch, you betrayed me. And it's basically like
Which?
anger of, like, it's just kind of all of them. I think they all
Oh,
say, like,
all of
more or
them.
less
Oh,
the
I
same
see.
thing. But yeah, it was basically
Okay.
like, I can't believe I let you trick me, playing victim to make me forget the fact that you ruined my life without a second thought because you met someone fucking else. Just think that I actually fucking fell for it. I'm a fucking idiot. You don't give a fuck about the fact that you ruined my life. All you care about is yourself. You ruined my fucking life just so you can fucking have someone else. You didn't care to put effort in because you fuck already had someone else. I think when he was talking about this, he was like stalking my shit, and I think he like saw a picture of me with someone, or maybe he assumed it. I have no fucking idea who the fuck he's talking about. Um, but yeah, but basically all of these messages and after first California trip is he returned after I told him, like, listen, I'm gonna buy you a ticket. I'm not gonna take it back. Like, you either like stop being stubborn about whatever the fuck you're being stubborn about, or like, I don't know, man. Like, I can't do this. I can't live with you if you're gonna act like this. And he was like, yep, fine, go do it. Like, buy it. I'm not gonna change my mind. And I did, and he's mad about it because he's like, I'm back in this shitty town, and you're a piece of shit because you forced me to go back here, and I fucking hate you. Blah 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 blah. Oh, picture number 5 in after first California meetup is him sending a Pornhub link to all of my friends. The ones in blue are my friends. The one in red I didn't recognize, so I think it's his friend. That was
Oh,
really
which
fun.
one? Under.
Restraining order, additional files after first California meetup, and it's image number 5.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And then before that one was like his message. Image number 4 is a word pad. And the word pad link to Imager is from a Discord account, which is image number 3. So he would make these accounts with Imager links on them. He did this a lot. And he would fucking add me because I just would ignore it, and he would add me, and like the Imager would have like this WordPad message because he didn't have any way to contact me. And one of the tactics, like I was saying earlier, is basically spreading my nudes and all this other shit to my friends. One of the people on his friends list in the league client, image number 5, one of them was my brother, so that's the second place where he fucking spread that shit, which is super fun.
Number the. Oh, this is the one. Okay, yeah, the one in blue and red. That one.
Yeah.
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 So this is to your brother, right?
One of them was my brother, and
Yeah. Your
3 or
brother
4 were
actually
like my
testified
friends.
in your restraining order as well.
Yeah. There's like a Skype account. It's censored, but essentially, yeah, Skype account of a personal picture that he added my brother with.
So
And yeah, just relentless, adding all my friends and trying to humiliate me over and over and over and over again.
so he did okay, so he threw the cup at you. Obviously, you calmed the situation down. He's fucking psychotic, so he didn't even realize he did anything wrong. You send him back home, or your parents come. He sleeps in a holding cell. You pick him up the next day. Plane ticket back home. Okay, so what happens after he goes back home? Like from the time he goes
After,
back home, from the time before he comes back, because there's a time
yeah,
where you invite him back, right?
yeah. So 2017, I think August or September is when it happens. I don't have the exact dates.
Yeah.
I could get it the exact one, but I don't have it right now. But August or September. And then for the next year, he relentlessly creates account over account over account. So an example of this, if you go to like the main thing on blocked Instagram accounts, I think most, if not, uh, well, no, not all of them, but he basically would create account after account after account after account, just like threatening me, adding my friends, adding my brother, messaging my friends, putting my nudes online, which is like in blocked Instagram accounts. That's like image number 9, 10, and 11. That's like an example of him doing that. And just him relentlessly doing that over and over and over and over and over again, while sending me messages to kill myself because I am ugly and worthless and blah 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 blah. He did that for about a year because it didn't work out, and instead of blaming himself, he blamed me and told me that the reason why he can't get a job is because of me. The reason why he can't move on with his life is because of me. The reason why he can't do anything with his life is because of me. I'm the only reason. I'm the only thing holding him back from being a super successful and happy person. 100% my fault. And he just took that anger out on me.
I mean, obviously all of that is bullshit. Like his reasoning for it. The real reason he is going schizo on you is because he lost that control over you. And when he didn't have control over you, he didn't know what to do. Because he did, I agree with you. I don't think he viewed you as a human, as a person. I think he viewed you as property. And when you were not there, he no longer had that control. So that is why he flipped the fuck out.
Yeah.
So then this actually, so from 2000, so you mentioned from 2017 to, so you mentioned that this went on for 2 years, like almost 2 years?
So from first trip until second trip, second meetup was in 2018. So from 2017 to 2018, around the same time in 2018 actually is when I tried getting him to move in with me again. He just relentlessly, just non-stop, account after account after account after account after account after account. And if I had to guess his response, he's going to be like, well, this was all your fault. This was all your fault. To which I would reply to that, hearing everything that you've done to me in intense amount of detail. Do you really think, like, I was in any sort of, like, state, like, mentally to have made any other choice than the choices that I made? I understand that I did make those choices, and I wish I hadn't. I wish I was stronger. I wish I had told him to fuck off and go get rib surgery so that he could suck his own dick. Just anything other than all the shit happening. But I wasn't. And partially is because he created this link, this psychological link that I couldn't fucking break. And now he's mad at me because I can't fucking break the link. And he's like, well, how can you come back and leave? Because of you, dumbass. Because of you, you stupid dumb motherfucker. I couldn't leave and move on because of you. Because you fucked up my stupid fucking brain. But anyways, 2018, after relentless harassment, he has one version of the events that he believes. I will give the version that the courts have, which has been legally,
His version is never the truth. His version is always a lie. I sued him for defamation, and he thinks that motion default means that he won't have to pay a dime. That is not true. That is actually the opposite of truth. His version of the truth is what a normal human would call a lie. He has no idea what the truth actually is. Like, all he knows are the lies that he tells. So anything that he has said about you is obviously a lie, which at the very beginning of this conversation, I asked what you thought about this. And the woman he referenced, Katie, is on excellent terms with me, which is why I have no problem saying that in public. He has no problem saying this in public because he's a fucking psychopath and doesn't realize the consequences of his actions, and he has no remorse. He also believes that if he says a lie enough, well, it might be true. If I say something enough, it might be true. That is not the case at all, especially when it comes to the court.
he knows that he's lying, but the thing for him is like as long as he can get people to believe it,
Mhm.
he doesn't give a shit. I think he does know like a lot of the shit that he's spewing right now, like I've seen the YouTube channel and he's posted quite a lot on like the little messages, the community post for someone that doesn't give a shit about the situation. Like that's an awful amount of posting
That's
of your
a sure
opinion
lot
about
of
the
giving a shit about a
situation.
situation.
Yeah, like that's like someone screaming that they don't give a fuck 20 times when no one fucking asked.
No,
You know
he's
what I
in
mean?
complete panic
Yeah.
mode because he's never had this much attention on him. He's never been exposed in this way. He's never he has had these dark secrets where he's been a groomer and sexual predator and abuser and stalker. No one has known this except for, the amount of, like the people that he's done this to, but who he targets typically is not in the right state of mind to fight back. But now there's a gigantic spotlight on him. Now everyone knows that he is a groomer, he is a sexual predator, he stalks and harasses people, and he is a liar. And everything he says is a lie. And there's a massive fucking spotlight on him. And he cannot escape any of this because it's the truth. And you cannot run from the truth, and he cannot handle this, so he is just trying everything he can do to throw a temper tantrum and scream and kick and whine and try to distract people from the truth, but it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
All of these things will eventually catch up to him. It's all a matter of time. His YouTube channel will be gone. He will be facing criminal charges. He's already had one warrant out for his arrest. He's going to have another one. All of this garbage, all of this shit will catch up to him. And when it does, it is going to hit him
I mean,
like
it
a
already
fucking train.
has, I feel like, because
Well, his
he is
online presence is
in deep
completely destroyed.
shit.
Like I have exposed him. Well, not only me, but you other people have exposed him for horrendous crimes. He will never be able to hide from this ever. Never be able to hide from this. So,
Yeah, and 2018, I guess my brain got fucked up, and I was like, okay, you know what? You win. You wanna move back so badly? All right, go ahead. Let's do it. And he did, and essentially, what ended up happening is the same thing that always happens, and when he was there, I just hit a breaking point where I was like, I don't have to deal with this. I don't have to deal with this. This unhinged guy is not my responsibility to fucking baby and mother and give in to every whim that he has. And yeah, halfway through the trip, essentially, I was like, all right, you know what? You're gonna be you. Fine. Then you fucking deal with it. And ended up leaving him at a fucking hotel because
well,
there's
okay.
only so much that a
So,
human can take.
yeah.
No.
So basically, he flies to you, and then you
Yeah.
guys decide to go on a trip or
Yeah,
like
it
a
was
road
supposed to
trip.
be like a little honeymoon thing. And
Okay, and then what does he do to, um, what exactly happened to make you fearful enough to have to leave him in the middle of the trip?
well, just same kind of like unhinged shit. So we had like a day where, in California, weed was legal, and we got blazed to the first day. And the first day was amazing. It was fun. It was a great day and had a good time. On the second day, I planned out this like cute little trip where we were supposed to go and have fun and just celebrate and all this stuff. And I worked really hard to be able to make that trip happen, but like in the morning when I woke up, I was like, oh my fucking god, I am in no state to drive. And my friend, um, he was like, hey, like, fuck it, like, he knew how important this was to me, so he offered to drive, and he was like, I have some family in that area, and he's like, I can drive you guys, and then I can just, because it was for a few days at most.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, I can just like, he has to do a huge favor, because I had to work a lot of like overtime hours to be able to like save up and have like enough leave to take off. And yeah, so we ended up going on a trip, and um it kind of like, I guess like in hindsight I should have known, but and there's like a few messages where he references my friend, but essentially he thought that I was fucking this guy because he's a dude, he's a male, and he had a
Mm-hmm.
dick, and he was being nice, and I was like, no, so same unhinged shit, and I don't know, like it was no longer just like me in that situation, it was also my friend in my car, and I was like, no thank you. And I was like, fuck you. Just, you know what? You have a family? You have a family. Like, I honestly, I was like, he has a family. He can contact them and they can figure out transportation and how to get him back home.
Yeah. I mean, your
Like,
dad paid half for the ticket last time, right? So
yeah,
fuck him.
like, like, I'm not going to deal with this anymore. I'm not. I have reached my breaking point.
Mm-hmm.
And, um, basically, the next.
So you guys are driving, and then
The,
halfway through the trip, you stop at a hotel.
yeah.
And okay, do you guys actually stay the night there?
No.
So you guys just stop there to like chill for a second, or?
It it was it was the hotel that like we're supposed to go to. Um.
Oh,
It was
okay.
just like ramping up, I guess, and I was just fucking done.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
I
yeah.
was like,
Okay, so
I'm not.
you guys go to this hotel. So so do you like check in?
Um. No. I just basically. I decided, I was like, okay, like if I tell him like get the fuck out of the car, he's not gonna do it.
I
So I
guess,
was
but
like,
yeah.
all right.
So I guess my question is how exactly did you leave him there? So you were driving, and then
Just
like
we got to the hotel, and we got out, and then I got back in the car, and that was how that happened.
wait. So hold on.
Which
So
it's
you,
fucking crazy in
so
hindsight.
you and him got out of the car,
And then I got back
and then
inside
you
the
got
car.
back in, and you just took
Yeah.
off.
Yeah,
That
because I was
is
like,
fucking
it's
awesome.
not my fucking problem. It's
That
not
is
my fucking
okay.
problem.
So did
I
you tell your
can't.
friend about this like beforehand? You're like, yo, we're just gonna leave him there. I can't fucking deal with this anymore.
My friend, I think, was kind of like on the same page because he like witnessed this guy. Like
Mm-hmm.
he was there, and I think like I didn't need to say much, and I was like,
I
just go.
see.
And he was like, okay. Because he was like a close friend of mine, and I kind of explained, like, listen, I just I can't deal with this anymore. His family can deal with it. I don't have a legal obligation to fucking deal with it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. 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 Okay. So when you got back in the car, like, what did he do? Did he just did he just fucking stand there?
um, I guess so. I don't know. I just wanted to get as far away from him as I fucking could.
Okay,
Just
good for you. Good for you. I hope his ass was terrified. I hope he was so fucking mad
he
and so fucking sad.
was mad. He was. There's
Good. Good.
messages
Fuck him.
of the restraining order
Okay,
where
yeah.
he was
So
big
so
mad.
so you left him there. Then
Yeah.
what did you guys do after that? Did you just go back home?
Yeah, I just went back home. Um, some of his stuff was there, so like he took some of his clothes. So he had like half of his things because he brought clothes and like his computer. And essentially, I was like thinking like, okay, how the fuck am I gonna give him his shit back? I was like, okay, maybe I can just like, I'll just like fucking ship it
Okay.
back. But what ended up
So real
happening?
quick
Oh
before
yeah,
yeah, so his okay, so there were two people that actually came and picked him up. And you know these two people, right?
I before then I didn't. So like, I did know he had friends in California.
yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know they were gonna pick him up. I honestly was like thinking like his family, but it ended up being like his friends. He contacted them, and
Mhm.
they were the ones that ended up picking him up, and that was
Okay, so they ended up yeah,
yeah, it was
they
them.
they ended up picking him up. Now I've been in contact with
Yeah,
both of them, and they
yeah,
both are trying everything, like they're both uh you know helping me expose him. Like he is
yeah,
under the impression that Tal is his friend, and Tal is not his friend. Tal hates him. He despises him. Especially like for all the things that he's done. But he keeps
yeah.
talking to Tal as though they are friends, but they're not. He
Ugh.
can keep believing that delusion. So basically, those two, they picked him up,
Yeah.
and he admitted to them about spreading your nudes and a whole bunch of other shit. And
Um.
they were firsthand witnesses. So like when they picked him up, he went back to their house or their apartment or whatever, and he was on their computer like nonstop, trying to
Yeah.
access everything
Message
that he
me
could, you know,
and
and
yeah.
they witnessed him sending a metric fuck ton of just vile messages.
Yep.
He also admitted to them, both of them in person, that he spread your nudes, that he took that shit without like your consent. They they also witnessed him because obviously they were on he was on their PC at the time, and they witnessed
Yeah.
him doing a bunch of vile shit. Now they were under the impression at the time, because he lied to them. They were under the
He was a
impression that
normal person.
yeah. So they were under the impression that you were the crazy one and he was not, which is why originally they believed him until they started
Yeah.
to dig a little. And then when they started to dig a little, that is when that Twitter account was made that exposed him
Yeah.
for the entire
By
situation.
the girl.
Yeah, but
I
before
ended up like actually talking to her. I'm so sorry.
oh wait,
And like
hold on. You actually talked to the other girl that he also did this to?
no, the friend that like
Oh, yeah.
picked him up
Yeah.
because like I felt I felt not good that they got involved in the situation.
Mhm.
Um but um essentially she was like, what the fuck is going on? And I was like, I explained to her like, here's this crazy story. I'm so sorry. Like
Mhm.
this is just not a good situation. And I think after and I think what you said, like after she and her boyfriend saw the shit that he was sending to me on their computer, she ended up actually finding like other girls that he did this to
Yes.
that came
Yes.
out, and there were like other messages that I read on the Twitter account because me and the girl like kept in touch for a little bit because I listen, like, I'm sorry, I'm also not crazy. This is just my life, and this is a really messy situation. And after that, she found out that he did this to more girls than
Mm-hmm.
just me. Like harassment, nasty messages, sending private pictures to, like, other people that are not meant to see that. And it broke my fucking heart seeing that he did that to other
Yeah.
people.
So basically, when I first when like I first tried to reach out, because obviously I didn't want to just call you up out of nowhere and be like, "Hey, do you know this fucking
Yeah.
guy name?" That's fucking weird as shit. So I asked her to do it
Yeah.
because I understood that the situation is extremely fucking delicate, and I don't want to come off as some fucking weird ass motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When she initially got in contact with you, I asked her if she could talk to you, or if it would be possible that I could talk to you. And then so I said all that to basically say this. One of the first things that we talked about was that you said that you had hoped he had changed because X amount of time went by. When there
Yeah.
were moments of, so you would have moments of when he would harass you, and then you would have moments of dead silence. Well, during those
Yeah.
moments of dead silence, it wasn't that he wasn't harassing you. He was just simply, well, it wasn't that he wasn't harassing people. He was just not harassing you. He still continued his stalking and abuse. It just was aimed towards different people.
Yeah.
So, over the course of those years, from all the way back to 2013, if there was ever a time where he left you alone, it was simply because his focus was on someone else. So, like, when when she, when I like ask her to talk to you, and then when I started to talk to you, all of these gaps in time started to add up. They started to
Yeah.
make sense, because the gaps in time when you were not being stalked or harassed, there is evidence of him doing this to another person. So not only has he not changed, but he's actually got worse. And
Yeah.
yeah, so like basically, I guess after that happened at the hotel, so you left him. Then you went back home. They picked him up, and then okay.
Yeah.
So what exactly happened after that? Like, when did you guys meet up again? Because obviously, he now, to my knowledge, I believe it was his sister that bought him a plane ticket back home. How soon was it that he came to pick his stuff up?
Um, I think it was like I got back to my place and I was like, okay, like all his shit is here. What do I do? And then I got a text from him a little while after being like, yeah, fuck you, piece of shit. Like, I'm on my way to go pick all of my shit up and like blah blah blah. And I was like, okay, I guess I won't have to ship these things. And I just got like everything ready. And uh once he came by to pick up all his stuff, my friend was there because I was like, hey, I would be a lot more
Yeah.
comfortable if I
Hmm.
wasn't doing this by myself because this guy's a fucking psycho. And my friend was there, and if you go to the restraining order, additional files,
Hmm.
second California trip, I have two pictures of my friend's face, and I know it's like censored weirdly, but I know that my friend would not want to be involved in like being mentioned and me talking about this, so just as much as I could, just like I just only tried to include the
Oh
necessary
yeah,
parts
yeah,
of the
yeah,
picture. But it's
yeah.
basically when I was passing him his shit for him to pick up, he like thought the friend that he thought I was fucking, he went in on him and just like just tried to beat the shit out of him, I guess, which he didn't really do, but he did get like a few, like, I don't even know like if it was punches, but it was
I
you
mean,
can see
those
by
look
the
more like
pictures.
scratches than anything, but yeah.
Yeah, but like the I
So
was like the
so
worst part. He wasn't really able to do it because like I think the guy friend that he had stepped in and like tried to hold him back and like
oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
yeah, like didn't really get like a good fight in, but like he did try to go in hardcore like almost right off the bat, like after I opened the door to give him his shit.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there's actually like a police report that I included. There's actually two. There's like a case file and also an incident number. I tried calling the police department to try and get like a copy of it, but because um it's like kind of like a private thing, there's like a whole way that you have to do it, and it would just
Mm-hmm.
take like a really long time to get it. I could get a copy of it, but it
Well,
would take a while for me
I saw
to
the
get it.
account mentioned in the testimony in the restraining order. So
Yeah,
yeah.
but I do have like the little pieces of paper that the policeman filled out, being like, like here's like the thing referencing the situation, so it is real.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you can't like easily access it, and like you have to like mail in a check and stuff like that. Like it's um like because I no longer live in the around that area anymore, and yeah, like I could get it, if there's interest, and maybe I will do it. But hopefully, the police report um is enough for people to be
Mm-hmm.
like, "Oh shit, this guy is
Oh well, I mean,
getting really
anybody that
into
doesn't
this."
believe this shit with court
Like,
documents and shit is a fucking idiot. So
yeah,
their opinion doesn't matter. But yeah.
yeah, like officially, um, it was like an assault type of thing. No arrest was made, because no charges were pressed, but it is
So
there.
did your friend not
So
press charges?
yeah, I don't quite remember how or why. I think he just like didn't want to deal with this shit because it's like he was just like, this is fucking crazy, and
Oh,
I just don't want to deal with this
well,
fucking
Lionel got
lunatic.
lucky on
And
that.
yeah, but yeah, when I was talking to um one of the one of the people that works like at the station on the phone, she was like, yeah, it was like an assault type of thing, but like no arrest was made and like no charges were pressed, and I was like, okay. But yeah, the I do have like the copy of the two police
Mm-hmm.
paper thingies filled out for it, so I guess yeah,
So then,
those are
so
there
then he
with the case
shows up,
number and everything.
physical altercation. Then it's broken up by the police. Then you give him his shit, and then he goes home.
Um, yeah, I give him his shit, and basically, I'm like, never want to deal with this motherfucker ever again. And, yeah, I guess somewhere along the lines, his computer gets fucking broken, which is
That's fucking hilarious, actually.
honestly,
That his computer got broken.
like,
Fucking good.
man, maybe I should believe in God or karma or whatever, you know what I mean?
I bet he was
Like,
so mad that his fucking PC was broken. Holy shit.
well, the thing is like, I knew that because he didn't have a job, but one of the ways that he made money was
Mm.
like doing the Final Fantasy, like really hard instances. So, like, people would pay people to do it for them,
Oh
and
yeah, yeah.
he made money, and I think that's how he saved up for the PC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he like mentions it's like $1,000 or so shit,
Yeah.
and it's just like, well, that sucks for you. So
And then his
sorry
PC
that,
broke, so he could no longer do the cell runs. Okay,
yeah,
that's really
like,
fucking hilarious. So then he gets home, and then like how much time goes by before you like hear from him again?
um, pretty much instantly. I did get a restraining order right away, and he did not give a shit about the restraining order.
Well, of
And
course not. Yeah.
yeah, so he broke it right away. Back then, like, I didn't really know how to go about it. I did try reaching out to the police, and they are not good at their jobs.
Yes, the
Or
law is not good. The law is not good at all.
yeah,
People severely
like
overestimate how good the law is.
yeah. So that sucked, and I basically had to. Like every time I would be like, "Oh, sorry, we just don't know what we can really do."
Hmm.
I'd be like, "Oh, cool, thanks so much." And I would just like walk away with like tears rolling down my eyes. It fucking sucked
Hmm.
to like just feel helpless again, you know, not have control. It's a theme throughout this entire fucking saga. But yeah, I got a restraining order. I'm so sorry. I know like there's like a lot of files that I should and could reference.
Oh no, it's fine. I
But
when I actually made my original video, I have your like I had your entire case file. Like I had all the files from it, and I showed the massive fuck ton. And it's also all of those files are also on a Google Doc with a timeline and everything.
um so yeah, I don't know if you just like wanna add the
Do you want me to? Can I add
Google
the Google
Doc.
Drive?
Yeah, but I was thinking like you can use like all the images I gave um in the video. But I honestly think like if anyone genuinely wants to look into like everything, because this took me a while and it was quite emotionally exhausting. But I think like if it might be easier for people to just be able to look through this themselves, because a lot of it is fucking batshit crazy.
I mean,
If
yeah,
you
if
want
you
to just
want,
like link it,
uh,
then
if
yeah.
if you want, I can just link the entire Google Drive like in the description, and also put it on my timeline. If you want me to,
Um, yeah, like
like, you
you
can
know,
think about it, and you could just let me know. Uh, you know, you don't have to
um,
decide right now or anything.
I think like I wouldn't mind. I censored basically everything. Maybe like I didn't really like read thoroughly, but like any emails, any identifying information for me or him, like I tried to censor absolutely everything as much as I could. He did like put in like an email or two randomly in some of his messages, and I did catch a few, but like at most, maybe it's like a throwaway email that I didn't censor.
Okay.
But I think for the most part, I censored everything, so I'm okay with people looking through all of
Hmm.
these if they are curious or interested. Folder number 5, I will say, is by far the worst one of all of them, or maybe
Oh,
it feels that
degenerate
way because
messages build up to the
I,
unhinged.
yeah,
Some of these, yeah. Uh,
I named it Degenerate Messages He Sent Me because I'm a big dumb fucking idiot that doesn't learn. But yeah, essentially, this is kind of like the final part, I guess, of everything, and this was kind of a big factor, I think, of, yeah, I definitely want to talk about this. So,
hmm.
essentially, um, I'll kind of get to like, I didn't really get to talk about like, the ways that like everything he did. A lot, some of it I did, not all of it, but one of the things that like led to me kind of like getting in touch with him that made him think that we are on good terms. It was sometime last year, sometime. But essentially, there are these periods in my life where I sometimes feel like I just feel nothing, and it feels like I'm never gonna get joy out of doing anything ever again. And these like episodes, they they don't happen like extremely often, but they do happen where I like have you ever had like days where you sit down And like usually things that give you joy don't give you joy. So like video games, like
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to play any video games. And like to me, I was having an episode where I just sat down and I was like, I don't want to play video games. I don't want to eat. I don't want to draw. I don't want to, I'm a creative person. I love like handcrafting stuff. Like, I don't want to do any of the things that I usually enjoy. Like, I don't want, like, I let my personal hygiene go. Like, if I have to go outside, of course I would, fix myself up. But if it's like a weekend or something, I
Mm-hmm.
would just like let myself go. And it was just like, I can't do it. And I felt like I was kind of going crazy. Um, that feeling is difficult to explain. Um, but it's basically like you don't have any motivation or excitement for anything in life, and you're sitting there trying to figure out what can I do that I would enjoy, that just anything, like eating, like I just would be hungry, like I would just be sitting on my computer and I would have that like physical hunger, and I would just like ignore it to the max until I was like, okay, I'm hungry, and then I would just like binge eat like
Mm.
fast food. I would just like order food to be delivered, like Uber Eats.
Yeah.
And it was just like I just was having one of those times, and I ended up doing like a thing that I do every now and then where I search up my own name, and I didn't find anything, and I was like, okay, good, like I'm good to go. But that ended up like scratching this kind of like fucked up curiosity of like, what is he up to? What is he doing? And I ended up like scrounging the internet. I found his first YouTube channel, and I watched like some of his videos, not all of them, but like, some of them, like a good portion. And I was like, no, like it looks like some of these videos are definitely or a lot of these videos are definitely beyond like just reasonable criticism. But some
Nah,
of
they're
them I watched
unhinged.
like there was like one that I don't remember all of them, but I remember looking at one specifically where there was like a girl and I think it's like all Final Fantasy related. I don't think like he does
Yes, he is
anything
obsessed
outside
with
of
Final
that.
Fantasy. Yes.
But there was like a girl that came out with like allegations of like sexual misconduct or sexual assault, and she ended up accusing, I think, like, I don't know if he was a prominent player or if it was just someone that Lionel hated or didn't like, but he made a video about it, and I remember just like watching it, and I was like, oh wow, like he actually, like, it feels like is standing up for like the right thing, even though it's
Mm.
like still mean, it's still fucked up. Is like, okay, like maybe there has been some sort of growth,
Yeah,
and
unfortunately that video was not in defense of the woman. That video was purely to shit on the guy. Just because he didn't like him. He didn't actually care the guy was whatever he claimed him to be.
yeah, in hindsight, and I'll get to the thing that kind of made compiling all of these things a much more difficult process than I thought it was going to be, but essentially, I guess like I was in like a space, like in a place like of my mind where it's like I just want to feel okay. Like I just want something to like basically like when you're at that point of like desperation, you kind of start grasping at anything. Like I just anything to make me feel different, anything to
Mm-hmm.
make my brain feel okay, anything to just maybe like a solution. Maybe like if I see that, because I know I'm never gonna get like a genuine apology where he acknowledges it outside of like I know I did really bad things, which
Even if he were to send you an
um
apology, it wouldn't be genuine.
it
He fe-
wouldn't
he
be
he feels no
genuine.
remorse.
No, I don't think so. And I just genuinely believe that. And I promise I'm building up to it, but the messages are fucked. But essentially, I was like, okay, maybe I'll never get that closure, but maybe the closure that I can get is like, as misguided as it is, some of his videos do genuinely seem to call out kind of like shady characters, I guess, in the community, or at least that's what it seemed like to me.
So he
Like
was part of
the
a
number,
disc. He was part of a cell. This Discord called like the Panty Raiders or some shit, and basically he didn't like people in there, so he called them out for that. He didn't call them out for the
yeah,
reason for there were if I remember correctly, there were racist people in there, and there were like just other bad shit, but he actually didn't care about any of that. He just wanted to expose
yeah,
them for the sake of exposing them. He didn't actually care what he
yeah,
was exposing them for. He just wanted to expose them because he didn't like them.
yeah. Um, you know, for the amount of people that he accuses of sexual misconduct, he's got quite the
Yeah.
history himself, I guess,
Yeah.
which is, you know, I was like, just doesn't address it at all, ever. I think he'll probably say I'm lying for most of this shit, which, you
I
know,
mean, he's
I've
probably going
provided
to
as
say that
much as
you're
I
not even
could.
Katie. So, you know,
I've provided as much as I could. If people are interested, they can look through it. They can make their own decision. I have people that support me, that love me, and that's all that matters. Like, but yeah, essentially, reached out to him sometime last year. Sorry, I'll get to the point. So I reached out to him sometime last year. Kind of was like, hey, you know, this is random. Probably not the best idea on my part, but it looks like you are trying to improve. And I want to say, you know, good for you. Like, keep going, you know. And he, like, we talked a bit, played a few games of League. Um, and he like told me, he was like, oh, I'm like trying to get a job right now, and like, you know, looking for this and that, and like, you know, it's just like a bit of catching up, and it's just like, you know, like, what have you been up to, what have I been up to? And yeah, like, it was like, okay, like, I added him, but I also, with my knowledge and experience that I have, I did not add him on my main Discord. I added him on my old Discord. I did add him on my main on League for a little while, but he ended up like messaging me a lot, and I tried to like let him down easy and be like, listen, like, I'll support you getting better from the sidelines, but I'm not interested in being friends with you. Like, at most, like, neutral acquaintance is like the best that I can do, but like, I don't want to have a close relationship with you. Like, this was just for me to just, I don't know, just, I shouldn't have done it. I
yeah.
shouldn't have fucking done it, but I did it, and I did it. But I did make the boundary very clear to him. I did
Be
not invite any sort of sexual behavior.
yeah.
I did not like invite like this like close friendship. I told him, and like, listen, like, not looking to be friends, not looking to be close. Just will, you know, cheer you on getting better. That's it. Like every now and then, like, I'll say hi or something, right? He ended up messaging me a lot on my main account on League, so I ended up removing him on that. So then I just had him added on my alt account on League, and I was like, this is the most closest contact that I can have with you. Like, I won't remove you, you know, you can have this, and like, whatever time I log into this account, like, say hi, you know, tell me like, oh, I'm up to this, I'm up to that, but like, that's it. Like, I don't want anything more than that.
Well, you adding
Um,
him made him think that you were not only close friends but also his fiance. So,
also his fucking
yeah.
fiance, yeah, which is like,
Yeah.
cool, cool little jump.
Mm-hmm.
But okay,
So this is the
so,
extent that he's willing to go to lie. This is very important here.
or honestly, I think, remember how like I was talking about like a delusional thing in his
Mm-hmm.
head where he has this like daydream? I think he like daydreamed like that him and I are gonna get back together, and
Yes.
I'll get to
Yes.
why I think that. And I think he genuinely convinced himself that like when I removed him from a main account on League after like the first like catching up that I did with them, like um on my alt, it would be like a few months in between me logging in. So like I think like the last two times I talked to him, like I hadn't logged in like for a few months in between, and then I had not logged into my Discord, my old Discord at all, which is like the way that I got in contact with him the first time, and then I added him on League. But like basically, had not logged into my Discord, and holy shit, holy fucking shit, the messages he sent me on that Discord while I was away are fucking insane. But when I added him on my sorry, when I did talk to him on my alt account on League, basically, I don't know if this was before or after the fiance comment, but and I wish like League would have kept the logs, but it didn't, like cleared it, and that kind of sucks because I wish I could have like the timestamp and me telling him very strictly, like no. But essentially, when I logged in last time, this was like months ago. I told him like he like sent me like a flirty message, like a flirty romantic message. And this was like after like a few months of me not having any contact with him at all. And the last time I had a contact, it was like a few months back, and it was also on my alt, and that was because I had Dutch timers on my main and I didn't want to wait. That was the only reason that I ever log into that account, like for the most part, like or like if I want to just do ranked and not give a shit, right? But basically, sent me a flirty message. I told him, no, don't do that. Please don't do that. Like, I will never be romantically involved with you. I will, like, this is not okay.
It's
And
just
I
crazy
am
that he
drawing this
thought he could do
boundary.
that.
Yeah, like, I did not invite this. Like, if I, like, talked to him, like, every single week and I was like, tee haha, how are you doing? Let's catch up. Like, the first time, like, that I chat with him, like, yeah, it was like, you know, it was a little bit more. But then like after that, it was like he would send me like six messages in a row and I would reply like one sentence or like a few words or something at most. Like I was not inviting a chatty conversation
Oh
let's be
yeah,
super
yeah, yeah,
cool
yeah.
close friends. Like
Hmm.
I wish I still I wish I had those messages. I just fucking don't, and that sucks. But the part that really sorry, the final part, and then your poor editor can rest.
Okay.
The part that just put me over the fucking, like, no. But basically, when I logged back into my old Discord, I had over 300 messages since the last time I had logged in. And this was like with me not having logged in. So like this was just him typing shit over and over and
Yeah.
over again, being like, "Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? MIA, MIA." And
He
like
will talk
I
to
admitted,
himself like for hours.
yeah, he
Hmm.
he will do that. Um, but essentially, folder number 5. I'll just get to the most fucked up stuff. But like images 1, 2, and 3, um, are of him being more like. I
The
guess it
dentist
kind of
one?
starts at 3. Um, like like pictures 1 and 2 are like him after having very little contact with him, being like, look at how big and strong I am. Grug me man. Grug you woman. Grug me love you. Like, grug me love you. After just, you can't say that. We don't have that kind of contact or connection.
My
Or
baby,
after
you're so
anything,
sweet and loving. Tell me you think I can make it. I won't lose you
like,
again, baby. I love you so
like,
much.
I won't lose you again,
So what
baby.
is this
Like,
picture that you censored here? Like you don't have to like obviously you don't have to give the picture, but just what
oh
like
yeah.
yeah, like what exactly is it? Like it is it of him or is it face or
So it is of him. It's not a nude, but since I am not him,
Oh no,
I was
yeah,
like,
that's
this
fine.
is,
That's fine. Yeah,
you
no, I
know,
was just curious as to what
probably,
exactly what it was. Yeah.
but I can like describe it. It's nothing too
Oh, I mean, it shouldn't.
like
Yeah.
out of it. It still makes me feel uncomfortable, but at least it's not like a dick pic. But essentially, it's him shirtless and like underwear taking a mirror selfie, and I'm pretty sure that like uh okay. I'm pretty sure that like the underwear he's wearing is not like tight fabric, so he kind of, I think, put his schlong on the counter as like a little teehee, and I don't like that. Why would you send me that? But yeah, I was just like, this is a
Okay.
bit much, so I'm not gonna include this. He
Thank you for
should be
censoring that.
embarrassed. Like, he should be embarrassed. I guess it doesn't show anything, and like, you can kind of be like, well, maybe it's just like fabric folded weirdly, even though it looks kind of. But if he wants to contest it, I can provide the full uncensored image if he
Ah,
wants
nah,
to
he
tell
won't say
me
shit
I'm
about that.
fucking crazy. Yeah, you can tell me
He
I'm
knows
crazy,
all of
but
this
this
is
is
absolutely
for
100% true. He won't say fucking shit about this.
yeah, this is for his sake. This image
He,
number 3, it does have an image of him,
yeah,
but
that's from
I'm
his
pretty
video. Yeah.
sure, yeah, it's like a workout thing he did.
Hmm.
So I was like, okay, like this is at least to show like I'm not fucking like this is a real account of
Hmm.
him. So you know, but 3 is like the build up to the really unhinged shit where he's like, I want to lick your face. You see the veins in my shoulder? I could pick you up and pin you against the wall. And then
And he
image
sent all of
4
these
and
to you after you added him on. Well, when again did he
so
send all
I
these to you?
had him removed from my main. I had him added on my
Okay.
main for like a very short while because I thought like he would kind of get like, okay, like
Yeah, I get the
not
hint.
friends,
So this is
like,
on your alt.
yes.
Okay,
So
okay, yeah.
this was after I removed him from my main on League because I told him like you're overwhelming me. This is too much, and I'll add you on my alt because I honestly didn't want him to go fucking crazy because he does that when I remove him. But he didn't go fucking crazy, so good for him on that. But this is on my old Discord, so I don't have him added on my main. But basically, this is on my old Discord, and this was like after I removed him because I told him like you're overwhelming me. I'm just gonna
Hmm.
have you added on my alt account on League. Image 4 and 5
Yeah,
are the
that's
fucking worst.
I okay, yeah. Go ahead. You can. Yeah, I snuck a peek, but I regret it. So
I like image number 4. You can tell I got fucking pissed because I I got pissed off. And the thing is, like, I don't know why he did it this way, but like a lot of the messages that he wrote weren't like typed out. He did like image snippets and like they're a little bit hard to read. So I included some of the shittier,
hmm.
I guess the shittiest ones that I thought on the bottom so people can see. You can still see it if you zoom in, but it just makes it a little easier. But basically, um, starts with spit in my mouth. I want you to struggle with all your strength when I'm on top of you so I can feel like I'm taking advantage of you. For a guy that accuses people of sexual misconduct, what a
Yeah.
fucking thing to write. He thinks this shit is hot. Like, he thinks this is, like, appropriate to write to me, of all people, or
Hmm.
honestly to anyone. I mean, honestly, some people have kinks, they're, into it as long as it's consensual, right? But, like, from him
That's
to
yeah,
me,
yeah. I mean, that's the key word. As long as it's consensual, but this is obviously not fucking consensual.
yeah, like, I had not had almost any contact with him at this point because this shit was sent to me in December of last year,
Hmm.
and like this was like after that first kind of like catching up sesh. After that, I almost never talked to him. And he just thought this was appropriate to send to me. Do you think about sucking my massive cock? Do you want to feel it inside of you? Do you remember when you handcuffed yourself and let me do whatever I want to you? Do you still have... I don't even want to read that. I can't read that. Do you remember when we used to fantasize about rolling around together on the floor covered with bed linens? I want your tongue and spit in my mouth. Like, do you see what I mean by, like, weird fucking fetishize, like...
I mean,
just
pee in my fucking mouth is
uncomfortable.
pretty fucking creepy.
Yeah, it is. It's... Would you enjoy seeing my cock? Or is that too much? Nope. Can't read the end of that either. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
People can read this, but some of the worst ones are they're on the bottom. I'm sorry, I can't read it.
Nah,
Like,
you're fine.
if
You're
people
fine.
want to,
Nah, we
they
don't
can
have to
read
read any
it.
of this shit. Nah, people can read it if they choose to.
But yeah, I will read the little note that I wrote because I got fucking livid just compiling this shit. But basically, a lot of these messages that he wrote, many of these refer to the day I got absolutely shit-faced because I was too depressed about my situation. The day that I couldn't speak or think properly, clearly drunk beyond being able to function normally. I had to get therapy for this. Did it even make sense? Hold on. I don't even know if I made sense when I typed this. Many of these refer to the day I got absolutely shit-faced because I was so depressed about my situation. The day that I couldn't speak or think properly, clearly drunk beyond being able to function normally. I had to get therapy for this night for 1 year. I want to throw up reading this shit. I would rather someone shoot me in the head than ever do anything with this fetishizing rapist. Yeah, okay, so basically the context is what I said earlier, the day that I was shit-faced.
Yeah.
He alludes to it like in the bottom messages, and reading this took a lot out of me. I just was like, I gotta go sleep a lot, and I did, and I
Yeah.
just couldn't get it done, and then I finally did, and I'm not happy about the shit that he wrote that he thought was appropriate to write to me.
It's just insane that he thought that that was, yeah, okay to write to you after everything that has
Or
happened.
honestly, to anyone. I don't think anyone would enjoy reading this kind of shit. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I can see, like, people in a committed relationship, maybe that, like, consensually do this stuff, but I know the people that he harasses are not people that I want anything to do with him, and he writes this kind of shit to people anyways.
I mean, he takes videos without consent. So, I mean, he spreads nudes of women. He has spread the nudes of not only you, but also multiple other women, too. They just have
Yeah.
chosen to. I have spoken to two of them, and they have chosen to just not be a part of this, and I completely understand.
I
If
don't blame
they
them.
ever decided to, I told them both if they ever decided to ever come forward or anything, like I would give them any assistance that they needed.
Yeah, I feel so bad. Like, I feel so fucking terrible that, like, anyone else has had to deal with this fucking bullshit. And here's, like, honestly, he's gonna be like, oh, you fucking betrayed me. Oh, you fucking, like, two-faced bitch. But, like, Lionel, you are accusing a lot of people of a lot of stuff. Number one being sexual misconduct. Please respond to the message that you wrote me. Say, please no, please stop, while I suck on your cunt. God, I could come in 10 seconds stroking myself doing that to you. Just, what do you say to that? Why would you ever fucking write that shit to me? I want to throw up. Like, I genuinely want to go to the bathroom, stick fingers down my throat, and just fucking throw up right now. This is, like, fucking vile. Oh. Katie, I want you to fucking talk to me. I miss you so much. I want to molest you. I want you to squirm while I tongue your asshole and pussy. Please, God, beg me to stop. Try to kick me off of you. Yeah, I don't know. Just, yeah, these are the worst. 4 and 5 are the worst of it. And just, you know, the same goes in that vein. And I think, like, the thing that just, like, makes me mad, as you go into image 7 and 8, after he wrote all of that, he says, "Merry Christmas, Katie. I love you. I've been incredibly depressed losing my channel. I'm so sorry for just bombing you like I have been for the past month," which is in reference to the messages some of the messages I just read. "It's disgusting. I'm no different than anyone else. Fuck, man. I needed something decent in my life to distract me from the shit state I'm in. So because you were feeling shitty, you thought it was okay to write the shit that you just, well, not just, but like that you wrote to me, and then like a little silly, like, oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I was just feeling so lonely. Gosh, that was probably like out of line. I guess back reflecting on it, I didn't really give a shit how that might affect you. Sorry about that. I hope you're feeling okay about it though. I'm not feeling okay. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I know. I was a moron. I was stupid. I should have never reached out. I should have never had hope that anything has changed. I I can't. I don't think there's any hope. Like, I know I said go get help, but like you're almost 30. You have been doing this over and over again and you're almost 30. I think this is just who you are now, you know? And that's it. Like, and it's just like him being like, "OMG, I'm so sorry. I just like feel so bad about calling you ugly. You did a lot more than just call me ugly." But you know, I guess thanks for the empty fucking apology. And yeah, and then end of nightmare where like our the last messages that he sent me. One of the pictures is like a picture that he sent me. It was from his video, so I was like, all right, I'm not gonna censor it. I'll include it. But um yeah, I don't know. Sorry. That was a long fucking trip. Um and there's like more details that I could have gone into, but I fucking ramble for 5 million fucking years, so I'm
Oh no,
sorry about that.
you're
But like
fine.
this is the crux of everything in my life that has contributed to me being a fucked up person. But I don't know. I like to think that I came out on top as much as I could have.
I mean, you're one of the strongest people I've ever met. So,
You have not seen me ugly cry, man.
I mean, hey, you still, you're still standing. You know what I mean? You went through a lot.
Yeah,
That's
and I
more than
pay
a
my
lot of people can say,
taxes. Yeah, look at
especially
me.
dealing with this fucking psychopath. You've literally been tormented and harassed for years and years and years. You were groomed, you were sexually assaulted. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't.
and then he thought it was like the hottest thing to be
Mhm.
like, "Oh my God, remember one of the worst things I've ever did to you? I think it's
Yeah.
so hot. Wouldn't it be so hot if I did it again? Wouldn't it, Katie? Wouldn't it be so hot if I did it again? Like, it'd be hot, right?" No, absolutely not, you fucking freak. Like, no. Um, you need to be institutionalized, is all I have to say. Never send anything like that to anyone ever again. If you're autistic, learn this fucking lesson, man. Never, ever, ever send anything like that to another human being ever again. Like, you're. I think he's beyond repair. I don't know. Like, he. I don't know. It's fucked. But
I
yeah,
mean,
that's my life story. You know, fuck.
my personal opinion on him is he has never had hope. He's never. He is always going to be this way. He's always been this way. He will always be jobless. He'll always be worthless. He will never be loved or mourned. He will always cause misery to the extreme and just bring everyone around him agony. And he's like a cancer that he is literally the most vile. Like, I don't even look at him as human. Like, he's not a human to me. He's this vile creature thing that just should not be. It is not deserving of the life that he has. That is what I think of him. And eventually this is all going to catch up to him. And who knows? Something bad might happen. I guess that word bad depends on your perspective of the situation. But I think that bad people deserve bad things to happen to them. So hopefully that's the case.
I genuinely hope, honestly, like, this shit, his name is known across the entire Final Fantasy community, or as much as it could be.
Mm-hmm.
I never want another girl to fall victim to this shit, because he will act super
Mm-hmm.
chill. And even if there's like, oh, I heard like there was some drama, he will lie. He will be like, oh, no, 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 no. They're the crazy ones. I'm actually the sane one. And he will be very convincing. And to anyone listening, don't fall for that shit. I did, and it has fucked me for 11 years of my fucking life now, I guess. Holy shit. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it was 11 years. My fucking god. 11 years, and I'm still making the same stupid mistakes. Hopefully, me reaching out to him last year was the last time I make that stupid fucking mistake.
I would just say, just try to remember that there is no changing him. He will not. He will never change. He will always be the same way. There is no hope. There is no hope for him. He's going to, as the years progress, he's going to get more and more mentally unstable, and I'm going to make sure of it because I'm going to hold him accountable for the things that he's done to me personally. Now, I can't help other people if they don't want me to, and that's fine. Everyone can handle their situation the way that they choose to. But as far as me, I will hold him accountable for as much as I can. I'm going to constantly take him back to court to try to get my money. And if I don't get my money, I don't really care because I don't need my money, but I just want to be as obnoxious as humanly fucking possible and make his ass go to court.
Make him deal with what he makes
Yes.
people deal with, which is relentless,
Mm-hmm.
just never going away typeness. You know
And
what
the
I
thing
mean?
is it's not even
Like,
going to be me doing it. It's going to be my lawyer. So I'm not even
yeah.
expending any energy. My debt collections lawyer is going to go after him, and I told him to be. He was like, I can be as aggressive as you want to be, and I said, I want you to be as aggressive as humanly fucking possible. Be as aggressive to this motherfucker as you can. I want you to make his life as miserable as you absolutely can legally. That is how aggressive I want you to be. And he said, okay, got it, no problem. My lawyer also wants him to leave voicemails on his answering machine. He dares him to, because my debt collections lawyer is not going to tolerate that garbage. He deals with people like Lionel on a daily basis. That is what a debt collections lawyer does. So Lionel is nothing new to him. And he has had people threaten him, send him mail, do all sorts of shit. And when he gets them arrested and they're in handcuffs in the fucking courtroom, they start to cry. So,
Yeah, that's
and that's
and
exactly
he
what's going
cries
to
a
happen to
lot.
Lionel.
You know,
Yeah.
he cries a lot when people do like 1% of what he does, like, to everyone around him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, he's crying about like, oh, called me ugly. How could you? What the fuck? It's like, you have told people to slit their own wrists over and over again.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
and you're crying about that? Like, why flink shit?
mhm.
Like, not that, I think anyone should ever do shit like that, because it's just get a fucking life. Like, go get therapy. There's something internally that you're angry about. Saying this kind of shit will never fix it. But who am I? I'm screaming into the ether. People that are gonna be like that are gonna be like that. Like, you can't really change it. Um, but it's like, how can you cry and be like, you guys are fucking crazy and you guys are so mean and deranged, when it's like, look at the path of destruction that you've left. Like, what do you have to say for that? Like, genuinely.
I
Like,
mean, he has no
honestly,
remorse. So
like,
the only thing he
look,
cares about is himself.
yeah.
That's the only thing he cares about. He doesn't care about anything else.
Yeah.
So he deserves every bad thing that comes his way. Fuck him.
Honestly, I implore him, like, make a video where you go through every single message you sent to me and be like, well, actually, the reason why I told her to kill herself was because she just, like, left me, and it was, like, a really mean thing to do. I don't know, like, defend the words you wrote, But if I had to guess, he's gonna deny everything, then he's gonna be like, crazy bitch, he's a piece of shit, and blink shit at me, which I've mentally prepared for. I've already gone through the worst of it.
Well, like I said, if he does anything that breaks the law or anything and you need help, let me know and I will help you to the best of my ability.
Honestly, since, like, you've been able to break through with the law and actually get him, I honestly think you've paved, like, a path for anyone else after you. Like, if they want to go and do it, I think it'll be a lot easier, because it's like, now there's a record. Like, there was a record with my restraining order, but it was not known because I'm kind of a nobody.
Well, the
Like,
thing
or I
is
was a nobody, you know what I mean?
the thing is you filing that allowed me to find it years and years later, which allowed me to find you. So you can bring this all up. You can expose him for who he really is. So you filing that restraining order, while it wasn't as effective as it could have been because he still harassed you, it did leave a paper trail. And that paper trail I found. So all of this stuff, all of these little things, they all lead back to him. Like, he is being held in contempt for the stalking order that I placed on him. So if he harasses another person, they're going to see my stalking order. My friend Todd got a restraining order. All of these little things. He has a court date on July 30th, which is fucking hilarious because that's the day Savage comes out, so he's not going to be able to play his fucking favorite game. He's going to be in court. It's a criminal pretrial hearing. He's being charged for three counts: stalking, criminal stalking, threatened to use a deadly weapon, and electronic communications harassment. 2 of those charges have 100 days in jail or more. There is no fucking way in hell that he is going to be able to say that that is not his voice on my lawyer's voicemail.
Yeah. There's one, if there's, like, an Achilles heel that he has, is, like, when he gets angry, he doesn't think. And, like, in the sense that, like, he doesn't think of, like, oh, I'm about to do a really stupid thing that's gonna fuck me over. He just thinks, I am angry and I want to do thing because I am angry. But it's like, he's never thought of, like, the aftermath, the consequences. And that's because he's never really been punished for the consequences on a legal level.
Yes, he never
Like,
has. Not yet.
and it's like, you've paved the way for it to be like, and honestly, if he wants to talk shit about me, talk shit. I don't care about words. Like, I don't.
No,
Say whatever you
that's the
want.
only thing he can do. That's the only thing he can do.
Yeah. But,
He can
like,
just
if
call
he
you an
tries,
autistic retard on his little fucking
yeah.
shitty community post, and that's it. That's all he does. Like, and that's fine. It's whatever.
But, like, I will say this, like, if he tries to like fuck with me in a way that's like, all right, you're trying to fuck with my life, like honestly, seeing you be able to like take him to court
Mm-hmm.
and prevail, like
Mm-hmm.
be able to like actually do something, I might just like follow in suit if he
Yes, no,
really
you
like
should.
wants
No,
to do more than like fling shit.
you
Like,
definitely
okay,
should. He is a complete pussy, and he will roll over like the little bitch that he is. He will not. He will not respond to any court document. He will not go to court. He will not do anything. It's a free win because he's a little fucking pussy. Because he is exactly what my debt collections lawyer described. He's big online. He's a big bad guy behind the keyboard, but when you actually get him involved in anything legally, he just shuts the fuck up because he knows better. He knows better. And he will ignore it because he can't cope with the reality of the things that he does. So because he does this, you get automatic wins. Like when I sued him for defamation, he knew right from the fucking start that he had no proof to any of his claims. If he made 115 videos on me being a groomer, yet never one time went to the fucking police. Not one time did he go to the police to show any evidence that I was a groomer. Not one time did he respond to any single court document. Not one time did he defend himself. It's because he knows that he is a fucking liar. He knows that he's a liar and he knows that he's going to lose. So instead of like going there to lose, in his mind, if he doesn't respond, oh, then I don't lose. Because for whatever reason, he has this thing about like winning or something. And it's like look at your life. Every day you wake up as you. You wake up as that thing, that 29-year-old, jobless, uneducated, worthless, no future creature. Like, I don't even know what to call you. It's so pathetic. That's what he wakes up as every single day. So it doesn't even matter. Like, let's say I'm dead tomorrow. It doesn't matter. He's still going to wake up as that. And that is a horror that he can't comprehend. That's just a fact that he doesn't want to acknowledge. And I mean, honestly, I wouldn't want to acknowledge it either. I mean, but then again, I would never be in that situation. So, like, he is in that situation because of him, no one else. He is lonely because of him. He is a fucking freak because of him. That is his fault, no one else's. And he will get no sympathy from me for all the things he's done. And I'm going to do everything I can to hold him accountable. So if you ever decide to pursue any legal action, like, I will help you to the best of my ability.
and if he decides to try and fuck with my life, I'm at a point where I've had a lot more experience. Honestly, I feel a lot more empowered with the fact that like he won your court cases and the fact that he has criminal charges. As much as he tries to like deny that anything is wrong, like I think he knows.
No,
And I
he
think
knows,
he
and
knows
he's
that
very
he's,
afraid because he's been talking to
yeah,
Tal and saying that he's very afraid.
yeah, deep in shit. And
Mm-hmm.
it's just like, you know what? Like, you want to play this game? All right. Like, I'm not the same kind of person that like doesn't stand up for herself anymore. I have had to rebuild my self-esteem, my self-respect. I've had to learn how to set boundaries. I've had to learn how to identify like people that are good and people that are bad for me. I've made a lot of mistakes along the way, you know, like,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm not the same fucking person that I was when he could do all this shit to me. So, you know, you're listening to this, you want to do more than talk shit about how much of a crazy bitch that I am, especially after seeing those last messages that you sent me. You know what? Fuck around, find out. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'll roll around in the mud with you if you want to. Um, if he wants to talk shit, then do whatever. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, um,
Well,
I guess yeah.
you will have a lot of people that have your back.
I appreciate it.
You already have people that don't even know you that have your back.
No, Well, again, to your editor, thank you, and I am sorry. I'm so
You're
sorry,
fine. It's
but thank
fine.
you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I tried to make the files and images as organized as I could, so hopefully
Hmm.
it won't be too difficult to sift through everything. But if you guys want any help or any questions about like,
Hmm.
oh, what when did this happen? When did this happen? Let me know. But yeah, I guess if you want to link this drive for anyone
Yeah, I
to
can
be
link the
able to
Google
see,
Drive. Yeah, if you're okay with it.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll
I
link it.
want every single female in Final Fantasy to know this motherfucker's name and
Hmm.
to know stay the fuck away from this guy, because this guy does not respect women and apparently has a very different definition of what rape means than I guess the rest of fucking society. So rot in hell, you dog shit piece of shit.
Hmm.
Like, just rot in fucking hell. I hope bad things happen to you.
Um,
Yeah.
well, um, I guess, yeah. So, like I said, if you do decide to do anything, let me know. Um, I'll like, um, I'll, uh, I'll help you any way that I can. And, you know, I'll send this to you, uh, to look it over, make sure everything's fine. And even if even if later you don't want to, you decide, you know what, I don't feel comfortable with this. We won't have to publish this. So it's entirely in your hands, but I do want to thank you very much for, well, not only talking to me, but like, sharing everything with not only me, but so many other people. I know it was not easy. I know it was probably fucking disgusting as fuck because I know when I, now obviously I didn't go through the same stuff that you did, so you felt it on a much more intense level than I did. But as I was reading the things that he did to you, in addition to other people, it really, 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 really upset me. Like, it just made me sick, and uh, I I couldn't do it all in one day. I had to do it over the course of like, several days, because once you like his life is just so, there's not a word to describe how vile and pathetic his life is, just absolutely meaningless. And when you have all of that, just, I guess, condensed into one person, it's just an undescribable amount of just horror. It's just so fucking bad. It's just so depressing that a person actually, well, not a person, but a thing will wake up every day and continue to do this. It's just, yeah. But anyway, I guess with all that being said, yeah, I want to thank you again for talking to me about this. Uh, Basically, just sharing your stories, because you know him better than anybody. Like, you know him better than anybody.
Unfortunately.
Yeah,
So
yeah, it is very unfortunate. Um, and uh, and yeah, I'm sure he has harassed a ton of people, and I know that when I made my videos on him, I received a lot of messages saying, thank you for holding him accountable, that type of stuff. So there are other people out there that are gonna like value hearing it from you, like like much more than hearing it from me, because you have experienced it way more, about it way more, you have met him, you've lived with him, you know better than anybody. So just the fact that you're sharing all this information is going to be very empowering to a lot of people. And I want to thank you on their behalf and also my behalf as well, because I know this shit was not easy to do. That's why when me and you were talking about doing this interview in the first place, I said, no, take your time, just you let me know when, and we can just do it whenever.
I appreciate the patience. Yeah, like I was good. Like I was like, okay, let's do this. But then like when I actually got through, like I had to log into like my old email and like when I just started sifting through like everything, I was like, holy shit! Like it just brought me back. I was like, this is like, this is like all of these things that I linked. These are like all the things that I could possibly find, and
Mm-hmm.
like this doesn't even scratch the surface
Yeah,
of
there's probably a lot
everything
more.
that you've
Yeah.
done. Yeah, there's
When I
so
made
much more. This is, yeah.
when I put my original timeline together, I actually had to cut about 50% of it because it was just there was just too much. It was too much. It was too much of the same shit. It was way too much. So,
Yeah.
but
Those Discord messages, you know, if he's like, why you do this? Because he sent me that disgusting shit. Go fuck yourself. Don't ever talk to anyone ever again.
yeah.
Ever. For any reason. Ever. But yeah, anyways, I think I'm gonna go take a nap. I think I need to go
All
sleep
right.
after this. Thank you for your time. Thanks for hearing me out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you have any questions about anything, just let me know and, you know, yeah.
Yeah, I will do. Yeah, I'll be in touch if that's okay.
Oh yeah,
I'll
of
still
course,
okay.
you know. I'll be around.
All right. Well,
Maybe sleeping for the next 10 days. 10 to 20 days.
well, thank you very much again, Katie.
Alright, thanks so much. Have a good night.
Are you too?
Alright, bye.
All right. So, as always, this was an insanely long. This was an insanely long interview, insanely detailed. Uh, Obviously, from firsthand witness from the person that knows him better than anybody. So, I'm gonna say this. I normally give my final thoughts on any type of situation. Already given my final thoughts once on the videos, on the 4 videos prior. So as far as this goes, I'm going to. There is a Google Drive that she has uploaded here. I am going to sift through this just to make sure that things were redacted. I'm not saying she'd miss anything. I'm just going to do a double check because she mentioned she may have missed 1 or 2 things. So I'm going to sift through this, and after I sift through this, I'm going to link this in the description below and also my timeline of events. So with all that being said, I am done interacting with this fucking thing through any means that are not going to yield results. So what I mean by that is that the online back and forth is pointless. It is worthless to me. I can no longer. There's no point to do it. I am going to be pursuing him legally 100%. Every single thing that he has done to me, I'm going to follow up on. He's done to my lawyer, she's going to follow up on. I am going to hold him accountable for the next 20 years on the money that he owes me for defamation. He thinks he can get away with this, but he cannot. The amount of time and energy that I will put into this individual will be virtually nothing. The amount of money that I have put into this, I will get back. And if I don't get it back, it doesn't matter. I don't really need it. I am going to continue to pursue him through debt collections. Now, he thinks he can escape. This is not true. For those of you that have been in debt or have collected a debt themselves, you cannot get away from this. You can hide in your little home, and that will not work. The police will find you. Courts will find you. He does not have a means to travel. He does not have a means to relocate. He is jobless, worthless, uneducated, just absolutely fucking a waste of a life. My goal for the next foreseeable future is to make his life as miserable as I can through the legal system, and I'm going to do that. I am definitely financially stable enough to do that, so you can be rest well assured that he will be contacted multiple times over and over and over again through my lawyer, through the legal system, that type of stuff. He will try and hide, but it will not work. So that is my goal. I am no longer going to interact with him on any means that I deem not worth it. He can say and do whatever he wants online. I will continue to go after him legally, because at the end of the day, that is what matters. Twitter is not the law. YouTube is not the law. Twitch is not the law. None of these things have any relevance in the actual world. So, in the relevance in the terms of, like, you know, the courts and the law and that type of shit. And that is going to be the avenue I will pursue him. There is nothing that I can draw from him anymore. I have sued him. I have humiliated him. I have exposed him. Other people have humiliated him, exposed him. And this is good. This is very good. And this will haunt him for the rest of his life. He will not be able to escape the things that I have exposed him for, or other people. And that's good. However, the most important part, the part where I'm going to redirect my energy to, is the court of law. It has gotten to a point to where it is beyond just a little, you know, internet beef or whatever. It is serious, and what he is doing is illegal, and I'm going to hold him accountable. So I know he is worried. He has messaged people. They have told me you've messaged people. I know you're worried about that. You should be. You very, very much should be. You can say that you're not as much as you want, and that's fine. But I know you are, and I know you are going to be fucked eventually in the court system. It's just a matter of time. Anyway, with all that being said, I am very grateful for Katie giving me this interview. I know this was a long interview. After this, I'm going to continue to update people on the legal actions. So this will not be the last update. This will not be the last video. There will be more updates and stuff, but they will be few and far between. And that is the reason for that is simply because the court system moves extremely slow. It is a very slow process. So the resolution of some of these things might not happen until next year. So, you know, I will keep people updated as best I can. But anyway, I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to thank Katie again for everything that she's done today. And like I said, if he harasses anyone, if he harasses you and you want to seek legal action, message me, and I will give you the means to get in contact with him. I will give you the means to hold him accountable and report him to the police. So anyway, guys, that's it for me. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you later. Peace.